Chapter 121 is expected of the leader. The entire Wuyin village was in a state of agitation. A large number of ninjas shouted and assembled, and they all killed the 3 people who invaded the village. Found, Shu, Guisha and Zai Bi Yuzan. Kill them. The Master Yuan gave the order directly. He was too lazy to pay attention to why Shu wanted to invade Wuyin, and he was not interested in exploring why Guisha and Zai Buzhan defected. Especially the latter, such things as defection have often appeared since the blood fog policy was promoted. Just kill it. Yeah, this time, I'm afraid there will be thousands of enemies. Are we sure we won't escape? A strange smile appeared on the ghost shark's face. Shu indifferent stood in place, only the layers of trees rose up, and a large number of branches stretched out to kill Wuyin. Godzilla wood done, when used to play a group, is really easy to use. A random leaf as a weapon for killing. Just as many Kirige's ninjas roared and charged, they kept pounding the woods. A vortex appeared, and Obito's figure appeared beside Shu. The 3rd generation of water shadows is dead, and the 4th generation of water shadows has been controlled by me and can be retreated. Obito moved for a while, then turned his head to look at the vigilant ghost shark and Zaibushuan. It turned out to be the 2 of you. Shu, it seems that you told outsiders about us. The Sengo jade in Obito's eyes radiated a strange red light. 2 swirls gushed out of the eyes, and they were about to be sucked into the different space. These eyes, the people of the Uchiha clan. We have been underestimated, and if we don't cut it, it seems that we have to kill this guy first. The ghost shark swung his muscles directly. He was gasping for breath if he didn't cut it again. Just now, he reluctantly hacked to death a few Kurigakushi ninjas, and he almost exhausted his whole body's strength, but he could only pull the beheading sword now. Shu said indifferently, "Forget it, you two, if you take action on Madara, you will be killed." The 4 thorns stretched out, binding the ghost shark and Zai Buchuan's arms, fixing the 2 in place. Madara, could it be Madara Uchiha? That one should have died a long time ago. Zabujan paled in shock. The ghost shark also fell silent, staring blankly at the man in the wheel-eye mask in front of him. Suddenly, he remembered something, and looked at Shu with a strange expression, thoughtful. The masked man with Sharingan is Madara, and the masked man who plays with Mudden must be another. This is outrageous. Are the 2 old guys that the whole ninja world thought dead, are they still secretly active, and they seem to control the 4th generation Mizukage who just took office? There is a sense of astonishment that all 3 views have been subverted. Madara, they are not enemies, let's retreat first. Shu said lightly. So, do you think the 2 of them are qualified to join us? Enough of the ghost sharks, it's fine if you don't cut them, just stock them up. Shu said. No more cuts. Swish. A huge vortex appeared, and the group quickly disappeared in place. The Kirige's ninjas who suffered heavy losses could only be incompetent and furious, and were shocked by the power displayed by the enemy. These guys are really weird. Are they really here to capture the 3 tails? Yuan Shi's eyes were gloomy. ... Somewhere in the land of water. If he didn't cut the halfway, he was left behind because he was too weak to join the Shao organization. This made Zaibuzhan angry on the outside, ecstatic in his heart, and ran away with the beheading sword. Is this guy also implanted with your cells? It's really pitiful, Obito said indifferently as he watched Zaibuchu, who was far away. Shu nodded. It's a matter of course, if it wasn't for my cells, this guy would have died a long time ago. It's impossible to be so alive. That's good. If that guy still doesn't meet our requirements, we'll find a way to kill it. Obito immediately looked at the ghost shark and looked up and down. After he inherited Madara's mantle and acted in the name of Uchiha Madara, he naturally learned more about the situation in Karayan village. Obito naturally heard about the name of the tailless beast of the dried persimmon ghost shark, and he was very satisfied with the ghost shark. If that's the case, I'll take you to see the leader. The crowd disappeared again and appeared directly in the land of rain. On the hand of the ghost shark, there is also a black robe with red clouds. The core members of the Shao organization. There is no waste, you have to remember this. Pain looked at the ghost shark indifferently. Of course, if the target is the tailed beast, not only will it have to deal with the tailed beast itself, but also against the 5 major ninja villages. Without strength, there is no qualification to participate. The ghost shark put on this dress and looked at Pain intently. Horrified inside. With the leader of Samsara I, Madara Uchiha and Chisho Hasuma to assist. This organization has a lot to offer. The goal of permanent peace is not impossible. After Obito and Shu leave one after another. With nowhere to go, the ghost shark, who decided to stay in the country of rain temporarily, said to Tiandao Pain, "Boss, are the two just now real? With your immortal eyes, you should be able to see their true and false clearly." Well. Pain's eyes moved slightly. What do you know? I do know some things, but the result is too ridiculous. The only one who is qualified to join forces with Madame Madara is that one. The ghost shark said with a strange expression on his face. Pain snorted coldly. So it is, it seems that you have already guessed it. Yes, they are the two of them back then, and now they are all under my command. As expected of the leader, to be able to get the assistance of these two. The ghost shark looked in admiration and let out a deep admiration. Perhaps, only immortal eyes can convince those two existences. After all, the leader is the leader, and he is strong. Just thinking about it, the ghost shark is a little excited. In Shao's organization, he can probably find the true meaning of life. Leaf Village. After a while of wrangling, the Korean mission finally signed a peace agreement with Konoha, ending the war of the past 4 years. Terumi Mei walked out of the Hokage building and glanced at the bustling street. Even after 4 years of bloody battles, Konoha was at least in a difficult situation of 1-on-3 at the same time, with heavy casualties. But even so, this village is still prosperous compared to other villages. Is this the background of the first ninja village? Terumi Mei was a little envious and walked down the street. A team of Konoha Anbu had already followed, protecting and monitoring, but Terumi Mei didn't care. Huh. Terumi Mei paused, staring at a figure that was approaching. This clan emblem, could this guy be? Terumi Mei remained calm. Just passing by, at that moment, Terumi Mei shuddered violently. In the vagueness, a terrible pressure came suddenly, brewing a cold feeling that wiped out everything. Misty's guy, if he shows this kind of gaze at Konoha at will, he will be beaten to death. Zanyi stopped and said lightly. Terumi Mei's eyes flowed. Then will you kill me, when the peace agreement was just signed? It's not easy to kill in the village, but not necessarily when you leave the village. With people like you, I can kill them easily, and I guarantee that no one will know that I did it. Zanyi said something softly, turned around, took a deep look at Terumi Mei, and passed by. Terumi Mei stood there, motionless. Stiff all over. At that moment just now, she really felt that this guy would ignore her and do something to her. What are you doing standing here? I've tried it just now, but I still can't get the other 4 knives back. It's very strange. Maybe the 4 knives have been sealed. Looked at Terumi Mei in surprise. Manu, let's go quickly, let's go now, and if we delay it, I feel that Konoha will go back on it. If you regret it, you will regret it. Anyway, such a thing as a peace agreement is a piece of waste paper. When the strength of the village is almost restored, a new war will break out. I didn't say that. Under the inexplicable gaze of the ghost lamp full moon, Terumi Mei took the members of the mission and left Konoha village in a hurry, and changed the route at any time many times, escaping the country of fire. Shweni Shiranui. This guy is simply incomprehensible. When Terumi Mei thought about it, she felt a headache when she had to face such a guy in the future. No young man is willing to confront Shweni Shiranui. But in fact, Konoha is no longer in the mood to pay attention to them. Because there are more important things, it has attracted all the attention of the senior executives of Konoha. That is, the selection of the fourth Hokage. All the elite ninjas in the village, the patriarchs of the big clan, and the real power figures in various departments came to the Hokage building one after another. The daimyo of the country of fire also came to Konoha village and presided over the election of Hokage as usual. So, has the third Hokage really decided to abdicate? Daimyo opened his fan. 3 generations of Hokage smiled cheerfully. The old man is also old, and it is inevitable that he is not able to do his best. It is time for young people to come to power. In that case, let's get started. Daimyo gestured to the guard beside him. The old man recommends Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage. Danzang said coldly. 3 generations of Hokage paused. The old man recommends Minato Nikas. As soon as the two opened their mouths, the others closed their mouths tightly. Fuyu sat in the very front position, and out of the corner of the eye glanced at Zanyi, who was sitting opposite. Sure enough, it's still here, the battle between the 3-generation faction and the Danzang faction. It's no secret that Orochimaru is a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage and is very close to Danzo. These two are excellent and powerful ninjas. One is the disciple of the 3rd generation, and the other is the grandson of the 3rd generation. This is interesting. Daimyo closed the fan with a snap, and the guard beside him announced the start of the voting session. Numerous ninjas have started voting. And the final result was not unexpected. Namikaze Minato was finally determined to be the 4th Hokage, and his votes surpassed that of Orochimaru, plus 3 Hokage himself endorsed. The results were not in suspense. Orochimaru accepted this result indifferently, but Danzo was so angry that he couldn't do anything about it. At this time, the daimyo patted his head, as if he had just remembered. Oh, yes, I also remembered one thing. In view of the constant friction in the ninja world, I think it is necessary to form a team of daimyo's exclusive guards. Team, how about the 12 guardians? I'd love to pick some good young ninjas from Konoha to join. Chapter 122-mini poll. 12 guardians. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes narrowed. Daimyo is openly asking Konoha for someone, and also naming a young ninja. Subconsciously, many people looked directly at Zanyi, who had always remained silent during normal meetings. In fact, it is normal for Zanyi to be silent. Minato Namikaze said mildly, then, I don't know how the daimyo plans to select these 12 guards. As long as it is a young person with potential, it is fine. Young people are full of vigor and vitality. With such a person to protect me, I feel that I have become younger. Daimyo laughed and increased the frequency of fanning. Numerous ninjas watched indifferently. Daimyo continued, I heard that there have been many young talents emerging in Konoha village recently. I hope that 1 or 2 will come to me as guardians. The best one is called Shiranui Shweni. The crowd looked strange. Good guy, I just came up to Konoha's strongest new generation, and the name is really welcome. 3 generations of Hokage didn't look at all. So, Shweni, what do you think? Oh, is that young man actually in this meeting? Oops, I didn't notice at all. Daming said, but looked directly at the youngest Zanyi. Zanyi got up and smiled. Your Excellency, the 12 guardians, as far as I know, it doesn't make any sense at all. I can destroy 120 soldiers by myself. Oh, so you agreed. Daming's face brightened. No, what I want to say is that this position is not worthy of me at all. As expected, I can still play a greater role in Konoha and contribute to the country of fire. Zanyi shook his head. Danzo simply closed his eyes, as if he was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of shit. Daimyo's face stiffened. That's a pity, I heard there is another one named Uchiha Kazu. Fuyu was about to speak. Zanyi continued. Ikie's strength is enough to destroy 100 soldiers, and this position is not worthy of her. It is said that there are also Kakashi and Matekai. Neither are these two. There is no problem with getting a 50-seat rank. Zanyi replied. On this point, we still need to ask their own opinions. No need to ask, my current attitude is their attitude. Quote. The daimyo was short of breath, and no matter how well trained he was, his anger was surging at this moment. My 12 guardians, are they so unbearable in your eyes? Today's young people are so arrogant. Damn, he seems to have arrogant capital. Danzo, do you teach your disciples like this on weekdays? The daimyo looked at Danzo. Danzo's eyes opened a little. The old man doesn't care about him, and I don't know why it has become like this. This unsatisfactory thing is so rude, please don't take it to heart, Your Excellency. Quote. The big name jumped wildly, and immediately announced the end of the meeting. The plan of poaching Konoha Cenozoic has been put on hold for the time being, but he will not give up. After the meeting, Zanyi followed Tuanzang and walked out of the conference room. You didn't have a good attitude towards the daimyo just now. After all, the other party is the one who nominally controls the country of fire. Danzo's voice could not be heard of joy or anger. Zanyi smiled and said, but the other party directly reached out to the younger generation of Konoha, which is very bad. Teacher, why didn't he invite adult famous ninjas to join the Guardians? Essentially, he thinks that young people are easy to brainwash. Danzo nodded slightly. At Orochimaru, you need to hurry up and make this old man's arm as soon as possible. As long as it is successful, this old man will be sure to produce enough shakers. In addition, it seems that your generation is the most proficient. A group of talented people, all surrounded by you. Quote. Zanyi stood where he was, looking at Danzo's distant figure. Sure enough, Danzo teacher is also very worried that Orochimaru failed to win the position of the 4th Hokage, which will stimulate him to speed up the pace of perfecting human experiments. Zanyi estimated the time, just the past few months. Kushina is still not sure if she is pregnant, but even if she is not pregnant, it is only a year away from Naruto's birth at most. Orochimaru defected before the Nine Tails Rebellion. It seems that I have to speed up my plan. Zanyi laughed softly. In his heart, a sense of urgency inevitably rose. In his conception, in the past few months, he has to do a lot of things, especially one of them, which also involves the reincarnation of Indra and Asura's chakra. I am really looking forward to it. The secret corner of this world will finally be revealed by my own hands. Zanyi smiled lowly and returned home. Soon after, the news of Minato Namikaze succeeding as the 4th Hokage spread throughout the village, and the sunshine and gentle Minato Namikaze undoubtedly captured the hearts of the villagers. The remarks that were very resentful to the 3 generations of Hokage disappeared overnight. As another candidate for the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru began to live a more secluded life, and no one knew what he was doing. That night, Zanyi is preparing dinner for the 2 little dogs. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hey, 4th Hokage-sama. Yamato opened the door and stammered. Are you Yamato? When we first met, I came to find Schwenny. Minato Namikaze said gently. Behind Minato, Yunuji slightly pushed her sunglasses. Was it ignored again, but he was used to it. Zanyi had just prepared a bowl of broth and put it on the table, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Lord Hokage, and Teacher Jue, why are you here? If you have any tasks, just send Anbu to inform me. Zanyi welcomed Minato into the door. Ah, it's not a mission, just a visit to find out something. Minato took Jue into the house, smelling the fragrance of the rice in the house, and showing a gratified smile. A person who can be so patient with the 2 little animals will never have a problem. At the invitation of Zanyi, the 2 simply sat down at the dinner table. There are not enough dishes, but it doesn't matter, only 2 small ones are enough to eat, and the 3 of them naturally want to talk about things. Congratulations to the senior for becoming the 4th Hokage, you must be busy with your work, right? Zanyi smiled. Ah, it's actually not too busy. The 3 generations of Hokage will help with many things. The water gate is hitting haha. Quote. Jiwei remained silent, but stared at the dish in front of him, hesitating to speak. Does Teacher Jiwei have any guidance? Zanyi's eyes moved slightly. Minato also stared at Jiwei. Jiwei pushed on his sunglasses. His face was extremely serious, as if the next thing he was going to talk about was extremely involved. Even Zanyi's face became serious. Jiwei stared at the dish and said word by word. The bamboo fell into the soup, turned into bamboo shoots, and was eaten. Quote. I don't feel it at all. Recently, I feel that I have less and less sense of existence, so I plan to tell jokes at the right occasion to solve this problem. It seems that it is still not feasible. Jiwei picked up the chopsticks and picked up the dishes with a gloomy expression. Quote. Ha ha ha, a very funny joke. Really, it's really surprising that someone like Teacher Jiwei can tell such a joke. Quote. A burst of embarrassed laughter sounded, and immediately fell into a dead silence. Minato stiffly changed the subject. Actually, I am more worried about the state of Senior Orochimaru. Even the 3 generations of Hokage are worried, and I don't see him at all on weekdays, so I plan to ask you about the situation. He looked at Zanyi solemnly. Shiranui Shueni can be said to be the leader of the younger generation, especially in the previous meeting, when he directly made decisions for Kazuki and Kakashi and others. Some clues could be seen. Minato attaches great importance to Zanyi, and he feels that as long as he catches Zanyi, a younger generation whose strength and prestige are extremely amazing, many problems in the future will no longer be a problem. Senior Orochimaru. Although I respect him very much, I don't have much contact with him. I think there should be no problem with him. Zanyi frowned in thought. Really, even you don't know? Minato sighed. Orochimaru is very close to Danzang, and Shueni is a disciple of Danzang, so theoretically he should know something. Therefore, Minato also deliberately brought Shiwei to the door, not only as the new Hokage to win over the future, but also trying to find a way to get some information. Unfortunately, Jiwei was almost invisible the whole time. Finished meal. There is one more thing. I plan to form the Hokage Guard, and I will teach them the technique of Flying Thunder God. I am very optimistic about Shiranui Genma. I hope he can join. Minato said gently. Huh, that's really great, Hokage-sama. Please feel free to whip Schwanma so that he can grow. The two got up and left. Zanyi looked at the backs of the two of them, pondered for a moment, and chuckled lightly. Really, are you in such a hurry? It seems that Orochimaru has gone too far, which makes the village very worried. That night, Zanyi did nothing. Normal rest. Even in the next few days, he behaved extremely normal. No matter how you look at it, he is a new generation of diligent and motivated. Let all those who try to find useful information have no choice but to assume that Zanyi really doesn't know about Orochimaru. But in fact, when Shueni reappeared in the Orochimaru laboratory, no one could notice. I haven't seen you for many days. It seems that the Hokage series has not relaxed the monitoring of you. Orochimaru is still focusing on the experiment in his hand. It's just that the voice and the breath emanating from his body became more and more gloomy. It's not about monitoring, and no one can monitor me. It's just a deduction through the details. I won't give them a chance. Zanyi walked into the laboratory, put on gloves, and carried out his own experiments. In these days, he got a lot of good things from Orochimaru, and he became more and more clear about the vision in his mind. Soon, that thing will be manufactured. Mini Pull. You can tell from the name. This is a miniature Godzilla, more than 1 meter tall and weighing 400 or 500 pounds. Of course it wasn't the mini Ra from the previous life, the little Godzilla who didn't have any hostility to humans, and was essentially a kindred of the animal Godzilla. And the one that Shueni is going to make is to create a mini-La based on the plant of Planet Godzilla. Zanyi-jun, I don't even understand the experiments you've done recently. Would you mind sharing them? Orochimaru suddenly turned around and looked at him greedily. Zanyi didn't lift his head. Compared to this, Orochimaru is really mysterious. I can't understand many experiments at all. It's not the type that Danzo teacher asked for. HMPH, it looks like you found out, but didn't tell Danzo. You are really cunning. The only difference between each other is that Danzo-sensei knows I'm cunning, but I haven't found any direct evidence of your cunning. The two of them were pregnant with each other, and they were busy with their own affairs without smiling. Orochimaru's gaze towards Zanyi became more and more dangerous. Soon. His undead reincarnation technique, under the madness of this period, is about to be perfected, the secret technique of swallowing souls, occupying the body, and controlling the DNA genes of the body will soon be completed. Zanyi-jun, sometimes I suddenly think that the days of working with you are really pleasant. Orochimaru licked his lips. Unfortunately, there will be no such opportunity in the future. Just wait a little longer, just give him a little more time, the perfect body owned by Huoshweni belongs to him. The arm that Danzo asked for can already be manufactured, but it needs a sufficient number of 3-hooked jade writing wheels to maintain the balance. Orochimaru revealed the news. Zanyi didn't lift his head, so, I need more living people to experiment, and the number provided by the root is far from enough. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Zanyi stopped the movements in his hands. Restrain your desire, senior, if you attack the ninjas in the village, you will be discovered soon, and then I will abandon you without hesitation. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. I even guessed this, Zanyi-jun, you guy. Zanyi has no interest in paying attention to Orochimaru. He has almost mastered the related technology of making mini pulls, and now he doesn't need Orochimaru. The use value of this poisonous snake is getting lower and lower for him. Soon after, the group came. He brought 5 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes, which he collected secretly in the past. After 4 years of tragic war, whether they were taken from the battlefield or dug from the graves of the Uchiha clan, they could be collected. Using intercolumnar cells and shackles to achieve a balance is the best way to not only have a strong enough body, but also to master the shackles. In front of Danzo, Orochimaru began to use the secret technique in his hands to cultivate his arms with intercolumnar cells. At the same time, he began to implant the 3-go jade writing wheel eye into this arm. 5 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes are still not enough. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. It's simply not an order of magnitude. If it's a kaleidoscope, 2 eyes must be enough. Orochimaru suddenly gave a low smile. Senior, if you like Yiwi's pair of kaleidoscopes, just dig it up. Zanyi also smiled. Danzang's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he took out 5 3-goose jade writing wheel eyes again. Sango Jade's writing wheel eyes are rare, and even fewer can be obtained by him, which almost exhausts his entire inventory. If it is not enough, we can only find an opportunity to assassinate the ready-made members of the Uchiha family. Another 5 writing wheel eyes were inlaid, and this pale arm was stuffed with 10 eyeballs, and after these eyeballs came into contact with the arm, they were blessed with vitality, came alive, and looked around. Totally weird. Successful, there is no sign of collapse. Orochimaru's eyes were extremely dangerous, so, are you going to start the transplant now? Destroy your old arm and put this arm on. Chapter 123-9 Faced Tsupohei Pillar Room. Danzo underwent surgery. Just took off the old arm and replaced it with this brand new arm. After more than 10 hours of surgery. Okay, as long as you cultivate for a while, you'll be fine. Orochimaru looked at the arm with the gaze of admiring the artwork. In this way, the old man can also have Mudden Shueiji and Shiranyan Shueiji. Danzo felt the powerful chakra in the right arm, and he immediately showed a satisfied look. He clearly felt that his body was getting younger, and with the blessing of the powerful vitality brought by the intercolumnar cells, the body that should have been gradually aging was becoming stronger. Even the eyes have changed slightly. It's hard to imagine how powerful the original Hokage and Madara Uchiha were. Danzo looked at his right hand fascinated. The 10 writing wheel eyes on the top were spinning and looking around. The experiment you want has been completed, mine is not yet. Danzo, you won't let me lack a living body, right? Orochimaru said hoarsely. Danzo frowned. It's natural, but you have to think about it. Now that the war is over, the third and fourth generations are gradually taking power, and the ninjas of the roots have been greatly restricted, and can no longer bring yuan as they did in the past. Constantly living people give you experiments. Just do your best. Anyway, what I cherished in the past, I don't care anymore. Orochimaru smiled lowly. Danzo pondered silently for a while, and had roughly guessed what Orochimaru meant, and immediately snorted, turned and left. Zanyi gestured to Orochimaru and followed behind Tuanzang. That fellow Orochimaru has plans to defect. Be careful, it's best not to come to this laboratory. Danzo warned. After installing this arm, the tone of his speech changed slightly. Now, the only thing left to do is to master the forbidden art of Izanagi. With 10 shakers in hand, Izanagi can be activated 10 times in a row. In comparison, Kazu's kaleidoscope shakers, which can repeatedly activate Izanagi, are not that big for Danzo. Attractive. Understood, Danzo-sensei. I have always been careful when working with such a dangerous person. Zanyi smiled. After the group has left, Zanyi went to Yue for the first time, and got a lot of experimental equipment from the cat family. Meow, 200 million tales of sincerity. The ninja cat stretched out a paw. 200 million is quite expensive. Zanyi shook his head, took out the seal scroll, and channeled out several large boxes. Zanyi-san is actually so rich. He clearly owned a lot of land before. Yue was taken aback. Ah, it's not my money anyway, it's from the strong wind. This money, still pretending to be Kodo, came from the bounty of the Fire Kingdom. I heard that Jiaodu is now in the land of the land. One day when he is short of money, he will go to the land of the land to steal Jiaodu's business and gather a handful of wool. By the way, you should be careful during this time, and be careful to be attacked by a poisonous snake. Ninja jumped onto the box, and after it disappeared into smoke with a bang, Zanyi reminded him. Don't worry, my pupil technique allows me to ignore all forms of assassination, although the loss of pupil strength and chakra is serious. Kazuki covered his mouth and chuckled. Zanyi shook his head. No, there is another form of soul attack. It is still uncertain whether you can use Izanagi to correct it perfectly after your soul has been swallowed, but there is no need to take risks. Devour. Soul. Kazuki showed a surprised look, thinking about it, the attack on the soul. Xuanyi glanced at Yue, and according to his speculation, even if the soul is really erased, it can be corrected with Izanagi, because chakra can interfere with all the rules of this world. However, there is no need to actually do this level of experimentation. Soon Xuanyi secretly left Konoha village and came to the underground laboratory he hastily opened up before. Start stacking a lot of experimental equipment. The manufacture of Minila will also start from now on. If the Minila can be made successfully, I have a greater certainty. Whether it is assimilating native creatures, or... Zanyi's eyebrows drooped slightly. The nine-faced Su-Pohei technique can finally come in handy. The manufacture of 9 man-made psychic beasts is just right for this. Zanyi began to fiddle with the instruments. Then, Zanyi's consciousness sank and appeared in the different dimension within his body. At this time, he can already stand at a position of 40 meters. It's not impossible at this distance. Zanyi raised his hand, and the next moment, he activated Godzilla mode, dragged part of Godzilla's body, and obtained the body cells of planet Godzilla. G cells. Plant Godzilla's G cells, of course, need not say much about their particularity. Based on this, combined with local creatures, make. Zanyi kept deliberating. In the previous life, on the Earth where the planet Godzilla was located, all animals and plants spontaneously evolved around the planet Godzilla. Not to mention the plants, those strange animals look a lot like ugly worm-like creatures. The transformation and assimilation ability of planet Godzilla is beyond imagination and terrifying. ZZZ. Xuanyi began to proliferate these G cells, waiting patiently for these cells to grow. The nine-faced Tsupohei technique, known as the strongest psychic technique, summons 9 powerful psychic beasts to fight. The Whirlpool Face Hemp in the limited edition, the 9 foxes that use this technique to psychic out, are suspected to be psychic beasts made of 9-tailed chakras. Xuanyi looked at the rapidly proliferating G cells. After pondering for a while, he began to add private goods to the G cells. This first psychic beast, Xuanyi directly put a little cell between the columns. Since it is purely used as a tool psychic beast, there is no need to follow the rules and add a little localized gene, and there may be unexpected gains. Xuanyi split out several clones and debugged them. Among the 20 vessels, they were marked with a label, and a fusion attempt was being carried out at the same time. This process is the hardest, with 17 of the instruments failing one after the other. The conflict between the 2 gene systems is very dangerous. In the last 3 experimental containers, unusual changes occurred. The intercolumnar cells, after the initial struggle, were phagocytosed and assimilated by G cells. There are results so soon, and there are 3 experimental results that are positive. Xuanyi showed a surprised figure. He had already prepared for a protracted tug of war, but he did not expect the results so soon. G cells that have mastered the new gene segment should experience some completely new changes. Another few hours passed. Xuanyi carefully observed and recorded the entire process of the last 3 experiments. Number 7, the phagocytosis was successful, but the G cells did not change. Number 11, we can't see the result for the time being, but no result is the best result. Number 15, there is no change. It seems that the difficulty is still too great. After waiting for a long time, in container number 11, Xuanyi finally got what he wanted. G cells that phagocytose the intercolumnar cells mastered completely new gene fragments. Using such G cells as a template, Xuanyi officially started the artificial proliferation process. Crazy input chakra. This is nothing to be ashamed of. The psychic beast he needs now is a weapon, not a Godzilla body in the true sense. The brand new G cell, which successfully reacted with chakra, began to replicate and divide frantically, as if it were another version of the intercolumnar cell. Soon, the cell turned into a cell mass, and the cell mass turned into a huge gray mass, and it continued to expand. The body shape has also changed in the process, gradually becoming a Godzilla the size of an ordinary person. Weird skin, Godzilla-like but specious appearance, less sharp claws, and a shorter tail. However, this mini-pull only has instinct and no wisdom of its own. This thing is somewhat similar to the clone column that Obito showed before the outbreak of the Fourth World War. The cloned body without self-awareness that was cloned from the intercolumn cells was later merged into the body of reincarnation of the dirty soil and was specially made for the dirty soil spots. Now, the gray and weird Minila in front of me is a little bit more interesting. That is to say, the instinct is stronger than that of the intercolumn clone, which is barely enough. There is no wisdom but instinct, and this kind of wisdom is like a low-level creature. Xuanyi raised his hand and put it on the Minila in front of him. 9-faced Tsupohei's complex imprints, as well as various spells, kept hitting this Hashima Minira. Xuanyi even picked up the special mask that had been prepared earlier, and the word blue was engraved on the mask. He directly held the mask of blue and pressed it into Minila's face, fitting with the flesh and blood. Until this moment, this special psychic beast has not been completed. As long as you activate the 9 faces Tsupohei, you can successfully control the pillar in front of you. If you cultivate it well, maybe this guy can awaken the immortal human body and Mu done. Now, try it first. Xuanyi formed a seal and launched the 9-faced Tsupohei technique. In the next moment, he has mastered the control of the mini-pull between the columns and can drive the mini-pull into action. The almost terrifying vitality is the characteristic of this artificial mini-pull. Vaguely, this psychic beast has even greater potential to be tapped. Although it is still a little obscure to control now, it is only a matter of time before it successfully launches the wooden escape. It will be very interesting to think that there will be 9 mini-pulls in the future, and they will still be in charge of 9 different top-level mini-pulls. Swish. Zanyi directly activated the Godzilla wooden escape, created a huge coffin, and pulled the miniature into it. On the coffin board, there is even a big, green, character engraved on it. Chapter 124-Admission. Ninja School, a new batch of students are entering. The door is already crowded with people, and children are often seen making noises. When Zanyi came to the ninja school with Do and Yamato, there was a commotion. Hey, that person, isn't that? That's right, Lord Shiranui Shueni. Here, I heard that he recruited 2 disciples before. Is it possible to send them to school? Many people's eyes moved slightly, looking at the complexion with a calm and profound expression. Naturally, Do and Yamato have also received a lot of scrutiny. Of course, everyone knows how strong Zanyi is, and that is the level at which he can entangle with the tailed beast. In theory, the disciples he recruited would not be mediocre, but according to the information they received, these 2 children were refugees. Many people looked at Tu and Yamato with strange expressions, and couldn't see any traits at all. On the contrary, it was the son of the Uchiha Patriarch, a child named Itachi, who showed a psychological quality far beyond ordinary people, and calmly faced these many eyes. Did Zanyijun bring 2 juniors to school? I really look forward to the performance of these 2 children in the future. Fuyu came over with Itachi, looked at Tu and Yamato, and thoughtfully. I can't see anything yet, but soon I will know what the quality of these 2 little guys are. Lord Shueni, long time no see. Itachi walked over and bowed deeply. Itachi, you've grown taller. When you go to school, you should get close to Tu and Yamato, and if you can, help them. Zanyi nodded and looked at Itachi in admiration. Calm, steady, not like a 5 or 6-year-old kid at all. Soon, the doors of the ninja school opened, and a large number of new students entered. In this crowd, Tu's performance is not conspicuous, but Yamato is a little more obvious. It is because he is 8 years old, and he is taller than his peers. Heterogeneous people will naturally be targeted, but with Yamato's aptitude, facing these children is not a problem. In fact, it is. Do and Yamato, because of Zanyi's relationship, will be talked about a few times by other parents, so they will be noticed by their children. Around Tu and Yamato, various challenges will be staged. Bang bang bang. When the class was over, several figures flew out backwards. Damn, what's the matter with this guy, such a powerful physique? We are not opponents at all. What, how can the children of refugees be so strong? Many children were beaten by Kao and Yamato. If the 2 of them hadn't played hard, soon, there would be many guys with bruises in the whole school. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in fighting you guys, it's too childish. If I have the time, I'd rather learn more ninjutsu. Yamato stood on the spot, being watched by so many people. He was nervous to death, but he still tried his best to put on a paralyzed face. Sure enough, the gloomy face of this reign of terror frightened a large number of people. After someone was beaten to the ground, they looked up and saw this expression, and cried on the spot. It seems that you don't need me enough to face these guys. Itachi looked at the scene in front of him, his white eyes revealing surprise and fighting spirit. These 2 people are so strong. As expected of being taught by Senior Shueni. With a more gentle temperament, he put down the book in his hand and said with a smile, this is also impossible. Because of the relationship with the elders, we will naturally receive a lot of attention, but this is not a bad thing. Itachi nodded. He felt that he was close to Do's personality, but he could get along better. Glancing at his pocket, there were books filled with various labels. Medical ninjutsu, have you started learning medical knowledge now? Itachi was startled again. Do loves to learn, he knows that. In fact, this is normal. Because Shiranui Shueni, apart from his strength, is most commendable for his unrivaled theoretical grades. Xuanyi's actions in the ninja school have long been dug up, and studying with books every day was Xuanyi's daily routine when he was in school. His disciples are also holding books, which makes perfect sense. Learning medical ninjutsu in first grade. Pushing his glasses. Nissan said that my talent lies in chakra control and self-healing ability, so I was encouraged to focus on medical ninjutsu. That's right, in terms of medical ninjutsu. If you learn it well, you can help Senior Xuanyi. Itachi nodded suddenly. The importance of medical ninjas is self-evident, and can greatly improve the survival rate and endurance of the squad. But Tu shook his head. Helplessness appeared on his immature face. Anyone can use my medical ninjutsu, but it is absolutely impossible for Nissan, because his body's self-healing ability surpasses most medical treatments. Ninjutsu. ... Itachi looked stunned. Is that so? Relying on the body to heal itself, can it crush medical ninjutsu? The mature-minded he did not question, but kept this information in his heart. Even if he didn't believe it, he thought it was outrageous and didn't ask. That night, Itachi returned home and told Fuyu directly about it. Well, the self-healing ability should be true. Fuyu touched his chin and thought for a moment. Father, does such a terrifying physique really exist? But it's all about self-healing ability that surpasses medical ninjutsu. Itachi still didn't believe it. Itachi, your knowledge is still too little right now. For him, whether it's a kunai or a shuriken, he doesn't need to dodge this kind of thing at all, not only because of its strong self-healing ability, but because these things even can't penetrate his skin. Fuyu thought. The picture that popped up in his mind was exactly the scene where Zanyi activated Godzilla mode. In this mode, if you can be hurt by something like kunai, that's a ghost. But Itachi didn't know, he was just shocked. Senior Xuanyi, known as the strongest new generation in recent years, even Senior Kazu who awakened the kaleidoscope shaker is no match for him. No wonder Zishui admired him so much, and every time we met, he repeatedly told the greatness of Senior Xuanyi. Really great. Itachi's eyes shone brightly. In Fuyu's heart, he was stunned and shouted badly. Could it be that after Kazu and Shishui, Itachi will also be drawn over by that guy? Itachi, you have to remember that the power of others is someone else's power after all, not your own. Yue is the goal of your efforts, and his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have opened up a road that has been dusty for decades. Fuyu said seriously. Itachi nodded respectfully and resigned. A few days later, the training ground. Shisui and Itachi are practicing against each other, and the two figures are staggered, showing amazing speed and strength. Itachi told Shisui about this. The words of the patriarch are not unreasonable, but the problem is. Senior Yue is not the opponent of Senior Xuanyi. Even if he holds the legendary power of the kaleidoscope shaker, he is still under Senior Xuanyi. This shows that the power of our family is not invincible. The two sat by the river. Zishui stared at the flowing river with light in his eyes. Itachi, do you know why I admire Senior Xuanyi so much? He not only has the absolute power to suppress our family, but also has the wisdom as deep as the sea, and has the ability to guide us forward. Direction. Our family is ancient but arrogant, gradually blinded by arrogance, and constantly separated from the village and other big families. If there is no Senior Xuanyi, I really don't know how bad our family will go in the future. As long as Senior Xuanyi is still there, our clan will be restricted. Even Senior Yue, who has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, can't get rid of this shackle. As Shishui spoke, the light in his eyes became more and more intense. Whenever he recalled the conversation with Senior Xuanyi, he always felt that Senior Xuanyi was really amazing. He was impeccable in his strength and character. He liked to use heuristic teaching, throw out a point of view, and guide others to think for themselves. Come to a conclusion. This kind of noble virtue of wisdom is admirable. ... Itachi blinked, watching Shishui fall into that deeply intoxicated state again. Shishui seems to have been in such a strange state recently, and I don't know what the senior told him. It must be something he can't understand now. At this time, someone was being talked about by Shisui and Itachi. He is teaching Tu and Yamato to practice. Do, your main attack direction is medical ninjutsu, but remember, medical ninjutsu is not only medical ninjutsu, but also a killing technique. You can't give up your practice in other directions. Yawa, your wooden ninjutsu must not be left behind, and it must be kept strictly confidential. You can only practice wooden ninjutsu at home. When you are outside, you must not use it without my permission. Zanyi first separated into multiple clones, and applied a large number of sealing techniques around the large courtyard to cut off outside prying eyes. Then, patiently instructed the practice of the two of them. He had high hopes for the two of them. After the practice, he even brought Yamato into the humble laboratory, and began to transplant him a little bit of intercolumnar cells, strengthening the Mudden gene in his body. It is best to achieve the kind of strength that Ah-Fei has shown by controlling him earlier. I think it's smoother when I activate the wooden escape. Yamato tried repeatedly, muttering in a low voice. It's good if it works. Your future lies in the wood ninjutsu. The wood ninjutsu left over from the first Hokage is enough for you to practice for a lifetime. Zanyi smiled. In the original work, despite the influence of A-Fei, the strongest ninjutsu that Yamato has launched in his life is just the arrival of the tree world. The techniques of forcibly suppressing tailed beasts, such as the technique of the wooden dragon and the technique of the wooden man, cannot be activated at all. Zanyi also didn't expect Yamato to be able to play thousands of hands when he became an adult. This technique is too powerful. Time flies. The aptitude displayed by Kabuto and Yamato caused a shock in the ninja school. Together with Uchiha Itachi, they are called the strongest three in this session. Although some people clearly know that the actual age of Tu and Yamato is older, but these two still show the aptitude to crush the second and third grade students, whether it is theoretical or practical courses, even more than the fifth and sixth grade students. The speed of learning and the speed of adaptation, the characteristics of these two people, are beyond imagination. In particular, Tu is not as good as Yamato and Itachi in terms of hard power, but the thinking and cognitive abilities he has shown make people no doubt that if he is trained as a spy, he will definitely be the top group in the ninja world in the future. Of course, no one would be crazy enough to make Do a spy, he would be beaten to death by Zanyi. Really, Tu, Yamato and Itachi, they are really excellent juniors. In the office, Shidai Hokage looked at the information of the three people with admiration. Needless to say, Itachi was born in the Uchiha clan, the son of the patriarch. Tu and Yamato are surprising and surprising. No one would have thought that the two children adopted by Zanyi had such a powerful talent. Really, does Zanyi have an unknown talent in seeing people? Watergate complimented. The super genius after Zanyi was Ji Shui, and after Ji Shui, these three people. All are excellent young people. Minato valued it very much, because he was a very young Hokage. If nothing else, in a few years, these young people would become his right-hand man and support the village. After watching for a while, Minato put the information of the three people aside. Is there still no news from Orochimaru? An Anbu ninja appeared and knelt down on one knee. We still haven't been able to find any clues, but it's a fact that there are ninjas in the village mysteriously missing. Understood, tell the news to the third generation as well, and step back. Watergate was lost in thought. The ninja disappeared, either by being kidnapped or assassinated by the enemy, or by someone inside the village. In the village, there are only a few people who are no longer under the supervision of the Hokage family, the Danzo family and the reclusive Orochimaru. We can only continue to monitor closely. I hope the situation that I am most worried about won't happen. Minato sighed, got up, and walked out of the office. He is going to teach Xuanjian and others. It is best to let them learn the superficial flying thunder god technique. He is not worried about the other few people. They are the Hokage guards who entered after selection. Only Xuanjian was recruited by Minato to win over Xueni. It is hard to say whether he has a talent for space. The entire Konoha seemed to be caught in some kind of weird atmosphere. This is something that civilians cannot understand, but the high-level people can clearly perceive the surging undercurrent. Orochimaru has already accelerated the speed of advancing human experiments, and the living body provided by the root is not enough. He even took a risk, and did not hesitate to take action himself to secretly kidnap the ninjas in the village. This man has long stopped caring about Konoha. The third and fourth generations noticed it, and Danzo must have noticed it too. However, everyone was not sure that Orochimaru did it, and everyone fell into a temporary silence. In the background that the war in the ninja world has not been completely over, this kind of thing happened in the village, and no one wants to see it. In a dark laboratory. Successful, it is about to succeed, the technique of reincarnation without corpse. Orochimaru looked obsessed and crazy. He is about to have the ability to transfer souls and seize a young and healthy body. Compared with immortality, everything else is not important. After I succeed, I will seize Zanyi and Kazu's bodies as soon as possible, and then escape from this corrupt village that makes me sick. Orochimaru's eyes were sharp. He has already made a complete plan, and he is only waiting for the development of the technique of immortality to be completed. Orochimaru has absolute confidence in swallowing souls, and this technique is difficult to defend against. The only problem that needs to be solved at the moment is how to deal with the mysterious companion beast in Xuanyi's body. When he devoured Zanyi's soul, would this mysterious monster take action? Will it stop, or just stand by? This is the only variable. A companion beast, no matter how powerful it is, it can't be stronger than a tailed beast, so just prepare the sealing technique in advance. Orochimaru sneered. As long as he could restrain the companion beast for a moment, he would have absolute certainty to devour Zanyi's soul and occupy Zanyi's body. Perfectly inherits everything from Xuanyi. Besides, even if he is interfered, the reincarnation will fail in the end. It is also possible to take Yui's body, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is also very attractive to him. No matter what you do, it's full of bright future. The time has come to September. Autumn is here. Uchiha Makoto is pregnant. The chakra reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. Zanyi was thoughtful. Indra chakra will be reincarnated in the blood of the Uchiha family. The Asuras of this generation cannot be reincarnated into the Chinsho clan, so they can only take the next step and reincarnate into the Vortex clan. Xuanyi also speculated about the reincarnation of chakra, especially after confirming the inferences of the DNA Foundation and the chakra building, he was more confident. Chakra, which itself carries the information of DNA, is the product of the combination of body and spirit. According to Zanyi's speculation, the so-called chakra reincarnation is, to put it bluntly, the projection of DNA information and put it on the chakra. These chakras then select an individual to fuse, and re-implant this information projection into the individual's DNA to modify and correct. Therefore, Asuras have been fraternity and cheerfulness from generation to generation, and naturally many people can follow them spontaneously. Chakra modifies the character and will of each generation of incarnations. Naruto World, the fundamental nature and super strong variability of DNA is no longer a secret in Zanyi's vision. Then, if the bloodline is used as the coordinate for the reincarnation of chakra. Zanyi pondered, his eyes became extremely deep. Naruto and Sasuke, the two destined saviors. However, this so-called destiny is chakra's own choice, or Chapter-125-Reincarnation Chakra Replacement Program. Hey, Makoto, I heard about you, and there will be another baby soon. This might be a little guy who is even more talented than Itachi. In the food street, Kushina greets her best friend. They can only meet here, go shopping, share joys and sorrows together. It is strictly forbidden for Kushina to enter the Uchiha clan and visit them. I don't care if he's a genius or not, and it's hard to be more powerful than Itachi. I just hope he can be safe. Makoto just stroked her slightly bulging belly. But she didn't notice it. Kushina stared at her belly, also showing anxiety and joy. Because she seems to be pregnant too. The fact that Uchiha Makoto was pregnant again did not cause much disturbance. In fact, most people will pay attention, but no one will care too much. This is essentially just that the Uchiha patriarch wants to have another offspring. There are so many large and small families in Konoha village, and new babies are often born. However, if Uchiha Makoto's best friend is pregnant, it will be a big event. Just because Makoto's best friend is named Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina also has another identity, the nine-tailed man Zuli. Even in the most intense period of the three wars, Konoha did not send Kushina to the battlefield, but kept him in the village and closely monitored him. But when Kushina was pregnant, everything was different. The entire Konoha senior level was alarmed, and most of their attention was focused on this. Really, you are going to be a father, congratulations, Minato. The 3 generations of Hokage, who were nominally retired, found Minato and sighed with emotion. Ah, 3 generations of adults. Minato got up, poured a cup of tea with his own hands, and handed it to Sandai. The 2 Hokage before and after sat down to talk. Sandai laughed and said, "This is no small matter, Minato, every newborn is a treasure, a symbol of hope and the future. Your child is also a descendant of Hokage. Of course, the old man should pay more attention." Minato nodded with a smile, an uncontrollable smile on his face. Every man is probably like him when he becomes a father for the first time. 3 generations of Hokage lit his pipe and smoked a cigarette. Minato, since you are Hokage, you should also know what it means for Kushina to be pregnant. I know that when Renzuli is giving birth, it is the weakest time, and the tailed beast is likely to take the opportunity to break through the seal. 3 generations nodded. You can understand how important this is. When the time comes, the old man will personally take action to protect him, and Lake Biwa will help Kushina deliver the baby. This is a major event for the whole Konoha. Minato nodded solemnly. Even if he is as strong as him, he still feels a heavy pressure. The safety of Kushina and the children, the riots of the 9 tails, all these pressures are on the shoulders of his husband, father and shadow of the village. A little careless, the entire Konoha village will suffer huge trauma, and Konoha, who has not yet come out of the haze of the Third World War, will be hurt again. You don't need to be under too much pressure. Konoha village has the most complete sealing technique and the most powerful ninja. If Kushina can't give birth smoothly, then no one in the ninja world can do it. 3 Hokage laughed. The 2 just talked like this, not bursting with smiles. After a while, the smile on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage slowly messaged, and he whispered, "Is there still no result of that matter? There are occasionally ninja mysterious disappearances in the village." "No, and this kind of thing has not stopped, but is still happening. It is certain that it was not done by the hostile ninja village, and no one would do such a stupid thing." Watergate looked serious. Kidnap some weak ninjas, play evaporation, if this is the way to try to weaken Konoha's combat power. No fool can do such a thing. It can only be done by insiders of Konoha village. 1 or 2 ninjas disappear every once in a while, this kind of thing is very like human experiments, the 3rd generation of adults. If I guess correctly, someone is secretly conducting human experiments, and the progress of the experiment has been advanced to a critical stage, otherwise there is no need to be so crazy. Watergate said solemnly. At this time, the only people who have the motivation to carry out human experiments are Danzo and Orochimaru. I really don't want them. Sandai Hokage smoked his pipe silently, looking a little sad. Watergate said, "I can't draw a conclusion yet. When we find out who is behind the scenes, the truth will be revealed." 3 Hokage nodded. The 2 talked, and they talked about Zanyi. "When I let this kid go to apprenticeship group Tibetan, I didn't use him to control the roots. You should pay attention to this. He is the leader of the new generation, has a strong will to fire, and will be your helper for many years to come." The 3 generations instructed. I understand that as long as you capture Zanyi, you are equivalent to capturing Yue and Kai's peers, and also capturing the younger generation such as Do. Zanyi's prestige in the hearts of young people is really scary. Soon after, the three generations got up and said goodbye, with a heavy heart. Danzo and Orochimaru. No matter who is secretly conducting human experiments, he doesn't want to see a scene where he has to fight with these two. Minato said goodbye to the three generations of Hokage, returned to his seat, looked at the mountains of documents, and sighed. With a bang, he disappeared in place and appeared in a secret training ground. The three members of the Shadow Guard are practicing the technique of flying thunder gods, trying to sense the time and space coordinates. Shiranui Xuanjian, together with Lei Tong and Dai Ivasi, Minato chose these three as his guards. It's not because of how powerful the talents of these three people are. From the beginning, Minato didn't plan to have much hope in the strength of these three people. The reason is also very simple. Minato has mastered and further developed the technique of flying thunder god. If even he can't deal with an enemy, the Shadow Guards rushing up is even more for nothing. If he couldn't escape and was killed by the enemy, the Shadow Guard would be of no use. All it takes is that these guards can one day activate the Flying Thunder God's technique for an emergency. Lord Hokage, Genma Shiranui stood up first and looked at Minato with a look of reverence. Well, how's your practice going? I vaguely sense the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God, but I still can't determine the most specific location. Xuanma scratched his head. Oh, Xuanjian, you really have the talent of time and space. Minato's eyes lit up. It all depends on the teaching of Hokage-sama, and also taught us the technique of Flying Thunder God. The three Xuanjian bowed excitedly. This is the technique of Flying Thunder God, a forbidden technique that exists in the Book of Seals. Hokage can take out this level of forbidden art and teach them to them. This kind of kindness is already too great. Flying Thunder God, it took me many years of hard work to master it. If you want to practice this technique, you are destined to spend a lot of time and energy, and you may not be able to succeed. Minato instructed the three of them in their practice. Facts have proved that Fei Lei Shen's qualification requirements are almost harsh. Sometimes the talent of space is only the first step, and it is necessary to precisely lock the smallest coordinates among countless things, and it is necessary to have a strong enough neural reflex ability. Minato also didn't expect these three people to truly master the Flying Thunder God in the first stage. All they need to do is to join forces to launch the Flying Thunder God formation and start moving far away. Xuanjian, your clansmen have already left you far behind. Learning the words of Fei Lei Shen might have the opportunity to shorten the gap. Minato said a few words of encouragement, and then disappeared in place with a bang. This convenient mobility is enviable. The three of them sat on the ground, exhausted. The technique of Flying Thunder God is really difficult. Kizule sighed deeply. To fully master it, the difficulty is beyond the sky. This is something that can't be helped. The forbidden technique is not so easy to practice. This is the famous forbidden technique of the fourth generation of adults. Dai Ivasi said, gasping for breath. By the way, since Xuanyi is so powerful, Xuanjian, you can definitely ask him to learn forbidden techniques, but I heard that this guy Xuanyi often uses different powerful ninjutsu on the battlefield. No one knows how many forbidden techniques he holds. Technique. And Zule Tong's eyes showed deep envy. It's really good to have such a family member. He suggested, you are all of the same clan, and you have the same blood in your body. Since his blood lineage is so powerful, maybe you also have this kind of aptitude. I heard from Lord Hokage, the Book of Seals also records Zanyi's what about forbidden techniques. Zanyi was slightly startled and fell into deep thought. He did know the technique that was recorded in the Book of Seals. White hot light. It can be recorded in the Book of Seals, which means that this technique has the possibility of being successfully practiced. Secret techniques that rely solely on blood cannot be copied and learned, so they cannot be recorded in the Book of Seals. Genma lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Xuanjian had already given up on the awakening nuclear escape bloodline, because Zanyi had clearly told him that he could not have this bloodline. However, without this bloodline, it is possible to learn related forbidden techniques. No matter how harsh it is not without the possibility of success. Want to find him? Do you want to learn that art? Puff. Xuanjian spat out the 1,000 books in his mouth, and the 1,000 books were nailed directly to the tree trunk in the distance. He decides to. Done. ... What? Want to learn my forbidden art? Zanyi looked at Zanjian with a surprised expression, and looked at it with interest. Xuanjian didn't look away. You know, since I was a child, I have never asked you for anything. This is the first time. If it doesn't work, forget it. No, there's nothing wrong with learning the forbidden technique, but, are you sure you want to learn it? The technique of Flying Thunder God is enough for you to study for several years. Zanyi touched his chin. Xuanjian's face was bitter. It's useless. In terms of time and space talent, I am much worse than the two of them. I can only barely hold back. My progress in the Flying Thunder God technique may be the same in this life. It's very limited, so it's better to start in other areas and improve your strength as much as possible. Quote. Have you been inspired by the fourth generation? Why did you suddenly become so motivated and plan to improve your strength? Speaking of this, I won't be sleepy anymore. The stronger I am, the more I can attract the attention of girls. In a few years, I will grow the Shiranui clan. Zanyi nodded suddenly. So it was. The reason was very reasonable, very powerful, and could not refuse. If that's the case, I'll teach you the forbidden technique. Zanyi took out a scroll with a sealing technique applied, lifted the sealing technique with his hand, and handed it to Zanjian. Xuanjian took it with a look of joy, opened it, and immediately froze. Why isn't it white hot? You want to learn white heat light as soon as you get started. Trust me, you will be killed by this technique. Let's not talk about how complicated the premise of launching this technique is. Even if it is successfully activated, you will kill yourself. Zanyi pointed to the scroll and said with a smile, on the contrary, this technique is the most suitable for you, Ultra Vibration Wave. Once you master this technique, you will be able to gain a firm foothold in the Jonin and attack the elite Jonin. If an outsider wants to master the white hot light, it is definitely courting death. It took Zanyi 10 years to continuously improve his physical level, and his self-healing ability and resistance ability had climbed to an astonishing level before he started to try the white hot light technique. But the first time I tried, I almost killed myself. If it was replaced by Xuanjian, the first attempt would be hiccups, and all the flesh and bones of the body were burned by the terrifying high temperature, and instantly vaporized. Ultra vibration waves, although Xuanyi is no longer able to use it, and at most it is used as a move to start cleaning up garbage, but this technique is currently the most suitable for Xuanjian. Super vibration wave, I understand. If I can't even learn this art, I really have no right to covet more. Thank you. Xuanjian nodded solemnly. You don't need to show too much gratitude. It will appear too raw. You just need to keep the kindness in your heart. Well, I remember that you gave me the few skills in the clan before, and you told me not to die. I will return this blessing to you now. No matter what happens, don't die. Zanyi nodded slightly and looked at the guy in front of him calmly. Shiranui, an insignificant family in Konoha village. As the head of the clan, Xuanjian has to carry the banner of increasing the population of the clan. Genma is gone. With a heavy responsibility and vision for the future. I just don't know how long it will take for this guy to really learn super vibration waves. Really, people who work hard can be seen everywhere. It makes me very stressed. Zanyi closed the door and returned to this outrageous villa. Tu and Yamato are playing with water in the pool in the backyard, using water ninjutsu to spray water from time to time, or making some wooden slides to enhance the fun of the game. Is Big Brother Xuanjian here? Do looked up at Zanyi. Well, for very important things, everyone is working hard for their own goals. This is also the driving force of human beings. and you have to remember this." Zanyi said lightly. These words made the two little ones ponder. Zanyi ignored them and returned to his underground laboratory. Counting the time, Uzumaki Kushina is almost pregnant at this time, which means that the chakras of Indra and Asura have been reincarnated smoothly. Of course, it is a temporary smooth reincarnation. If Zanyi hadn't intervened. They are still babies now. Be bold. If one of Makoto and Kushina suddenly miscarries, there is a high probability that the other baby will also miscarry. Zanyi stood in the laboratory, frantically flipping through a large amount of information, most of which were about chakra content. Such as, chakras acquired transformation of human genes, possible reasoning of DNA confirmation of chakras basic framework, chakra materialization report, and so on. Schwanyi's research on chakra and DNA has never stopped, and there are often multiple clones who are thinking and inferring in this regard. And now, soon, it will be time for the first large-scale practice. Just wait a few more months. Wait for Mingzuo and the two to be born one after another. Indra and Asura's chakra will modify the genes of the reincarnated body, including things like character and will. Part of the personality formed by human beings is indeed innate, and the reason is very simple: genes. To a certain extent, human beings are creatures controlled by hormones. As long as they can control hormones, they can control human emotions. For example, people with strong androgen secretion are more impulsive. The child born by such a person may also inherit the relevant genes of the father, and the male hormone secreted is also very strong, which makes him more courageous than ordinary people when facing difficulties. But it is also easy to get overwhelmed, and to be overwhelmed by anger. This requires relying on more experience and repeated beatings by the society to become more mature and stable. For another example, a person who is mentally depressed or even changed into depression is not a simple mental illness, but a physical illness. The secretion of dopamine and testosterone in the body is unbalanced. They must take antidepressant drugs to regulate their mental problems. According to Zanyi's observation, chakra's acquired transformation effect on DNA is beyond imagination. It can even adjust the DNA chain to achieve the effect of mutation, and create various new bloodlines the day after tomorrow. The continuous reincarnation of Indra and Asura is essentially a chakra carrying some kind of genetic information. At the moment of successful reincarnation, the DNA chain of the reincarnated body has been modified. Therefore, these two brothers have been reincarnated for thousands of years, and each time they are enemies and opponents, and they have to compete for a result. The character has remained unchanged for thousands of years. One is cold and conceited, the other is cheerful and sunny. However, their fixed reincarnation process was destined to come to an abrupt end in Zanyi's hands. Zanyi, he won't wait honestly. Anyway, he doesn't need Mingzuo and Zuo to be the savior. No one knows how to be the savior better than him. Wait again, when the two of them are successfully born, the reincarnated chakra will be completely stabilized. Zanyi had an excited look on his face. This is definitely a very interesting thing. It is a very interesting attempt to manipulate the chakras of these two guys, whether it is swapping or disrupting them. Just when Zanyi made a complete plan and planned to find an opportunity to pit Indra and Asura. At the same time, Orochimaru finally dropped the scalpel in his hand. A living body in front of him is suffering from Orochimaru's crazy experiments. Ah, Lord Orochimaru, what are you doing? As a ninja in the village, why did you attack me? The ninja wasn't dead yet. He kept his consciousness awake and let out a painful scream. It's really fragile. Human beings, fragile bodies, fragile spirits. On Orochimaru's face, at this time, there was only endless frenzy. However, I will get rid of the shackles of human beings, the shackles of this aging body, and have eternal life. Chapter 126 In front of these eyes, everything you have is doomed to be in vain. Orochimaru is lonely. No one can really understand Orochimaru's inner thoughts. When everyone was entangled by their companions and relatives, Orochimaru had already left everyone far away and walked on the most crazy road. Eternal life. Only by immortality can we spy on the truth of the entire ninja world, and have enough time and energy to analyze the endless knowledge. The soul space-time dedicated to the reincarnation ceremony has been established by me. As long as I want, I can locate it at any time and devour the soul. Orochimaru let out a crazy low laugh. He threw out a snake and killed the poor ninja on the spot. Originally, according to his plan, he would not be able to develop reincarnation so quickly, but Zanyi and Yue, two young bodies with unlimited potential, deeply stimulated him. He couldn't wait to give up his aging body and possess a younger body. Humph, in order to develop the technique of reincarnation without corpse, I have temporarily put down the research on the curse mark. And the village must have noticed something wrong. Orochimaru licked his lips, and after many days, he finally walked out of the laboratory again. Breathe outside air. HMPH, Orochimaru, you've gone too far, and the third and fourth generations have already set their sights on you. Danzo stood outside the laboratory, looking at Orochimaru with a cold expression. He was still covered in bandages, as if he was still in poor health. Orochimaru sneered. So what? Now, do you think I still care about this? Will I still care about the village? Indeed, to you, the poisonous snake, these external things are worthless. But the old man wants to warn you that even if you break up with the third and fourth generations in the end, you are absolutely not allowed to reveal the old man's affairs. Danzang raised his head slowly, and his terrifying eyes revealed a gap. Otherwise, without the third and fourth generations, the old man will kill you here. I've changed my right hand, and I'm hard-hearted. I know, even if I leave the village, I still need your help, right? Cooperation is undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice for the two of us. Orochimaru said hoarsely, open your mouth. These two guys are both old-fashioned, and naturally they will not be mixed with such boring things as the will of fire. Only run for profit. After a long time, Danzo nodded slightly with satisfaction, raised his right hand slightly, and slowly put it down. That's good, this old man will be your source of information and help in Konoha. Remember what you said. Otherwise, old man, I will bring my disciples, and the ninja world will find you and kill you. Quote. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. The sound of the crutches hitting the ground slowly came out, and gradually faded away in this dark underground passage. The light bulb flickered and flickered. Orochimaru stood there, and after a long time, he stuck out his long tongue and shook it with a look of obsession. Duanzang, after mastering the two blood successive abilities of Mudun and Shiranyan, his mentality has swelled. This old thing feels that it can suppress me. Orochimaru let out a weird laugh. However, there was indeed a trace of fear in his eyes. If Danzo really has mastered Izanagi, he has 10 eyes on his body, and he brings another set of eyes with him, plug and play. Even if he is as strong as Orochimaru, he will still feel a headache, and he does not know how to kill Danzo at all. He can only rely on time to delay. At the end of the fight, even if Danzo can be killed, I am afraid that his chakra will be exhausted, and his combat power will fall to the lowest point. What a cunning old thing, actually want to bring your disciple to chase and kill me. It's a pity, your disciple may not be your disciple, maybe he will become a part of me. Orochimaru smiled lowly, raised his feet, and walked out of this long and complicated laboratory slowly. In the end, he stood on the street of Konoha village. The crowd, coming and going, everyone's face was filled with smiles that could not be concealed, confident and full of hope. The largest ninja village in the ninja world, the village is thriving, the strong are gathered, and the external battles have been won many times. This has caused the people in the whole village to be different. Master Orochimaru. Some villagers recognized Orochimaru and immediately bowed and said hello, showing awe on their faces. Sanin, from World War II to the present, has always been an important pillar of the village. And Orochimaru nodded slightly in response, which made some villagers flattered. Master Orochimaru has always been like this. Even if you treat civilians you don't know, you are very polite. A villager sighed and looked at Orochimaru's disappearing figure with respect. If there are such people to protect the village, the prosperous Konoha will never be able to wither, right? Everyone is deeply convinced. However, these simple villagers have not yet realized what is about to happen. They don't even know what Orochimaru is going to do next. Under the illusion of prosperity, corruption and decay are concealed. There is no need to guard such a village at all. Orochimaru was walking on the street, as if he was shopping, casually. He was using his last precious time to observe all this from a perspective he had never had before. Swish. A ninja named Anbu and Genbu had long been eyeing Orochimaru and followed carefully from a distance. But Orochimaru completely ignored their interest. He found the target directly in a food store. This, and this. A little more chili, the more the better. Oh, you are a girl who likes perverts so much, is it really okay? Hey, what do you know, perverts are the funniest kind to me. Red Bean came out with a bunch of balls, with a satisfied look on his face. She had lost her sense of taste and could not taste the sour, sweet, bitter, and salty tastes. But if it is spicy, there is no problem, because spicy is essentially a pain. This is also the only way that red beans can taste the taste of food, put more peppers. Ah, Mr. Orochimaru, why are you here? Hondu was startled, and hurriedly picked up the big and small bags in his hand, with a look of joy. I bought a lot of delicious food, not only meatballs, but also squid. Burn. I've seen it all, but if you eat so many chili peppers, you might get pimples on your face. Orochimaru's voice was low, with a coldness that was completely different from the past. But the carefree Hondu didn't notice it. As before, she jumped up and down to the side of Orochimaru, struggling to hold the food with one hand, and grabbed one of Orochimaru's hand with the other. This is normal for red beans, they used to be like this all the time. Her relationship with Orochimaru is closer than that of ordinary masters and apprentices, rather like father and daughter. Orochimaru looked indifferent, was dragged all the way by Hondu, and returned home. Red Beans carefully placed the food to share with her most respected teacher. ... Orochimaru had an expressionless face, stretched out his tongue and rolled it casually, and ate a few strings of perverted spicy meatballs into his stomach. It tasted terribly bad. It's so bad that Orochimaru can't help but want to complain. He already hates sweets, and then the sweets are madly brushed with layers of peppers. Teacher, you like sweets very much on weekdays, and it's good to change the taste occasionally. The red beans were delighted. Is there anything more pleasing than this? Share your favorite things with those closest to you. Although she subconsciously felt that something was wrong with teacher Orochimaru, she seemed a little silent. But that's not a big deal. Finally, Orochimaru said, Red Bean, if I leave one day, what will you do? Ha 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 ha, let's go. Are you going to perform a mission? Ha ha, it's delicious. Then I'll go too. The red bean cheeks bulged. Orochimaru's eyes were gloomy. Not to carry out the mission, but to leave the village. This rotten village makes me feel sick. The new leaves can no longer cover the rotten trunk. Ah, that teacher intends to travel around in the ninja world, like a wandering monk. Hondu made a move and said nonchalantly. He, Hondu, that's all for the sake of it. If you don't understand it, you'll be so disappointed. With your wisdom, you already know what I'm going to do, right? Orochimaru let out a deep laughter. I decided to defect, leave this disgusting place and chase what I want. Defection. If Hondu was struck by lightning, the whole person was frightened. The disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, who has made countless contributions to Konoha. Want to defect? Why? Is it because of the 4th Hokage? Because you didn't become the 4th Hokage, and you were given it by a junior. No, I don't care about this kind of thing. The location of the 4th Hokage can't restrain me. Orochimaru ate the last bunch of meatballs, and the whole spicy tongue couldn't help but flick out. It was scary red. He had never eaten such a ghost in his life. So, Hongdu, do you want to come with me? You have to make a serious decision. You are only 12 years old. Every decision is enough to affect your future decades later. Orochimaru stretched out his hand to the red beans. Red Bean was trembling all over, and stared blankly at Orochimaru's hand. As long as she is willing to stretch out her hand and put it on the palm of the hand that has brought her warmth in the past, she can still have the teacher of Orochimaru. Price is that she has to defect. To defect from this village. Leaving this village with countless delicacies and countless companions. No, I won't leave you, absolutely not. I'll stop you from defecting too. Red Bean wiped the tears from his face. Shadow Snake Hand. A poisonous snake suddenly pounced on Orochimaru, but was strangled by Orochimaru in an instant. It's a pity, it seems that you still chose the village, but this is not beyond my expectations, something like the will of fire. Orochimaru smiled in a low voice. The next moment, his neck suddenly stretched, and he opened his mouth and bit Red Bean's neck fiercely. Click. Hongdu let out a shrill scream, and when Orochimaru retracted his head again, 3 strange Guyu appeared on Hongdu's neck. There was a creepy sizzling sound, and at the same time, a force that made Red Bean feel unfamiliar suddenly spread. Powerful, but uncontrollable. This is the last thing I can leave to you, Hongdu, make good use of it, don't die. A strange smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. The curse of heaven. Although he spent a lot of time on the development of reincarnation, it was inevitable that he would lose some research time on curse marks. However, the results accumulated before still exist, and it is not impossible to reluctantly activate this unstable spell of the sky. In this way, there is another way of retreat. The reincarnation of the dead is combined with the curse of the sky. Hongdu fell to the ground in pain. Before she fainted after hearing such a sentence. On her body, there are a large number of strange runes constantly squirming on her body, exuding a powerful breath. Orochimaru pushed open the door and left, looking up at the sky outside. Those Anbu and Genbu ninjas who were monitoring Orochimaru from a distance have not found anything wrong for the time being, but it is only a matter of time. This time is enough for Orochimaru. Should I attack Zanyi first or Yue first? It's really hard to decide. Orochimaru's eyes shot out a terrifying fierce light. He wanted both nuclear escape and blood, and kaleidoscope. However, considering the nuclear escape and blood succession, there is also an unknown companion beast to deal with. The risk seems to be higher. HMPH, then take Kazu's body first, this young body. Orochimaru licked his lips. What? Kazu is a woman. What does it matter? Orochimaru doesn't care about such details at all. Orochimaru wandered the streets, sending out secret signals from time to time, looking for Kazu's whereabouts. Some people who seemed to be passers-by but were actually root ninjas appeared immediately, interpreting and deciphering the code, and then went to investigate Kazuki's whereabouts. I can't see any problems for the time being. Orochimaru is acting very normal, having dinner with the disciples and shopping, but I always feel that something is not right. Anbu ninja stood in the distance, staring at Orochimaru's every move. They saw that Orochimaru, while wandering, slipped into the area near the Uchiha clan. When the members of the Konoha guard saw Orochimaru, they would nod their heads in respect. In the face of Orochimaru, no matter how arrogant they are, they will not show negative emotions to Orochimaru. After Orochimaru is far away. This is the power of one of the 3 ninjas. It's really scary. I feel that my breathing is a little short. Orochimaru, a really powerful ninja, but if Lord Kazu also joins our garrison, we naturally don't have to be afraid of him. Alas, I don't know why. Senior Kazu has absolutely no interest in joining the Konoha Guard, which seems to give the patriarch and the elders some headaches. That's something that can't be helped. Ever since the clan meeting, When Lord Yue opened the kaleidoscope pupil technique to coerce the entire venue, no one dared to point fingers at her. That's the status that power brings. Several Konoha guards tut their tongues in admiration. Suddenly, a captain frowned and looked into a corner. He saw the Anbu ninja in a flash. Anbu, why do people from Hokage appear here? The captain jumped in his heart, but he still couldn't think of the reason. Orochimaru finally found his target. Moreover, while advancing quietly, I passed by Kazoo for a while, and both sides never looked at each other from beginning to end, as if the other party didn't exist at all. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, Junior. Have you noticed something wrong? Orochimaru walked back and forth on the bustling street with gloomy eyes, quietly following Kazoo's figure. The speed of the two is getting faster and faster. With an expressionless face, Kazoo looked for a sparsely populated place, and finally came to a dilapidated path. Orochimaru, is there something wrong with following me for so long? Kazoo looked calm. Hee, I like you more and more. If it weren't for this occasion, maybe we could become friends. In Orochimaru's eyes, the snake-like pupil stood up like a needle, brewing a strong malice. Although I don't know what you are going to do, everything you do is doomed to be in vain in front of my eyes. The eyes slowly opened. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes suddenly appeared, and the terrifying pupil power burst out. Just these eyes made Orochimaru show an intoxicated expression. It's really beautiful eyes. If this kind of eyes are for me, it will definitely exude more gorgeous colors. Shadow snake limbs. A large number of poisonous snakes suddenly emerged, entangling Yue to Tuan, tightening them more and more. It turns out that you are coming for my kaleidoscope. Even if you are one of the three ninjas, you are no more than a mouse in the ground. You can only hide in the shadows and hope for things you will never get. As Yue spoke, her body surface suddenly showed ribs, and the amazing chakra spread with a bang, breaking the large number of poisonous snakes with ease. Orochimaru sneered. This is Susanoo. But don't get too carried away, kid. There are so many things you don't know. Ka ka ka. Orochimaru's mouth got bigger and bigger, and suddenly, a strange long sword wrapped around his tongue and stabbed it in an instant. Boom. This unbelievably sharp samurai sword, under the full control of Orochimaru, slammed into Susanoo's ribs. This level of sharpness is not an ordinary weapon. Kazuki looked down. This weapon is probably a grass pheasant sword. Well, it seems that Zan Yisong once talked about this weapon, and it happened to grab it and give it to Zan Yisong. Swish. A skeleton arm suddenly grabbed out, and firmly grasped the grass pheasant sword. At this time, Orochimaru started again with a sneer on his face. Ninja Wansero formation. The earth suddenly sags, and countless big snakes crawl out crazily. With a bang, Yue is surrounded by groups. These big snakes of different sizes are entangled with Yue, as if they are holding a snake burial. I want to get rid of you as soon as possible, or the village will notice. You'll be relieved, kid. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and his entire head seemed to be torn apart. The next moment, an incomparably gigantic white phosphorus serpent suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's mouth. Come on, give me your body. This large white phosphorus snake roared hoarsely, opened its mouth wide, and bit it fiercely. It looked like it was going to devour Yue completely. Chapter 127 _ cutoff, kneeling and begging to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. A huge white phosphorus snake came crashing down. This is a giant snake that exudes a strange breath. Kazoo, who was falling into the myriad snake pit, looked up at random while being shrouded and bitten by the countless poisonous snakes. Snake with white scales, this technique is really interesting. It's going to devour my body and then destroy my soul. Kazuki's face was expressionless. She had already prepared for Orochimaru's attack. After all, Zanyi had already reminded her. Call. The next moment, the huge Susanoo burst out, not only growing out half a skeleton, but also proliferating muscles, and a layer of solid armor draped over his body. Susanoo. The second form. Die, Orochimaru. Whoa. The next moment, Susanoo, who in the second form, suddenly stretched out his hand, piercing through countless poisonous snakes with a single blow, and suddenly grabbed the white phosphorus snake. The terrifying chakra burst out, surging with countless powers. The earth suddenly shattered, and the countless poisonous snakes shattered and turned into bloody rain. Susanoo can actually evolve. Orochimaru's terrifying pupils felt cold. The huge palm grabbed his neck, and with a bang, pressed it to the ground. With the tragic death of countless venomous snakes, it turned into thick flesh and blood on the ground. Orochimaru was pressed to the ground by Susanoo, and hit hard, smashing the ground into a terrifying depression on the spot. Boom! The huge sound suddenly came out, and the madness spread far away. But such a heavy blow could not leave any scars on the white phosphorus Orochi. Orochimaru had already transformed this body countless times. The powerful activity and self-healing ability, and the terrifying assimilation ability all give Orochimaru the absolute courage to take charge of people's bodies. Susanoo, what an obsessive power. Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on Kazu, who was sheltered by Susanoo. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth, spewing out smoke, and the powerful corrosive poisonous gas continued to spread. And for this kind of attack, Kazu directly ignored it. The pupil power in her eyes was activated again. While Susanoo, who held Orochimaru with his left hand, he held the hand of the pheasant sword in his right hand. Chakra gathered, with the pheasant sword as the core, a terrifying samurai sword was condensed. If you were hacked to death here, I wouldn't be able to say anything if I wanted to come to the village. Kazu's voice was flat, and the next moment, he suddenly waved his right hand, and Susanoo in the second form directly controlled the samurai sword and slashed at Orochimaru. Whoa! Orochimaru was pressed to the ground, but the huge tail swung abruptly and attacked quickly, brewing a powerful force enough to shatter everything, and with a loud noise, hit Susanoo hard. Taking advantage of this gap, the white phosphorus snake began to shed its skin and quickly broke free. After a neigh, he pounced on Kazu, and surrounded Susanoo on the spot, strangling him tightly. A large white phosphorus snake fought fiercely with Susanoo. With each strike, the lethality far surpassing conventional ninjutsu is brewing, and in the fierce battle, a deafening roar broke out. More powerful chakra raged, like a wind-blade airflow, cutting everything around. The already dilapidated street was completely destroyed in front of these two big guys with ease, and the surrounding houses collapsed even more. The battle between this giant and a large white snake shocked countless people. What's the matter? What happened? What's going on in that direction? What a terrible chakra fluctuation. Just get close, you will feel the cold. Countless villagers looked up in horror and saw the confrontation between the two monsters. They screamed and fled in a hurry. In the large number of nearby streets, people ran away. Many ninjas also arrived at the first time. It's Susanoo. Who can let Kazu Uchiha open Susanoo to meet the enemy? Is it the ninja from the hostile village who sneaked in, but was blocked by Kazu-sama? Go and tell Hokage-sama. A ninja with a look of astonishment on his face, many of them, this is the first time they have seen Susanoo. A giant in armor, such a powerful existence. Is this the third pupil technique of Kaleidoscope Shaker? The Anbu elite quickly rushed to the battlefield. In the Uchiha clan, the Fuyu Patriarch, who received a report from the members of the Konoha Guard, got up suddenly. The members of the garrison immediately evacuate and protect the people, don't get close to the battlefield. Fuyu shouted loudly. But the Patriarch, aren't we going to help Mr. Yue? The big snake that was fighting against her probably came from Orochimaru. In the entire Konoha village, Orochimaru is the best at playing with snakes, and the terrifying and twisted white phosphorus Oricthus only comes from Orochimaru. I will carry out the order, Ichiki's side, I will personally dispatch. Uchiha Fuyu's face was calm, without any panic, as if no matter what disaster happened, he couldn't be moved. His performance quickly stabilized everyone, and a large number of Uchiha tribesmen were dispatched to rescue and evacuate the panicked villagers. To attack Yue, this is Orochimaru's own order, or Danzo's order. No, it shouldn't be Danzo's order. With Xuanyi here, Xuanyi will not allow anyone to covet Yue's eyes. The moment Fuyu lowered his head, the kaleidoscope in his eyes flashed. He didn't mind showing those eyes if it was really necessary. An izakaya. Tsunade drank the wine, was drunk, and even blush appeared on his face, but he didn't respond after hearing the movement. Her disciple Mute rushed in hurriedly. Master Tsunade, it is said that there is a white phosphorus serpent and a half-sized giant fighting. White phosphorus Orochi. Tsunade paused and raised his head, but he didn't care immediately. Is it Orochimaru? That guy is getting weirder and weirder. Even if he does crazy things, it's normal. Naruto building. The high-level Konoha was also alarmed. 3 generations of adults. Watergate, you stay here, the old man will dispatch himself. The 3 generations of Hokage changed into battle clothes and helmets, with a gloomy face and a hint of sadness. Has it gotten to this point? Orochimaru, what are you? Minato nodded solemnly. Understood, please be careful with the 3rd generation of your excellency. The 3 generations of Hokage went directly to the place of battle. Danzo, Shunkaharu, and Mito Gate Yan stayed in the office, looking at the 3 generations of Hokage. Hey, this time the matter is going to be a big one. Whether it's the issue of Orochimaru or Kazu, doing so is equivalent to betraying the village. If something like this happens, the 3rd generation is to blame. The 4th generation, you have to learn from it. Do not follow his old ways. Danzang snorted coldly, with a look of indifference, and turned to leave. Lord Danzo, do you really not know why Orochimaru did this? Minato said suddenly. I don't know anything about why Orochimaru did this. Danzo's footsteps didn't stop, just pushed the door and left. He didn't lie, he thought about breaking his head, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would actually attack Yue directly. To deal with a ninja who can activate Izanagi multiple times. Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to do? In other words, what was the result of the research that Orochimaru was hiding from him, so that Orochimaru would do such a thing openly? For a time, the entire village fell into an inexplicable atmosphere. The worst thing was that the enemy did not come from an external enemy, but an internal change. Give up the struggle, your eyes belong to me. Orochimaru growled hoarsely, his long body twisted frantically, entangled Susanoo's arms, and slowly tightened. He himself even opened his mouth and bit him fiercely. With one blow, he just bit out a crack on the surface of Susanoo's body. Damn, this level of defense. Orochimaru watched helplessly, and the crack was instantly repaired. He spewed poisonous gas again, trying to corrupt Susanoo. Kazuki looked up at the huge white snake. Susanoo, who maintains the 2nd form, has already made her eyes feel the pressure, and the rapid loss of pupil power is reducing her power. The next moment, Susanoo just disappeared. After all, I still won. Orochimaru took a bite and swallowed Kazuki into his body, but before he could activate the reincarnation, he suddenly found that Kazuki disappeared. This is not good, Izanagi. Orochimaru's expression changed. The next moment, Kazu suddenly appeared not far away, and immediately driving Susanoo, the huge samurai sword suddenly slashed down, and with one slash, the white phosphorus snake was cut off. Swish swish. Chopping down several knives in succession. PFF'd. The turbulent blood spurted out and flowed frantically. The large white snake that broke into several segments fell to the ground with a bang, raising a large amount of dust. Is that the only way? What a pathetic force, prepared for so long, only to get this ending. Izanagi in the left eye was activated, and Izanagi in the right eye was repaired. Kazu then dismissed Susanoo, holding the grass pheasant sword in his hand, and staring at Orochimaru's body flatly. Transforming yourself into a giant snake. What a lunatic. Kazuki shook his head and turned to leave. But at this moment, the head of the white phosphorus snake, which should have lost its luster, suddenly moved. Huh, not dead yet. But forget it, just kill one more time. Kazu turned around, and this time, directly activated the second form, Susanoo. Even vaguely, the third form of Susanoo had already begun to brew, but directly told Kazu that if the third form of Susanoo was activated, the lifespan of her eyes would be drastically shortened. For her, Izanagi's consumption of pupil power is very exaggerated, but it is not as convenient as the second form of Susanoo, but Susanoo also has limits. But immediately, when Kazu was about to draw the sword again, she immediately showed a surprised expression. Because, the body of this white phosphorus snake kept squirming, quickly spliced and repaired, and then turned around and fled. Even the gesture of running away is so ugly. Kazuki shook his head, but did not pursue her. At this time, a large number of ninjas gathered, and their figures suddenly landed, surrounding Kazu in the middle. Send half of the ninjas to chase that big white snake. 3 generations of Hokage immediately gave the order. Immediately, half of the ninjas with different minds rushed out, chasing the whereabouts of the white phosphorus Orochi. The rest of the people looked at Susanoo in front of them with solemn expressions. In the second form, the whole body is covered with armor, showing a sense of oppression, so that everyone who sees this giant feels tremendous pressure in their minds. Is this Susanoo? Another kind of pupil technique possessed by Kaleidoscope Shaker, it actually directly creates such a terrifying big guy. Many people looked horrified. Beyond the eyes above Sengo Jade, it actually possesses such terrifying power. Sandai Hokage glanced at Susanoo with a solemn look on his face, and said solemnly, "Ichiki, what happened?" Yue showed a faint smile and said, "That guy, Orochimaru, didn't know why he was crazy. He suddenly attacked me. The 3 generations of adults are going to do justice for me. It's really scary." The crowd was silent. The third Hokage took a deep breath and glanced at the huge Susanoo, intentionally or unintentionally, and then glanced at the path that was knocked out by the white phosphorus Orochi. And, the blood and water of the snake corpses all over the place. That fellow Orochimaru. It looks like you've already killed him. The third Hokage looked at the battlefield, and vaguely saw a broken hand. No, this is the expelling shell that Orochimaru shed, and his real body is the white phosphorus serpent that escaped. Kazuki was guarded by so many people, but her face was calm. But what she said surprised everyone. White phosphorus Orochi, is it Orochimaru-sama? The big snake that escaped. Orochimaru really turned into a snake. This kind of thing is really absurd. It's probably the big snake summoned by the technique of psychics and escaped with him. Only the 3 generations of Hokage looked heavy. He remembered that ninjas in the village mysteriously disappeared one after another. If it was really caught by Orochimaru to do human experiments, what kind of taboo experiments were conducted? And this guy, Orochimaru, has shown a morbid obsession with white snakes since he was a child. The scene of the young Orochimaru holding a small white snake appeared in the minds of the 3 generations of Hokage. Orochimaru, what are you? 3 generations of Hokage gritted his teeth. At this time, a terrifying roar broke out again in the distance. The 3rd generation of adults just surrounds me like this. Does it really matter? As expected, it is more important to solve the problem of Orochimaru first. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes in Kazuki's eyes exudes a disturbing pupil power. At this time, Fuyu said, 3 generations of adults, it is better for me to take care of Kazu, and you go after Orochimaru. If he has no problem, he will not choose to escape, and he will not fight with the ninjas in the village. Thank you for your hard work, Fuyu. Orochimaru is my disciple. The mistakes he made will be solved by me. The art of psychic. The ape demon suddenly appeared, staring at Yue at first glance, showing a look of stunned and vigilant. These eyes are probably the legendary kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. It seems that something big has happened in Konoha village. Ape demon narrowed his eyes. The enemy is not him, it's Orochimaru. Ape Demon, quickly become a wishful golden hoop. The three generations shouted loudly. Orochimaru, your disciple, I'm getting more and more confused. The ape demon became a wishful golden hoop, and was carried by the three generations of Hokage. The three generations of Hokage immediately controlled the length of the golden hoop stick, and while he was against the ground, he grabbed the golden hoop rod and rushed into the distance at an astonishing speed. At this time, Kazu slowly closed Susanoo. A large number of Uchiha clansmen crowded over immediately, surrounded Kazu in the middle, and stared vigilantly at the other ninjas around. Yue, what happened? Why did Orochimaru attack you? Fuyu said in a deep voice. What else could be the reason, but it's just another guy who spy on my eyes. No, it seems to be more extreme than this. Orochimaru seems to have a forbidden technique that can take over the body. Kazuki smiled and said in a low voice. Fuyu's expression moved slightly and nodded slightly. Can you capture the forbidden art of the body together with the bloodline, and then control the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? Orochimaru is really a crazy genius. With the crazy shuttle of the white phosphorus snake, he rampaged in this huge Konoha village. If you look down from the sky, you can clearly see that a long gully appears in Konoha village. In the ravine, a large number of ninjas moved and pursued. Orochimaru, what are you trying to do? Start with the village companions, this kind of thing. The three generations of Hokage sipped, with deep regret and sadness on his face. Orochimaru, but his most proud disciple. But he failed to get the slightest response from the white phosphorus snake. Ape Demon, stop him. Sandai threw out the golden hoop in his hand. The next moment, the golden hoop suddenly stretched out, and instantly nailed the huge white phosphorus snake to the ground. The white phosphorus serpent neighed and struggled. The three generations of Hokage did not stop, and sealed the seal again. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The huge shuriken was thrown out, and separated into dozens of huge shuriken in the wind, and they were nailed to the white phosphorus snake. You can't escape this time, why do you do such a thing? Sandai angrily scolded. But the white phosphorus serpent just neighed. With a bang, it turned into smoke and disappeared. What? This is... No, that guy Orochimaru has already escaped. A group of ninjas changed color. Three generations of adults, it is better to let the enchantment class block the entire village, and he must not be allowed to escape. Chu Daofeng shouted. The three generations of Hokage did not issue any new orders, but just stood on a roof, and the wind was cold. The sympathy in him broke out, softened. This kind of thing happened. I hope you don't continue to make mistakes. I have given you the opportunity. Three generations sighed deeply. The entire Konoha village was disturbed. The chaos caused by Orochimaru mainly fell on people's hearts, and one of the three ninjas actually wanted to defect. What happened? At this time, the other end of Konoha. Shiranui Shueni slowly raised his head. This kind of fluctuation, it seems that Orochimaru went to Ichigo first. Chapter 128 _ This body is broken and needs a new one. Konoha tonight is extraordinarily noisy. There were bursts of screams and roars everywhere, and words such as, snake, were mixed in the sound. It's so lively. Zanyi raised his head and glanced. He originally thought that Orochimaru would come to him first. So have been waiting. After all, no matter how you look at it, if you successfully capture him, the benefits will obviously be greater than getting a kaleidoscope. But unfortunately, the poisonous snake seems to be running to find trouble for Kazu. The only thing that guy miscalculated was that Yue had already made preparations, and there is no possibility that the undead reincarnation technique could be activated. Zanyi glanced into the distance and shook his head. With Izanagi in hand, he was immune to all forms of attack. After Kazu was swallowed by Orochimaru, he only needed to rewrite reality in an instant. As for the soul being pulled into the soul space and the like, as long as Yue doesn't commit suicide, Orochimaru can't have a chance. Sure enough, things were exactly as he had guessed. A root ninja appeared in front of Schweni. Master Schweni, after Orochimaru was defeated by Yue, he fled all the way, and finally disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. Got it. Zanyi nodded. Wait until the root ninja disappears. Zanyi also slowly got up and moved his muscles and bones. That poisonous snake wouldn't give up so easily, making such a big noise but getting nothing, but it really doesn't look like his style. Zanyi pondered for a while, and rushed to Hongdu's house immediately. Boom. He raised his hand and slapped the door. Sure enough, I saw the red beans lying unconscious on the ground. This position is very like sleeping, and at first glance, nothing can be seen. However, when Zanyi approached, looking at the strange rune that kept squirming around Hongdu's neck, he immediately showed a sudden look. The curse of the sky, that fellow Orochimaru, really left behind. He would never act without his back, but it fits his style of doing things. Zanyi checked and confirmed that there were no other traps on Hongdu's body, so he squatted down and slapped Hongdu's face. Zanyi, let the village know quickly, the teacher wants to. Hongdu had a high fever, his mind was blurred, and he spoke intermittently. It's too late to defect, right? That guy attacked Yue. After being repelled by Yue, he made a lot of noise in the village. Zanyi helped Hongdu up and looked at the curse mark with interest. This is a good thing to draw natural energy. Zanyi has always had an idea about the immortal chakra, and now he has a chance. However, the current situation is not suitable. It's very painful to see how you look. If that's the case, I'll temporarily seal the thing around your neck, and I'll help you solve it after the situation subsides. Zanyi separated several clones, quickly engraved patterns on the ground, raised his hand, and slapped Hongdu's neck. Technique Seal of Evil Seal. With the screams of red beans, a large number of lines began to converge on the neck of red beans, and finally, turned into a strange circle, binding the curse mark at the very center. That's fine, there won't be a risk of losing control easily. Zanyi raised his hand. Red bean has passed out. Swish. At this time, the members of Anbu pushed the door and rushed in. They were startled when they saw Schweni and Hongdu. Master Schweni. It's all right, this guy is also a pitiful fellow. Orochimaru wanted to take her away, but she refused. Zanyi got up and said something lightly. Quote. Anbu ninja looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Orochimaru was very close to Tuanzang, and Schweni was also a disciple of Tuanzang. Now Orochimaru has defected and Schweni appeared here again. So much happened tonight that the elites in Anbu didn't know who to trust. Several people just stood silently. After a long time, the order of the 3 generations of Hokage came too late. Orochimaru conducted human experiments privately and has defected. In a word, in the entire Konoha village, a huge wave was set off, and countless people's faces showed stunned expressions, completely unable to accept this result. Why did the hero of the village defect? The ninja who disappeared before, was Orochimaru. For a time, the hero became a rebel, and countless people scolded him. Many elite ninjas have gathered in the Hokage building. When Zanyi followed behind Anbu, pushed the door and walked in, the place was already full of people. Since everyone is gathered, then I will announce an order. The 3 generations of Hokage sat in the second seat, expressionless. Orochimaru is listed as a Konoha S-class traitor, be sure to kill him. I don't need to say more about how dangerous Orochimaru is. One-on-one, few people in this room are his opponents. Therefore, if you encounter Orochimaru, report back to the village immediately, and the village will send a powerful team to hunt down him. The 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice. The 4th Hokage remained silent, and Danzo also stood indifferently, as if he hadn't heard. After a long time, the 3rd Hokage sighed and was about to announce the end of the meeting. At this time, the window was suddenly opened. The white-haired ninja, who had just collected half of the material, got in through the window, and his body still exudes an inexplicable smell. That guy Orochimaru has become like this. Old man, why didn't you tell me in advance? I can stop him in advance. Zillai was obviously just running from Wenru Township. 3 generations of Hokage's face sank. No one thought that he would really do such a thing. Openly attack the village's companions. If it wasn't for Yui's strength, that guy would have succeeded. Everyone subconsciously looked at Kazuki. But Yui just stood beside Zanyi consciously, leaning against the wall, without showing anything. It is this kind of calmness, the more shocking it is, when it is attacked by Orochimaru, it can be expelled. The power of the kaleidoscope shaker's eye is so powerful. And the guy who can suppress this kind of power and let Kazumi spontaneously surround himself, Zanyi, who is called the strongest new generation in the past, with all his strength, will his strength finally. Zillai also clenched his fists fiercely. Old man, I'm going to chase Orochimaru, and I'll bring him back to Konoha. It's a big deal and throw him in jail for a lifetime. Everyone was silent. Jiraiya is begging for Orochimaru in disguise. Caught back, just imprisoned. Normally, it should be executed immediately. Turning to bed, Xiaochun said at this time, Jiraiya, now that Orochimaru has defected, no matter how much you persuade him, it is impossible for him to change his mind. It is better to stay in the village. Old man, I'm leaving. Without waiting for Sandai to say anything, Jiraiya nodded at Minato and left immediately. Directly put Xiaochun on the bed, which made her angry enough. It's all gone. Orochimaru is the disciple of the old man. The old man is to blame for his betrayal. Watergate, the village will be handed over to you. 3 Hokage sighed, got up and left. Mito Menion's face changed. Wait, Hizen, this is not just your problem, there is no need for this. Kaharu is also very anxious when she goes to bed. The 3 generations are blatantly throwing their hands. What should their consultants do? Is it really hard to retire? What a joke. Jiraiya left the village. Tsunade was afraid of blood and could not be used much. The power of the 3 generations of factions had been severely weakened. The 4th generation is still so young, and obviously they still need their assistance and help to manage the village well. Now that the 3rd generation has completely retired, how can they still interfere in the affairs of the village? The 3rd Hokage paused, his heart softened, and he whispered, Minato, Menion and Xiaochun are very good at dealing with various situations, they can help you very well by staying. Understood, I also need 2 consultants to help me share the pressure. Watergate nodded. This made Zhuanshi Kaharu and Mito Kazuo sigh of relief. The 3 generations felt a little comfort and walked out of the conference room slowly. Many people are looking at him, watching the predecessor Hokage who led Konoha to win World War II and World War III. 4th generation, if nothing happens, the old man will leave. Danzang said indifferently, leaning on crutches, and slowly walked out of the conference room. Zanyi also set out to follow, and gestured to Yue. Yue pondered for a moment, glanced at Fuyu, and followed behind Xuanyi. The 3 of them didn't say a word along the way. Yue, you are able to defeat Orochimaru. You did a good job. This old man is very satisfied with the power of your eyes. Danzo said slowly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The power of the kaleidoscope shaker is really addicting. If it wasn't for the pupil technique of these eyes, Izanagi would have been unable to capture them, and Danzo would have already started. With all his strength, Kazu's eyes were also dug out. Danzo-sama has won the prize. I didn't expect him to be so crazy. And he turned into a white phosphorus Orochi, which happened to be restrained by Maisuzano. Kazu said flatly. Danzo nodded slightly and said calmly, the old man doesn't know anything about what Orochimaru secretly studies, let alone the white phosphorus Orochi. He attacked you because he just caught your eye. If there is a chance in the future, just get rid of him. He really didn't lie about this. He thought about breaking his head and couldn't understand, where did Orochimaru get the confidence to attack Kazu who mastered Izanagi? What kind of forbidden technique can make Orochimaru so brave and diligent to take Kazu's eyes? How many things did that bastard use the power of the root to secretly do without him? The more he thought about it, the more gloomy Tuanzang's face became. Orochimaru was hiding too much from him. Yue, go back first, I have something to discuss with the teacher. At this time, Zanyi said something. Then be careful, that Orochimaru might attack you. Kazuki nodded and disappeared in a flash. Stopped. You have seen what happened just now. The 3 generations are still interfering in the power of the 4 generations of Hokage. This is the struggle for power. Indeed, the performance of the 2 consultants just now was a little too anxious. The 3rd generation just showed their intention to withdraw, and they were anxious. HMPH, Xiaochun and Menyan's ability and awareness need not be said, but their greed and desire are also a lot. Danzang sneered. This point, Zanyi agrees. These 2 things, in the original work, after the 5th generation of Mu Tsunade came to power, he was still trying his best to intervene in the affairs of the village, and he was attacked by Tsunade not once or twice. Orochimaru has defected. While we are on guard against this poisonous snake, we must not take advantage of his opportunity. Danzang said solemnly, using him can bring benefits to Konoha, that's enough. Zanyi, you set out in secret and find a way to help him escape. The relevant secret codes are all in this seal scroll. Understood, Danzo-sensei. Zanyi took the scroll, opened it and quickly browsed it, remembering a lot of information in his mind. This is the secret code for Danzo and Orochimaru to communicate in secret. Zanyi took the scroll away and disappeared in place in an instant. Only Danzo was left alone, walking under the dim street lights. Orochimaru, Biliuvu, these geniuses in human experiments can't be used by this old man. After squeezing their value, find an opportunity to kill them all. Danzo looked cold. He has the guts and confidence. Zanyi secretly left the village. Along the way, according to the signal left by Orochimaru, he shuttled quickly. On the way, be careful to avoid the Konoha ninjas who are frantically searching for the whereabouts of Orochimaru. When such a thing happened in the village, the former 4th-generation candidate, one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, defected, which really stimulated Konoha ninja a lot. Finally, in a secret base. That's it, Orochimaru, is he still in the country of fire? Zanyi sneered, broke the rock wall directly, and walked in. Looking around, a large cloud of mist lingered in this huge cave, as if there was life. These smokes carry chakra. Zanyi raised his head and glanced at the smoke that was gathering intentionally or unintentionally. The smoke quickly approached, and if someone didn't know it, it was easy to ignore these things and get caught. I saw a large amount of smoke surging, carrying chakra, and it was about to get into Zanyi's body through the pores. This is the secret art of smoke transformation. Is the Ibri family, because Orochimaru helped you stabilize your physical condition, so I am grateful to Orochimaru. Shueni formed the seal, and the next moment, a large number of radiation particles spread with a bang, and in an instant, they hit everything with this dense fog. There was nothing at first, but after a while, the smoke immediately began to stir, and in the rapid squirming, there was a faint sound of mourning. A large amount of smoke became agitated, instinctively wanting to escape, but to no avail. Clouds of smoke fell down, twisted, and gathered into human shapes. Struggling with pain. It's so painful. What kind of technique is this? And it can actually crack the smoky technique of our family. My body, what the hell is going on? Please stop, my clansmen are not malicious. Zanyi just sneered at these guys who turned from smoke into people. No malice. You turned into smoke and approached me, just looking for a chance to subdue me. It's really a bad thing for Orochimaru to take you ignorant idiots as subordinates. Zanyi forced all the smoke into human form. From beginning to end, he remained indifferent, and he had no intention of stopping in the face of pleadings. He didn't stop until the last cloud of smoke condensed into a man. The Ibri family that masters the secret technique of vaping is nothing more than that. Zanyi said. At this time, in the depths of the cave, a staggering figure walked out slowly. Oh, what Zanyijun said would be too hurtful, but I value the power of this family very much. Orochimaru walked out slowly, looking extremely bad, as if there were flaws all over his body. Only the pair of snake pupils were still full of greed and desire. This body is too broken. I need a younger body. Chapter 129-Shalfuning. The protagonist calls out to the experts. At this time, Jiraiya was still running around like a headless fly, searching for the whereabouts of Orochimaru. In this secret stronghold, Zanyi had already found Orochimaru. That guy from Danzo really sent you here. It's pretty much what I expected. Only you can reassure that suspicious guy from Danzo. Orochimaru sneered and licked his tongue. Looking at all the ninjas of the Tuanzang faction, considering the whole route, no one is more reliable than Zanyi in terms of strength and temperament. This proved that Orochimaru's choice was correct, and he risked staying in this stronghold, waiting for Zanyi to come to the door. Kazu has Susanoo and Izanagi, let alone capture, there is no way to start. Although the cautious Kazu is conceited, he is not arrogant enough to give Orochimaru a chance like other Uchiha clansmen. Then there was nothing else to do. Orochimaru, who was seriously injured, had no choice but to hit Zanyi. Knowing that I shouldn't have attacked Yue in the first place, I didn't expect that I would fall into this situation, hum. Orochimaru walked out slowly, surrounded by more than a dozen people from the Ivory clan. Xuanijun, aren't you curious, why should I attack Yue? It's nothing more than writing round eyes for the kaleidoscope. Not only do you covet those eyes, but Danzo-sensei can't wait to dig out those eyes and put them on yourself, but you can't do it. Xuani looked at the huge cave and the many Ivory tribesmen who were showing fear and hatred on their faces. According to the memory of the previous life, the Ivory clan was unstable because of the smoke-turning secret technique, and their own clan was dying. Orochimaru discovered the Ivory clan and helped the people of this clan stabilize their physical condition, thus gaining the allegiance of this clan. But this kind of loyalty comes at a price. This clan will eventually be exterminated by Orochimaru, and the blood of all the clansmen will be taken away by Orochimaru for experiments. Just after breaking free from the abyss, the Ivory family, who thought they had found the savior, dedicated themselves to Orochimaru with all their hearts, which was nothing but falling into an even more desperate abyss. Those who deal with poisonous snakes are destined to be bitten by poisonous snakes, but since you have made a choice, there is no problem. Just bear the consequences yourself. Zanyi glanced at these guys with fear and hatred in their eyes, and said lightly. Then, Zanyi threw a scroll directly to Orochimaru. Here is the escape route that Danzo teacher arranged for you. He is very concerned about life and death, for fear that you will be killed. Zanyi sneered. Orochimaru threw out a snake, swallowed the scroll, and laughed in a low voice. It's really hard work, Lord Zanyi, but, is Lord Zanyi going to leave now? I didn't plan to leave, it seems we thought of going somewhere. Teacher Danzo asked me to help you escape, but I've never been an obedient person, so I'm going to do the opposite and kill you here. Call. Godzilla's coat appeared instantly, and the rich chakra coat turned into thick armor. Serpent step. Two sturdy big snakes came crashing down, entangling Zanyi. Orochimaru said hoarsely, Jun Zanyi and I are really the same kind of people. It was a mistake for me to look for Yue at first, so I should look for you directly. Stab it. From Godzilla's coat, two chakra claws suddenly stretched out, tearing the two big snakes to pieces on the spot. The next moment, Zanyi rushed out in one step, and the long tail behind him suddenly swung out. Tail whip. Boom. Orochimaru was instantly smashed into the air. Help Orochimaru-sama and kill him. The Ivory family also fell into a riot, with blood in their eyes, and they rushed over. These people turned into smoke one after another, tumbling over, looking for opportunities to penetrate. Unfortunately, this only hastened their demise. Elementalization is very interesting, but compared to the hydration secrets of the Ghost Lamp family, the smoke-turning secrets do not reveal anything that makes people's eyes shine. And the next moment, he directly activated the secret technique Radiation Realm. A large amount of dense fog burst out, mixed with the smoke, carrying a huge radiation cloud, brewing a strong breath of death, and entangled in the whistling. Before the Ivory family could show their loyalty, they had already fallen into a terrifying and unavoidable lore situation. The mist is mixed, and murderous intent is surging. Soon, these Ivory tribesmen screamed and cried in pain. It's such power again, what the hell is going on? Isn't this Hidden Mist's technique of Hidden Mist? Why is it like this? Master Orochimaru, help! A person from the Ivory tribe, who was already extremely unstable, and relying on Orochimaru to prevent his body from dissipating into smoke, collapsed one after another under the frantic attack of radiation particles. Some people lost their self-awareness on the spot, turning into chakra smoke and dissipating. Others were half human and half smoky, and died in a tragic state. The whole cave, as if there was a unique massacre. Get out of here, Orochimaru, it's useless to delay time with these trashy fish, or do you think I'll keep my hands on these enemies who attack me? Zanyi stood on the spot, watching the fading smoke, listening to the painful mourning and the vicious curse, his face did not move. Soon, this family was all dead, and there were only broken corpses, silently telling the traces of their existence. The Ivory family, the genocide. Just as the last smoke dissipated. Swish. Orochimaru's body grew crazily, and it was like a snake, which was constantly meandering and grabbed towards Zanyi's neck at an exaggerated speed. Stab it. A part of Godzilla's coat was suddenly penetrated. The next moment, Orochimaru stretched out his other hand, spread his 5 fingers, and his fingertips were burning with chakras of different attributes. Stomach. Boom. This is the seal of the 5 elements. Zanyi was startled, and Zanyi showed a strange look. This fellow Orochimaru really takes him as a human pillar, and wants to disrupt Godzilla's leaked power. Well, it is indeed useful. The chakra coat on the body surface was obscure for a moment, and the seal of the 5 elements was like 5 nails, which were nailed to Zanyi's body, making the chakra coat appear 5 subtle partition areas. It's of no use. Zanyi sneered, and under Orochimaru's unsightly gaze, he raised his hand and grabbed it hard. With a bang, he tore Orochimaru's body in half. Damn, what the hell is going on with the companion beast in your little devil's body? You can't interfere in this way. Orochimaru's body shrank, and a brand new body was emerging from the old shell. Along with the wet mucus, it was disgusting. In the face of my power, you can't do anything at all, Orochimaru, let me kill you obediently. As long as you fight with me, you are committing suicide slowly. No matter how many bodies you have, you will be destroyed by me. Shwenny walked slowly towards Orochimaru. At this time, his movements suddenly stopped, showing a surprised look. Because he found that the radiation particles that he invaded and destroyed Orochimaru's body weakened. In the case of Orochimaru not launching any chakra, it was weakened. Is it possible? Zanyi looked at the front with a strange expression on his face. Orochimaru was forced to shed a layer of skin again, abandoning his old body, covered in wet mucus. It was discovered by you. In order to deal with your nuclear escape technique, I made careful preparations. These mucus are specially prepared protective fluids that can weaken your radiation attack. Orochimaru smiled lowly, with deep fear in his eyes. Xiaofuning, good guy. At this moment, Zanyi stared at the Orochimaru in front of him and was shocked. This Nima is the ninja world version of anti-radiation Ning. Biology, the master of mechanical engineering, and the master of physics, Orochimaru. Have you really researched it? Orochimaru said hoarsely. Xiaofuning, that's a good name. The power of Lord Zanyi is really hard to deal with, and it directly involves the micro level. I dissected a lot of hostile ninjas in the village, only to find a way to fight against radiation. Even so, it can only be temporarily weakened, not completely blocked. Quote. Orochimaru, you are amazing. I really understand why Danzo-sensei is reluctant to kill you, but insists on cooperating with you. Zanyi directly called the expert. Anti-radiation drugs, even in the world of the previous life, have anti-radiation spray and other commonly used medical drugs. But it's amazing that Orochimaru can actually research this thing. Such an arrogant man must die. Zanyi directly started to seal the seal. Yin Gui is ugly. Nuclear escape white hot light. Boom. The terrifying white hot line suddenly shot out, turned into an unmatched high-temperature ray, and slammed into Orochimaru. Orochimaru had already retreated for the first time. Boom. This huge cave began to collapse with a bang, and where the white hot light bombarded, all the matter began to melt, from solid to liquid, billowing. The huge rock fell and melted and evaporated the moment it hit the white hot light. When Orochimaru escaped from the cave in embarrassment, the terrifying white hot light hit him directly. Click. Orochimaru bit his thumb in one bite, used his psychic technique, and summoned the strongest defensive ninjutsu he could come up with right now. Triple Rashomon. Boom boom boom. 3 huge grimace gates suddenly appeared on the ground, facing the white hot light. Whoa! The harsh roar sounded one after another. The first Rashomon, a few seconds later, was pierced through a gap on the spot, and the grimace began to distort. Rashomon's technique is really useful. Zanyi stopped his attack and looked up into the distance. A broken gate, 2 complete gates stand slammed. If Zanyi maintained the incandescent light, it would not be a problem to take some time to melt through all the 3 portals. But that's silly. As expected of Lord Zanyi, he can actually do this step. Orochimaru breathed a little, and the body that had been repeatedly remodeled with the cell activation secret technique and Orochimaru's substitute technique felt a little tired. He wasn't in his prime. Now they have to face Zanyi's attack again. This kind of movement will definitely attract the attention of the chasing soldiers, and we must fight quickly. Orochimaru looked at the tragic terrain where a large area of melting appeared, and the greed on his face became more and more obvious. Whether it was the anti-radiation liquid before, or the Rashomon who fought against the white hot light, it was nothing in essence. As long as he could capture Zanyi's body, all the ninjutsu would belong to him. In the distance, Anbu already sensed the movement and looked in a certain direction. The attack that hit the sky just now. You can't go wrong. It's Master Schwanni's forbidden technique that is white hot. It can force him to use this level of forbidden technique. It can only be Orochimaru. Haiwu, you should report to Lord Naruto immediately. Others will come with me to help Lord Schwenny. No matter what, stop a dangerous ninja like Orochimaru. The captain of the dark part drank slowly and led the people to move faster. Even if they didn't have the confidence to stop Orochimaru at all, as long as Schwenny was there, they only needed to assist Schwenny, delay time, and wait for the powerful ninjas in the village to come. In the distance, Zillai also sensed the movement, and immediately turned around and shuttled fast. Orochimaru, you bastard! Zillai also gritted his teeth. He wanted to grab the guy and beat him hard, and then asked clearly why he did such a thing. Swish. Zanyi raised his head and glanced at Orochimaru, no longer hesitated, and started to activate the psychic technique. The art of psychic. I've never heard of this guy signing a powerful psychic contract. Orochimaru's heart sank. Watching Zanyi's decisive and confident actions, he had a bad premonition in his heart. A psychic beast that can channel a ninja of the level of Zanyi. How powerful should it be? The 3 holy places. Or who? With a bang, white smoke appeared. Orochimaru's solemn gaze suddenly froze. Looking at the familiar figure, his face stiffened. This guy is not. Bei Liuhu looked at the scene in front of him with a dazed expression, looking left and right, revealing a deep daze. Hey, isn't that Orochimaru? Why did you fight this guy? I'm no longer a mediocre person, but a great and powerful ninja, so let me solve it. Ah, I'm sorry, Senior Piliuhu, the psychic is wrong, I didn't want to call you here, you've worked hard. The next moment, with a bang, Bei Liuhu, who was ready to fight and give Orochimaru a little color, disappeared again, with deep resentment and anger. I found something interesting. Ever since he defected, Bailahu, who has been silent since his defection, was actually given to you. I don't even know Danzo. Orochimaru let out a weird laugh, and that gaze became extremely terrifying. It should be right this time. Zanyi activated the psychic technique again, sensed another psychic technique, and summoned. Boom boom boom. A coffin suddenly emerged from the ground and stood on the spot with a bang. A huge, green, character is inscribed on the coffin board, which is extremely eye-catching. What is this? Could it be the reincarnation of the filth? Did that guy from Danzo even teach him this technique? Orochimaru felt a shudder, and did not dare to hesitate. He launched the psychic technique again, and he summoned the incomparably huge myriad snake from the Longdi cave. 40 meters, stretched up half their body, stood like a mountain, spitting out letters. This is the strongest psychic beast that Orochimaru can summon, and it is extremely powerful in a holy place like Longdadong. Orochimaru, I killed you, I finally got a good night's sleep, and I was disturbed by you. Remember to sacrifice 50 human beings to me to quell my anger. As soon as Wand Snake appeared, he immediately vented his dissatisfaction, irritable and difficult to get along with, which made his reputation stink in Longdi Cave. If it wasn't necessary, Orochimaru would not be willing to summon this guy. 50 people. How could I even have 50 people secretly kidnap the ninjas in the village? Orochimaru's face was ugly, and he said coldly, then we have to wait until things are done. That kid is very difficult to deal with, be careful. Wan Shi stared at the huge snake pupil and looked at Zanyi. The point was to look at the coffin beside Zanyi. A guy who can make Orochimaru treat with such seriousness, even if he is a kid, he cannot underestimate. And what was in that coffin? Whoa! The lid of the coffin opened and smashed to the ground with a bang. A guy with a strange stature stepped out of the coffin. Wearing a strange, pointed mask with a long tail behind him. It's not an undead reincarnated from dirty soil, it's actually a living body. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and observed, blue character, mask, living body. Could it be that technique? Orochimaru, your doom is coming. Ninja Nine Faces Su Pohei. Blue, the word psychic beast is a minila that incorporates inter-column cells. It has an unbelievably powerful vitality and the ability to activate the tree line of the gods. Swish. The green character psychic beast rushed towards Orochimaru immediately. Such a small thing is not enough for me to swallow. Wan Shi opened his mouth wide and took a bite. Click. Its huge mouth slammed shut, as if the entire world was closed, and it was about to crush the tiny blue character psychic beast. But the power of the green character psychic beast is beyond imagination and terrifying. He just used his head to hold the upper jaw, and his legs stepped on the lower jaw to support it. As for why the hands are not raised above the head for support, the reason is also very simple, the hands are too short, it cannot reach. Why is this little thing so powerful? 10,000 snakes were shocked, like a human being biting a beetle, but his teeth were smashed and he couldn't bite. At this time, the blue character psychic beast suddenly raised its head and let out a hissing sound. Wood done the technique of random cutting. One after another tenacious wooden sticks suddenly came out, and with bursts of puffs, they were nailed into the mouth of Wan Snake. Wan Snake raised his head and let out an angry roar. To be able to activate Mu Dun. Zanyi, how many things have you researched without telling me? Orochimaru's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. The first time Xuanyi came into contact with the intercolumnar cells, it was clearly in his laboratory, but how long did it take for a psychic beast capable of launching a wooden escape to be created by this guy? And look at the shape of this creature. It is an artificial creature made of the life tissue of the companion beast and the fusion of the cells between the columns. It is a genius creation. Strength, speed, vitality, chakra, controllability, and ninjutsu are all impeccable, taking into account both. The length of Orochimaru's mentality was a little unstable, and there was a faint feeling of jealousy. Not to mention anything else, if he can cultivate such a body, he will use the technique of reincarnation without hesitation to seize the body. Such a psychic beast. He wants it too. To make matters worse, even though Orochimaru had never learned the Ju-faced Tsupohei technique, he still remembered some introduction information about this technique. The complete 9-faced Tsupohei clearly wanted to create 9 psychic beasts of different sizes. The blue-shaped psychic beasts are fused with intercolumnar cells. What about the other 8? It must be the fusion of 8 rare blood successors in the world. With 9 psychic beasts holding different bloodline boundaries in hand, the kind of power that exploded in an instant. Jun Xuanyi, you always surprise me, and I can't wait to take everything from you. Orochimaru's eyes were red, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. This is the first time that someone can make this genius feel unhappy in terms of scientific research and innovation. If it wasn't for the fact that he took a fancy to this young body with unlimited potential, he might be able to regard Zanyi as a person who is exploring the unknown road, a parallel person. Every day, don't raise it tilde. Now every day starts with 4D, big guys, it is very stable and reliable. For the author's hard work, please come back soon. If you have trouble raising books, move your fingers to subscribe, and support. Please. Chapter 130 Orochimaru who singled out a 10-tailed monster. Orochimaru has no time to be jealous. Die. Xuanyi kills. The green character psychic beast also rushed out and went straight to Orochimaru. Wanshi, you have been underestimated. Orochimaru said. The 10,000 snakes were furious, they raised their heads to the sky and made a terrifying hissing sound, and then suddenly lowered their heads and looked at the 2 little bugs. You piss me off. The 10,000 snakes began to roll, and the terrifying figure kept rolling over, as if a mountain rolled sideways, crushing all barriers. The earth shakes. Wooden blast gun tree. On the body of the green character psychic beast, a large number of trees have grown crazily, and the wooden vines are even denser, and they are constantly grabbing towards the snakes. The green character psychic beast even raised its right hand, and the entire arm began to swell, turning into a giant tree, and it resisted the 10,000 snakes on the spot. A small mountain-like existence was blocked on the spot by the dense and frantically proliferating trees. At this time, Zanyi even turned on his half-Godzilla transformation. He swung his tail and struck hard, aiming at the giant beast in front of him. Nuclear escape particle cutting. The entire tail was surging with blue-purple rays of light, condensing a powerful edge, and suddenly slapped at one snake. Particle cutting. This is a technique that can directly hurt the tailed beast. With one blow, it slashed towards the 10,000 snakes temporarily blocked by the blue character psychic beast. The terrifying blue brilliance turned into a long beam of light and slashed past. Little devil, you. One snake felt a strong sense of crisis. It wanted to dodge, but the blue character psychic beast entangled it, and whenever an old tree broke down, a new tree would immediately grow. Next moment. PFF'd. With a loud bang, the flesh and blood of one snake was severely injured by particle cutting on the spot, and a deep scar was cut out. The long body was divided into 2, blood and flesh splashed, and the scene was extremely spectacular. I remember you, damn brat. Sooner or later I will kill you. Wanshi screamed and was attacked by this attack, which cut off half of her body and was severely injured. This giant snake stared at Zanyi with vicious eyes, and deeply engraved Zanyi's appearance into his mind. Immediately, it disappeared with a bang, dragging half of his body and barely escaping back to Longdi Cave to recuperate. As long as it is in the Longdi Cave with a lot of natural energy, it will not die, but its strength will be greatly reduced, which will seriously reduce its status in the Longdi Cave that eats the weak. Presumably, the other snakes in the Longdi Cave would be happy to take the opportunity to kill the snake and devour everything of the snake. You don't need to remember me, sooner or later I will go to Longdi Cave. Zanyi's face was calm. The psychic beast is more troublesome in this point. Once the battle situation is unfavorable, the psychic beast can be disarmed and flee back to the old nest. After Wan Snake escaped, only a mess was left on the ground. Looking around, there were traces of chaos everywhere. At this time, Orochimaru finally sees the opportunity. Evil Snake wrist burst. Several big snakes suddenly appeared, and immediately bit the green character psychic beast. The next moment, Orochimaru made a seal with one hand and let out a low voice. Blast! Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the terrifying heat wave devoured the green character psychic beast. I've delayed one for the time being, and I'll deal with you next. There was a trace of anxiety in Orochimaru's eyes. There is no time. Those guys who are chasing him must have noticed the movement and are rushing frantically. Every second of delay, the more dangerous his situation is. However, as long as you can get Zanyi's body, all these adventures are worth it. Come on, Zanyi-jun, merge with me and give me everything you have. The malice in Orochimaru's eyes almost turned into substance. Facing the palms that Zanyi grabbed, enough to tear him apart. This poisonous snake exhausted the last big snake substitute technique, and with this blow, dragged its exhausted body and wrapped itself around Zanyi. He once again gave up a layer of expelling shell, and used the stand-in many times in a short period of time, exhausting all the preparations before his defection. Later, he had to consume a lot of chakra to stimulate the temporary proliferation of body cells. In other words, the lifespan of his current body has been drastically shortened and basically abolished, and a new body must be replaced after this battle. It is imperative to launch the technique of immortal reincarnation to seize Zanyi's body. It's useless, your fragile power can't do any harm to me at all. Zanyi looked at the Orochimaru who had wrapped himself around him several times. His expression did not change in the slightest. He is now in half Godzilla mode, and his body shape has become a little Godzilla. This level of attack cannot break his body surface at all. Zanyi planned to hit another particle cut to end everything about this poisonous snake. But Orochimaru wrapped around his tail again, snarling twice, barely hindering him for a moment. Zanyi. Wrong, Zanyi-jun. I never planned to solve you in this way. I'm afraid you haven't realized what will happen. Orochimaru smiled in a low voice, and the next moment, he opened his mouth wide, and the whole mouth grinned outrageously, and a large white phosphorus snake that was covered in wounds came out of his mouth. This is my body. You are mine. Orochimaru was so excited that he couldn't rely on himself. He spent so much effort, took so many risks, and fought to the last step, finally. He is about to capture this young body with unlimited potential. Orochimaru opened his mouth and couldn't wait to swallow Zanyi. Goo, goo. The white phosphorus serpent barely swallowed Zanyi. If you look at it from the outside, something is slipping into the stomach of the white phosphorus snake from its mouth. Next moment. Here is. Zanyi looked up. Extremely empty. There is only endless darkness in the sky. The ground was cracked, but upon closer inspection, the ground looked like the scales of a snake's skin. In all directions, there is only an endless and distant space, where no one or anything exists. Consciousness and spirit, in this space, have become somewhat blurred and changed. Zanyi wanted to move his body, but found that his body was already bound by a large amount of strange substances. Welcome to my world, Lord Zanyi. In front of Zanyi, a bulge suddenly appeared on the ground. Orochimaru drilled out of it. He stuck out his long tongue, looked at Zanyi obsessively, and walked slowly. Finally, at this moment, you are too arrogant to give me a chance. This is the art of reincarnation, and I will devour your soul. Come on, give me your body, together with your talent, your blood, leave it to me. Orochimaru grabbed Zanyi with a hysteria of getting what he wanted. Arrogant. Orochimaru, it's you who is really arrogant. Zanyi raised his head and looked at Orochimaru calmly. Orochimaru's heart jumped. Zanyi said indifferently, although you have been hiding from Danzo-sensei and using the power of your roots to develop the art of reincarnation without corpse, I have been silently watching over you. If you take your body, I won't let me. Surprised. After all. A terrifying smile appeared on Zan Yi's face. You're not the first guy who coveted my body, the last one to do this was that Biliuhu. His ghost Yaluo technique can perfectly fuse with the boundaries of blood. Quote. What? Orochimaru's face changed slightly. That guy from Beluhu, a childhood friend, could actually develop this kind of technique, a technique that perfectly fuses the boundaries of blood. HMPH, Guiyu Luo's technique is impossible to compare with my undead reincarnation technique. This is not only a technique to seize the body, but also a forbidden technique for immortality. So what? Your body is mine, no one can save you. Orochimaru pounced on Zan Yi. It is necessary to obliterate and devour Zan Yi's soul, and then replace Zan Yi's position. In this case, the technique of reincarnation is completed, and he will inherit everything from Zan Yi perfectly. Regrettably. Godzilla. Zan Yi spoke calmly. Orochimaru was holding onto Zan Yi's soul, and a part of him had already merged into Zan Yi's soul. Even if you summon that companion beast, it's useless, it's too late. Ka ka ka. A strange sound spread throughout this empty and dead world. Orochimaru's frenzied whispers came to an abrupt end. The next moment, the spiritual world that should belong to him alone, the world used for reincarnation rituals, suddenly squeezed in an indescribable behemoth. Can't see the exact outline. Even if it is just a shadow, even if it is just standing there, a terrible crack has appeared in this spiritual world like a mirror. What is this? What is this? This is the companion beast in your body. But how can my spiritual world? Orochimaru let out an unbelievable roar, and the next moment, he planned to activate the seal of 4 elephants to hinder Godzilla's invasion. Unfortunately, after all, it is the man's arm as the car. In a very easy way, this spiritual world has been torn apart by Godzilla. Orochimaru also saw the appearance of this monster. Fat belly, short hands. But the size is exaggerated. Is this the thing that interferes with my ritual? This sense of oppression, even a tailed beast. Orochimaru's body began to show signs of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot. The next moment, Zan Yi had broken through the shackles and stood in front of Orochimaru. It's a pity that the ceremony failed. The spiritual space you created is too fragile to be attacked. I just moved a little bit, and you couldn't support it any longer. Zan Yi slowly raised his head. Behind him, the planet Godzilla stepped on the ground, accelerating the collapse of the world. The spiritual world created by Orochimaru has a lot of loopholes. In the original book, even Sasuke's 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes can't hold it. What's more, it was Zan Yi who was facing this moment. Disappear, Orochimaru, you chose this dead end for yourself, and you are about to die. Zan Yi raised his hand and was about to destroy Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru let out an unwilling roar. He had imagined many situations, but only did not expect this result. He has to face a monster that seems to be stronger than a tailed beast. This kind of monster, why is there such a monster in the ninja world? Orochimaru looked horrified. Zan Yi said indifferently, this is also impossible. I didn't expect you to come to fight a monster of the 10-tailed level. Seeing that, he was about to be destroyed by Zan Yi. At this time, Godzilla behind Zan Yi suddenly opened his mouth. Call. Orochimaru was sucked away and eaten. Planet Godzilla fell asleep again. Quote. Well, although the process is different from what I estimated. But forget it, at least the result is the same. This guy, Orochimaru, is really unlucky. Add more, stable days, please don't support it. Add more. It has been stable since it was put on the shelves. Don't keep books, big guys, please subscribe tilde. Chapter 131 _ She doesn't listen to Hokage, she only listens to that person. The fierce battle between the two led to drastic changes in the terrain of the blockbuster. The dense virgin forest was flattened by the successive terrorist attacks just now, and the ground was turned over several layers, with unevenness and chaos. This badly changed terrain is just an insignificant part of the battle just now. Shish. In the distance, there are many figures rushing towards. This fierce battle shocked many people. Swish. Many figures arrived one after another, looking at the scene in front of them with shock. The terrain has been changed. It's terrifying. It's hard to imagine what kind of attack would lead to this situation. Master Shwenny is over there. And that big white phosphorus snake. Many figures stood beside Zanyi. At this time, Zanyi had just put the green character psychic beast back into the coffin. Behind him, the white phosphorus Orochi had already been beheaded into several pieces, and its corpse was on the spot. Zanyi, where's Orochimaru? That guy just channeled out one snake, right? And this white snake, after all. The first sentence after Jiraiya arrived was that he hurriedly asked about the whereabouts of Orochimaru, and saw the white phosphorus serpent that was broken into several pieces. He groaned inwardly, showing a look of disbelief. Master Orochimaru, who knows, his life-saving skills have always been very terrifying. Zanyi calmly released the psychic technique, and with the rumbling sound, the coffin with green characters was refilled into the ground and disappeared in place. Then, in front of everyone, he directly took out the seal scroll and sealed the white phosphorus corpse left by Orochimaru. In horror, Master Shwenny, could it be that you really killed Orochimaru? Everyone else looked at Zanyi with astonishment. Zanyi re-rolled the scroll, held it in his hand, and said lightly, I said it, why don't you listen to it? I don't know. Senior Orochimaru is hard to say about other skills, but his ability to save his life is definitely the best. Top notch. Everyone looked at each other and fell silent. Zillai also sighed, as if there was a big stone stuck in his heart, and said solemnly, then, Zanyi, can you tell me the process? I just want to confirm his final fate. Simply put, Senior Orochimaru has mastered a secret technique that can capture the body of others, transforming his own body into the form of a white phosphorus Orochi, and then devouring the enemy's soul and occupying the enemy's body as a new container. Zanyi put the scroll on his waist, and glanced at the battlefield. This is the reason why she attacked Yue before, but instead of running away, she attacked me madly, and this is also the reason. Greed makes people crazy, so Orochimaru Sr. is planted. Zanyi did not tell how he countered the soul attack. Jiraiya will not ask. He and several Anbu have been shocked by this amazing news. The forbidden technique of taking another person's body. Is this the reason why Orochimaru has been so weird and crazy recently, to capture the more powerful blood of the two new generations? But unfortunately, he was first injured by Yue, then beheaded and divided by Zanyi. Since the white phosphorus Orochi is the body of Orochimaru, doesn't it mean? Anbu whispered. I can't be sure of this. Senior Orochimaru has never been an easy guy to die. Zanyi's performance was light and calm, but this was the way it made others feel even more shocked. Even Jiraiya, at this moment, just felt empty inside, staring blankly at this messy battlefield, and finally sighed deeply. What can he say? Even if Orochimaru is really dead, no matter how you look at it, he deserves it. The comrades and opponents from childhood to adulthood are actually like this. No, maybe they are still alive, but the probability is very low. Let's go back to the village as soon as possible and report this matter to the fourth generation of adults. The rest is not up to me to decide. Zanyi's voice was flat. Is Orochimaru dead? Of course not dead. Even if Godzilla swallowed most of his soul in one bite, he still didn't die. That guy, Orochimaru, has mastered the curse of the sky, and a red bean has been planted. This means that Orochimaru used Chongo, who didn't know where he was hiding, to perform many human experiments in the direction of the curse mark. There is a high probability that there are other experimental subjects who also carry the curse of the sky. These are Orochimaru's backhand. As long as there is a piece of soul fragment, this thing can be resurrected in minutes. The news of Orochimaru's killing caused an uproar. All the people who heard the news showed deep astonishment on their faces, with deep disbelief. So that every person who heard the news, the first time, his head was clouded, and he didn't react at all. They were still immersed in the fact that Orochimaru had defected, and they couldn't understand why Orochimaru did this. But now, it came next that Orochimaru was killed. It was Konoha's strongest Cenozoic who killed him, even the strongest Cenozoic ever. I don't know who Oshweni. This amazing news, spreading wildly, shook the entire Konoha, and even caused a huge sensation in the ninja world. From Orochimaru's defection, to Orochimaru being killed, it was so fast that people couldn't react. He was even more shocked by the strength displayed by Zanyi. Really, Orochimaru, that dangerous ninja, was killed by one of his own people. Shweni Shiranui, he is a terrible guy who can solve Orochimaru. Continue to increase the amount of the bounty. No matter who can kill him, he can get the bounty. Of course, don't give this quest to the fire. The country's bounty. HMPH, what a pity. Originally, I was planning to find a chance to take revenge, but I didn't expect that he would not be able to live to that time. It's really boring. Even Chio from Sand Ninja Village couldn't help laughing while adjusting the two puppet arms, feeling happy. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru ended in such a way. What a pity, she has no chance for revenge. Unfortunately, I will never have a chance to kill Orochimaru, ha ha ha. Thinking like this, Chio's laughter became more and more cheerful, and the whole person seemed to be young. The news that Orochimaru was killed caused a huge shock in the ninja world. As the center of all these changes, Konoha village, the high-rise, is caught in an unspeakable atmosphere. Really, was Orochimaru killed by Zanyi? Even the body of the white phosphorus Orochi was dismembered. After hearing the news, the three generations were silent for a long time. I can't tell if it's sad or gratifying, maybe there are a variety of complex emotions. After all, Orochimaru is the best disciple he has cultivated in his life. It's a pity that, ideologically, he is drifting away from him. I'm afraid you didn't even think of it yourself. It would be this kind of result, the forbidden technique of taking other people's bodies. What exactly do you? The third Hokage let out a deep sigh. Sitting alone in the corner of the room, gradually shrouded in shadows. Even if Lake Biwa pushed the door open and called him, the three generations of Hokage did not respond. There's no need for this, he's just a betrayal, deviating from the will of fire. Besides, didn't that young man Shweni say that he might not really be dead? Bawako began to clean up the tea set on the table. The third generation shook his head with a wry smile. No, if others say that, Orochimaru is really likely to survive, and the one who can do it is Zanyi. Although he is young, he has also played against many strong people on the battlefield, and it is impossible to let it go. Orochimaru feigned death and escaped. Even the body of the white phosphorus Orochi was put into a sealed scroll and brought back. Is it possible to still be alive? In other words, Zanyi, will he be deceived by a clone or a prosthesis? Almost impossible. And if Orochimaru is still alive, it's not a good thing. Sandai Hokage couldn't help shaking his head. Naruto building. The fourth generation of Megami Fung Minato was looking at the few people standing in front of him with a solemn expression. Really, I didn't expect it to be like this. Zanyi, you have grown to a level that no one can ignore. The name of the new generation is leaving you. Watergate sighed. Zanyi is neither humble nor arrogant. The fourth generation of adults has won the award, and I didn't expect that the senior Orochimaru would do such a thing. The reason why he attacked me and Yue was also because he wanted to change to a new body. Well, if you even get Orochimaru's body back, you should be able to verify his life and death. Minato didn't finish his sentence. Zanyi had already taken out the scroll and placed it on the table respectfully. Lord Hokage, this is the white phosphorus Orochi. Minato's face was moved, such a precious thing, he took it out without any hesitation. As expected of Zanyi. This kind of awareness is really trustworthy. Don't forget, Zanyi is the disciple of the Dark Regiment of Forbearance and the next leader of the Root organization. The Root side must also be secretly conducting dark research. Minato knows this, but he can't find any evidence. The body of Orochimaru was absolutely needed by Danzo, but did Schwenny actually hand it over like this? The side, Jiraiya also glanced at it and sighed. Minato, accept it. Orochimaru is the village's rebel after all, and his body is to be recovered according to the regulations. You can make up for Schwenny in other ways. After speaking, he walked out with a lonely face. No one can really understand the complexities of his heart. Minato was silent for a while, took the scroll, and at the same time, directly summoned the Book of Seals and opened it on the spot. Orochimaru is an S-rank betrayal. You killed him and handed over his body. Naturally, you will be rewarded. If you want ordinary money, it is nothing to you. Now, if you sell it casually, you can make a lot of money. Quote. Minato joked, cast the seal technique, and opened the catalog part of the Book of Seals. You can choose a forbidden technique from here to learn. Schwenny made a move and looked serious. Lord Hokage, you are too polite. You are all doing your best for the village. Then I will choose this psychic technique. He raised his hand and pointed to a certain technique. Spiritualism Rashomon. It can almost be said that this is the strongest frontal defense in the Naruto world. If it weren't for the lack of flexibility, this defensive ninjutsu would be almost perfect. Rashomon, it is indeed a good technique. It seems that you have already seen the power of this technique when you fought against Orochimaru. Minato opened his mouth with a smile, and started to unseal the part of Rashomon. Everything about this technique slowly emerged. When Senior Orochimaru used this technique for the first time, he really surprised me and actually stopped my white-hot light. With a strong memory, Zanyi immediately began to memorize these contents. After spending some time, I memorized all the spells and methods. Minato reseals the Book of Seals. Lord Hokage, if there is nothing else, I will leave. After all, the matter of Lord Orochimaru has caused a lot of movement. Zanyi said with a smile. Quote. Yes, not everyone is as calm as Jiraiya-sensei. Minato hesitated. Zanyi resigned respectfully, walked out of the office, and walked down the stairs around the corner. At the same time, a figure was going upstairs. Blonde, big boobs. The two were left and right, up and down, and it seemed that it was nothing. But in the moment of passing by, boom! Tsunade suddenly punched and smashed it hard. The strange force erupted, and a punch smashed out an amazing gap in the Hokage building. Sir Tsunade, I instruct you to have a good relationship with Senior Orochimaru. I can understand the unspeakable depression in my heart now, but please also understand me. If he didn't insist on attacking me, he could have escaped completely. Zanyi stood there with a calm expression on his face. A few centimeters from the left side of his face was Tsunade's fist. In the face of this venting of anger, Zanyi was prepared. Quote. Don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming you. Tsunade withdrew his hand, and there was no emotion in his voice. Zanyi nodded. I understand, although Lord Orochimaru has defected, but the relationship between life and death in the past few decades has been real. I don't know how to vent the complicated emotions in my heart, it is understandable. Tisk, he's such a tight-lipped guy, it's annoying. Tsunade turned around expressionlessly and continued upstairs. Zanyi stayed in place for a moment, and then went downstairs as if nothing had happened. The punch just now has already knocked out that complicated mood. Orochimaru, what a complicated guy, even if he becomes an enemy, he still makes his former comrades miss him. Zanyi shook his head. Outside the Naruto building, Anbu ninjas have long appeared to prevent innocent civilians from being accidentally injured. Many people gathered outside the Hokage building, watching this scene in astonishment. Then, they saw Schwenny walk out of the Hokage building slowly. Zanyi-san, Did you have a conflict with Tsunade-sama just now? Really, although I feel that something will go wrong, I didn't expect that guy to be so blatant. I don't know when Kazu stood outside the Hokage building. To be precise, she was waiting after she got the news that Orochimaru was killed. Seeing that, Kazuki was about to turn on Susanoo, and there were chakras surging wildly on his body. Calm down, Kazu, nothing happened just now, don't worry too much. Suddenly hearing this kind of news, even Tsunade-sama will inevitably have mood swings. Zanyi walked slowly and put a hand on Yui's shoulder. That fleeting, extremely oppressive power suddenly dissipated. Yui patted his head and said with a smile, that's also. If someone like Orochimaru died in your hands, everyone would be surprised. Everyone made way for the two of them, staring blankly at the two figures who were leaving. After a long time, those Anbu people only grunted and spit, gasping for breath. For a moment just now, they really felt that this kaleidoscope girl would ignore it, turn on Susanoo and rush into the Hokage building. Then they couldn't stop it. Did you feel that feeling of suffocation just now? Captain, did she really plan to do that just now? Perhaps, if there is no suppression by Schwenny, maybe they would really dare to kill in. But then again, the Uchiha people are very impulsive, and few can think calmly and weigh the pros and cons. What? Someone dares to stand outside the Hokage building and do things. Oh, from the Uchiha clan, that's fine. This clan is like this. They help relatives without principle, and they never reason with outsiders. However, I still underestimated Zanyi's influence on Yue. It's just a trivial matter, and she didn't hesitate to do this. I'm afraid she won't even listen to Hokage's orders. The captain of the dark part pondered for a while, and immediately returned to the Hokage building to report to the fourth Hokage. In this regard, Namikaze Minato just nodded slightly, not surprised. It's no secret that Zanyi has a huge influence on the new generation, and even the younger generations after that. This appeal has long exceeded the imagination of many people. Senior Tsunade, you almost caused big trouble just now, Minato said helplessly, looking at the woman in front of him. Tsunade's mood was extremely bad, and he immediately sneered. Why, can't you let me vent my emotions? I don't know whether my current state is more sad or more cheerful. What's more, I didn't pull the little devil. Going to the training ground to play a game is good enough. Quote. Yes, it's just. Watergate has some headaches. He couldn't even provoke the woman in front of him. It's not a question of whether or not to fight. Tsunade snorted coldly. However, you have to pay attention to the Uchiha clan. This clan is very strange. Both Kazu and Zishui are desperately trying to get close to Schwenny, and Fuyu seems to value him very much. The kid's teacher is the one who hates the Uchiha clan the most. Watergate nodded. Yes, it's complicated, but it doesn't seem like a bad thing right now. If Schwenny is in the middle, as long as he can maintain his strength, no one can force him to do things he doesn't want to do. At least, Minato felt that as long as he caught Schwenny, he wouldn't let things worsen to the worst. Shortly after. The base of the route. Tanzo-sensei, I have already handed over the white phosphorus orochi to the fourth Hokage, but I have brought you the most essential parts. Zanyi smiled, and the next moment, his body showed a wriggling motion, and immediately a piece of body tissue was peeled off. In this body tissue, the cells belonging to Orochimaru are dying. This is the result of Zanyi's deliberate isolation and protection. Chapter 132-Akatsuki organizes assembly. What is the most valuable part of Orochimaru's white phosphorus orochi? The answer is obvious, that is the part of the original book that was swallowed up by Sasuke. Orochimaru launched a reincarnation without a corpse and wanted to take Sasuke, but was killed by Sengoyu's writing wheel eye. The body of the white phosphorus orochi was beheaded on the spot, but the most powerful genes and cells that Orochimaru had researched throughout his life were occupied by Sasuke. Stronger cell activity, faster self-healing ability, more abundant chakra. The most essential parts of Orochimaru's body are all integrated into Sasuke's body. That guy Orochimaru launched the technique of reincarnation, trying to devour my soul, but he didn't expect to ruin this great situation. Zanyi pointed at the lump of meat on the ground while talking about the process of killing Orochimaru. Orochimaru was killed after taking half of his body, but his most essential genes and cells were not eliminated by Zanyi in the first time. Now, it happened to be given to Danzo. Anyway, he didn't like this kind of thing at all. There are no genetic cells that boost the body's recovery like the bonus Godzilla gives him. Something that Orochimaru was proud of, Zanyi did not value. So that's the case, that guy dared to attack you, it's his own fault. The art of not reincarnating, so it makes sense. He attacked Kazu first to take her body. Danzo looked moved. It was the first time he had heard of the technique of reincarnation, but he did not expect to have such a terrifying ability. The forbidden technique that devours the soul of the original host and occupies the body. Damn, I really want it. No matter what good things are, Danzo wants them all, especially if it involves the ability to capture the ability of Xingchuan Shuiji. Subconsciously, Danzo glanced at his right hand, and somehow felt that this arm was not so fragrant. After all, it's a transplanted right arm. Tanzo teacher, but he has already failed, and he has failed twice in a row. This shows that this technique has great drawbacks, and the battle of souls is extremely dangerous. Zanyi naturally knew what Danzo was thinking, and said with a smile. Danzo pondered for a moment, then snorted coldly, "This is natural, there is no perfect technique in this world, let alone a forbidden technique with a very high risk factor. And even if he succeeds, he can only possess one body at most and master it. It's just a blood successor. The old man is different. The old man is the man who controls the strongest blood of Chisho Hasuma and Uchiha Madara, the man who pacified the ninja world back then." Thinking of this, Danzo felt a lot happier. Orochimaru's body can be researched into many secrets, but unfortunately, there is no way to obtain the technique of reincarnation. Danzo gestured, and several root ninjas appeared and took away the flesh and blood. If the body tissue of Orochimaru can be continuously proliferated, maybe a few good cannon fodder tool people can be cultivated. However, Zanyi was no longer interested. In the next period of time, there is only one thing that is really important, and that is the fertility problem of Juwei Renzuli. At present, the expected date of birth of Kushina is still uncertain. You can pay attention to it properly. Danzo spoke in a deep voice, but in fact, he didn't pay too much attention, because the Hokage family would definitely take the strictest measures to solve this problem. It is impossible to include his lineage in the task of protecting the smooth birth of Ju Terenzuli. Zanyi nodded and walked out of the root base. After taking a deep breath of air, Zanyi returned home. Orochimaru can't toss anymore in a short time. Even if this guy is resurrected from the curse of the sky, he will stop for a while to recuperate his soul. What? You ask the one swallowed by Godzilla. Don't think about it, there is no more ash left, this wave of Orochimaru has lost blood. Push open the door. The two little ones who had just returned from the ninja school were sitting upright with bruised noses and swollen faces, respectfully. This is... What's the matter? Zanyi looked at the two of them in surprise. At this point in time, you should be doing your homework or playing ninja games. With bruises all over his face and half of his glasses shattered, he pushed it and said respectfully, "Nissan, Senior Kazu cares about our practice very much, and is very enthusiastic about guiding us." Yamato also sat up and said in a low voice, "Yes, that's it. Senior Kazu is too powerful. It's an honor to have such a beautiful and generous senior. If his nose wasn't oozing blood, that would be barely convincing." Yue, who was sitting across from them, still moved gracefully and said gently, "Zan Yisong, you're back." The two of them said that I was hindering them, and they praised me for being an old woman, so I educated them. Zan Yi was silent. Old woman. Tu and Yamato are both honest people. How could they say such things? It's Senior Hongdu. She also wanted to find Nissan before, but was driven away by Senior Kazu. We ran into her after school and heard her talking about old women and stuff all the way. Yamato finally couldn't hold back, covering his face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Red Bean. I understand, it should be coming to me because of the curse mark. Zanyi waved his hand and drove these two little things out. Although he used the seal of sealing evil to suppress the restlessness of the curse seal. However, this level of heaven's curse seal is obviously imperfect, more violent and difficult to control. Sealing the evil magic seal is only a means to treat the symptoms but not the root cause, suppressing the intensity of the curse seal. However, Hongdu is also unlucky. According to the normal timeline, Orochimaru has already developed the curse imprint relatively well at this time, at least in the first stage of the curse imprint. But now, it is probably due to the accelerated research on reincarnation. Zanyi observed a second of silence for Hongdu. In the original book, when Orochimaru defected, he invited Hongdu to go with him. After being rejected, he left the curse of the sky and sealed the memory of Hongdu. Today's red beans don't have this kind of treatment. There is only one unlucky person. The good things don't catch up, and the bad things are all taken care of. Zanyi Sang seems to be very interested in red beans. Kazu's face was gentle, but he couldn't tell whether he was angry or angry. But Zanyi dared to bet that Kazu, who seemed to be calm, but was actually very extreme and very Uchiha, had already set his sights on Red Bean, and he would definitely find a chance to beat her to death. Well, of course, pay more attention. The curse of the sky on Hongdu's neck is very important, and it involves the resurrection of Orochimaru. Resurrection. Kazuki frowned. One of the three ninjas, the veteran ninja in the Mega Ninja world, is really not that easy to be killed. Can you find a chance to resurrect after death? Do you need me to kill the red beans in secret? No one will notice. It's not necessary, and it doesn't make sense. Orochimaru will never put the hope of resurrection on one person. Zanyi said lightly. To tell the truth, as long as Zanyi thinks about it, he can start now and try to revive Orochimaru. As long as there is the flesh and blood of Orochimaru, plus a little fairy chakra, and the seal of the curse of the sky is photographed, Orochimaru will live. This guy's life-saving ability is absolutely the first in the world of ninjas, and there is no Orochimaru better at life-saving than the existence of the six paths. If that's the case, then forget it. Kazuki laughed in a low voice, and immediately, he pulled out the long knife on his back and placed it in front of Zanyi. This is the legendary artifact, the Kusanagi sword. Zanyi-san, I took this from you, Orochimaru, and I haven't had time to give it to you. When there are outsiders, I don't dare to take it out, for fear of being asked by the village. Yue said. Kusanagi sword. Zanyi grabbed the sword and looked at it for a moment. This Kusanagi sword has the ability to expand and contract, just like the wishful golden hoop that the ape demon has turned into, but it has a strong hardness that even the ape demon can't bear. From beginning to end, he was mastered by Orochimaru, who fought for 3 generations and stabbed Naruto with 4 tails. If it was this sword, the Kusanagi sword that can be stretched and retracted at will, is very suitable for your Susanoo. Zanyi watched for a while, chuckled lightly, and threw back the artifact that was famous in the ninja world. When you dealt with Orochimaru, I heard that you activated the second form of Susanoo, and made a chakra samurai sword based on this Kusanagi sword. This artifact is very suitable for you, keep it for yourself. Quote. Zanyi said lightly. There are 3 Kusanagi swords that appear in Hokage. This Kusanagi sword in the shape of a samurai sword is surprisingly hard and can be stretched and shortened. Later, the Kusanagi sword obtained by Sasuke was more like a long sword in appearance. There was nothing special about it for the time being. It was not stronger than the Kusanagi sword of Orochimaru in terms of hardness, and it had no other abilities. If you conducted chakra, it also has to be considered an ability. The last is the Ten-Fist sword mastered by Itachi, with its own powerful sealing technique. To tell the truth, Apart from the 10-fist sword that could attract Zanyi's interest, Zanyi was not interested in the other 2 Kusanagi swords. Weapons are not a necessity for him. That's it, then I'm welcome. Kazu didn't refuse, and put away the Kusanagi sword. When she activates the second form, Susanoo, she really needs to create a powerful weapon. If the Kusanagi sword is used as a template, it will save a lot of energy. Zanyi said, "How much has your eyesight decreased during this time?" "The eyesight has indeed dropped a bit, but I can still hold on to it. If I only use the second form of Susanoo, I can last for a long time, but if I use Izanagi and Izanagi's life frequently, it will greatly shorten my life." "The lifespan of both eyes," Kazu said. While speaking, she showed a kaleidoscope of writing wheels. This is a pair of powerful, but also cursed eyes of blindness. In particular, the pupil technique of Kazu's left and right eyes is powerful, and can modify the reality of areas other than himself. But in Kazu's own words, the consumption of pupil power is staggering. Unless it is a last resort, don't use the 3rd stage of Susanoo. The 3rd stage of Susanoo can definitely confront the tailed beast head-on, and even suppress some weak-tailed beasts for a short time, at the cost of speeding up your eyes of blindness. Quote. Zanyi touched his chin. Kazuki couldn't lose those eyes yet. At least, you have to stick to it for 10 or 8 years. As long as you don't feel like you can do it like Urzuzi in the original book, you will first challenge Wying, then Danzo, and finally Kakashi. The young man was blind at a young age. If it's all right, you can go back. Remember to make good use of the power of the kaleidoscope. Zanyi said lightly. After Yue leaves, Zanyi sat on the spot, silently thinking about what happened at the moment. A few days later, the aftermath of Orochimaru's killing spread, and the name of Shueni completely reverberated throughout the entire ninja world. This was also the first shadow-level powerhouse he killed. And Konoha, who was the center, ushered in even worse things. Jiraiya also said hello to Minato Namikaze, and asked to travel around the ninja world to collect materials. Sorry, Watergate, I need to go out to relax, otherwise I won't be inspired at all when I create. Jiraiya also pretended to be cheerful and laughed. It's fine to go out for a walk, but I'm really looking forward to the new work of Mr. Jiraiya. Well, has the child's name been named yet? Zillai also asked Kushina, who walked in, suddenly. Kushina touched her stomach with contentment. Yes, it's called Naruto. Quote. Naruto. It's a good name. Then, you two have to be good. I'm leaving, the first stop is the country of soup. Jiraiya laughed, and finally, took a deep look at Kushina's stomach. Naruto. Maybe he can become a great ninja. Speaking of which, I don't know what happened to Nagato. He should most likely be the son of prophecy. Zillai also thought about it and left the village. This is not the end. Soon after, Tsunade also took his disciples to Mute and left the village. The 3 generations of Hokage came forward in person, but they couldn't stop it. At this point, Sannin, 1 death and 2 walks, Konoha's top combat power, lost 3 in 1 breath. Only the 3 generations of Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Shueni Shiranui and Kazu Uchiha are left. This loss cannot be described as heavy. The other 4 ninja villages who heard the news were extremely happy, but after looking at the battle strength of their own villages and comparing the current strength of Konoha, they could only endure. However, Konoha is still too strong. Are you still gone? Zanyi, who heard the news, just shook his head. These 3 people, in the 3-generation period, have already lost their hearts. Since when did it go away? Oh, probably after Duan and Roshu died one after another, Tsunade became a loner, and Orochimaru lost his disciple. Soon, Zanyi was summoned by Danzo. HMPH, now the power of the village has inexplicably dropped a lot. This is the problem of Rigian. Tuanzang snorted coldly, unable to tell whether he was happy or annoyed. So, teacher, what are you going to do? The fourth generation will begin to rely on your strength. This is your good opportunity. The position of Konoha's number 1 ninja village cannot be shaken. Danzo slowly raised his head. He knew very well that even if the 3 ninjas took all the shots, as long as the 4th generation of Hokage Naruto Fung Minato was still there, and the Ju Taranzuli was still there, he could only hang on. Minato and Kushina's deterrent power is too strong. Adding up, to some extent, it is more difficult to deal with than Sannin. Danzo simply can't have a chance. So, Orochimaru died, and many taboo experiments had to be stopped, but this old man thought of one person who could help Konoha. Danzo said solemnly, "That's Konoha A-level rebellion, Biliuhu." Zanyi did not speak. Danzang said solemnly, "Biliuhu's talent in human experiments, even if it is not as good as Orochimaru, is incomparable. Before this guy started doing things to you behind his back, the old man also cooperated with him. As long as he can find this guy, using him, we can continue to advance many forbidden experiments." As expected of a teacher, you can actually think of this method. Zanyi looked admiring. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. If you use part of Orochimaru's body tissue as a bargaining chip, it will surely attract the idiot of Beluhu to take the bait, squeeze his value, and serve Konoha. Don't interfere in this matter, the old man will arrange the root cause. The ninja went to find and contact him, and I heard that he is now in the land of the land. Soon, a series of orders came out. The ninjas of the roots acted in secret and rushed to the land of the earth. In this regard, Zanyi can only say that Teacher Danzo is so smart that he could think of this method. The current Biliuhu, I'm afraid that he has completely mastered the burning and speeding, and his strength has reached the level of elite Jonin. There is a high probability that these root ninjas will never return. Zanyi shrugged and didn't say anything to stop him. It's time to find something to do for that bloated guy in Payuhu. It seems that Beluhu is now wandering around in the land of the earth, intending to find trouble in Jiaodu, and to smash the lost place back. In short, as the fighting power of Sannin disappeared, the ninja world, which had finally calmed down, became unstable again, and some small conflicts on the border suddenly began to intensify. This kind of endless testing and team fighting is destined to continue for several years. Zanyi and others even received orders to be regularly dispatched to the border areas to perform tasks and to kill enemy teams. PFF'd. Sword light flashed. Several big heads rose to the sky. This is Kazu Uchiha. Damn, it's actually this guy. Run away. I can't escape, there is a problem with my body. This is the power of Shiranui Shueni, and I actually met them. Youth Sonatas, stay here, you darn bastards. Kai's shouting was mixed with many panic sounds, and it was especially harsh. He rushed over viciously, rammed and knocked many hapless people to the ground. When Zanyi appeared, he just raised his hand and turned all these enemies into corpses. In other words, the three of us haven't acted together for a long time, and this time it can be regarded as a memory of us who were weak in the past. Zanyi rubbed his shoulders and smiled. He casually sat on a corpse of a sand ninja. Indeed, I really miss it when I think about it, we have all grown up. Kazu slowly retracted the Kusanagi sword. Kai clenched his fists. You guys are already too strong, but I've been left far behind by you. Don't say that, Kai, our paths are different. Kazuki has a kaleidoscope, I have Godzilla, and you are taijutsu, supplemented by ninjutsu. If you can fully open the 7 doors now, then with a powerful technique, it is enough to fight against us, and maybe it can suppress the two of us for a short time. Zanyi waved his hand. Kazu instinctively didn't believe it, but she didn't refute it. Because she remembered that Bamindunjia was too evil. Ever since she heard that Kai's father, Meitei, the Wannian Sharen who had always been valued by Zanyi, had opened 8 doors to hunt down the 7 people of Wuyin, she had never dared to underestimate physique. By the way, Zanyi-san, I have learned a new ninjutsu. Kai suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to show it to Zanyi. New ninjutsu, Dragon King breathes fire. Xuanyi pondered. I saw Kai's hands forming a seal, and then slap the ground fiercely. The art of psychic. A big turtle appeared in front of the three of them. Kay, why did you call me out again? The big turtle shouted loudly. Just wanted to introduce you to my companion. Quote. This big tortoise. I remembered that it was a tool turtle that Kai used to step on his feet to achieve the second jump. Zanyi sat on the side with a smile, watching the noisy scene of one person and one turtle, and occasionally thought. Not bad. At this time, Zanyi's expression changed. Empty word ring, a message came. The leader of Akatsuki's organization is gathering them. After such a long time, the core members are gathered again. If I guessed correctly, it should be that thing. Is Nagato finally ready? Zanyi pondered. It is not impossible to calculate the time. During this time, Nagato collected enough prototypes of the 5 characters in the biography of Jiraiya's novels and transformed them into Pen's 6 paths. This kind of ritualistic thing. Chapter 133_nail polish. Let the world feel the pain. About the shape of the Kusanagi sword. I checked again, the manga and the anime are indeed different. In the episode of Orochimaru playing the 3rd generation, the manga is a samurai sword, and the anime is a standard long sword. Here I choose the manga as the standard, because of the Hokage manga I read when I was in elementary school more than 10 years ago. I was deeply impressed by the content of the manga, the picture above. On the surface, Zanyi remained calm, but in fact, he had already separated a clone to respond to the call of the Shao organization. Transfer a chakra into the empty ring. The next moment, at the base of Akatsuki, several figures appeared on the 10 fingers of the outsider golem. A total of 6 people. After such a long time, we finally meet again. The ghost shark looked at the chakra images in front of him and laughed in a deep voice. Ju said loudly, is there anything else this time? Tiandao Pain raised his head slowly. The reincarnation in his eyes was brewing with terrifying pressure. I have gathered all 6 ways of pain. Now it's time to start the country of rain. With the power of our Shao, rule the entire country of rain. Quote. I'm finally going to do it. I thought you would wait until. Shu slowly raised his head and looked at the Tiandao Pain in front of him. Well, using his body to shape him into the shape of Yahiko always feels a little weird. But that's not a big deal. Tiandao Pain said. There are now 6 members of Shao's organization. Conquering Yuyan village is the first task of Shao's organization, and failure is absolutely not allowed. The crowd laughed softly and nodded. Fail. Impossible to fail. Anyone who can stand here has strong strength and has the confidence to match it. Although Yuyan village has Hanzo, a top ninja in the world, but the 6 people present, except for Xiaonan, do not feel that they are really much worse than Hanzo. Xiaonan said solemnly, Hanzo, who is known as a demigod, has ruled Yuyan village for decades. The Sannin when he was young was defeated by him. Be careful of you being killed by him. Hey, Sannin. Of those 3 gangsters, one was killed by ninjas in his own village, and the other 2 ran away one after another. Beating them when they were young is not worthy of praise. Obito slowly raised his head, and the writing wheel in his eyes flashed a terrifying red light. Also, on the surface, I am not a core member of the Akatsuki organization. I will participate in this mission, and I will hide after it is completed. Get up and don't let the world know of my existence. Everyone was silent, and some people's eyes became a little weird at this time. Whether it's Pain or the ghost shark, as his eyes move, he keeps swaying repeatedly on Obito and Shu. It's okay for you to hide, but doesn't your old partner hide? Also, since the virtual wooden escape is no longer a secret, it's not a bad thing for you to hide it, although it's not very useful. Tiandao Pain said indifferently. Quote. Obito gave Tiandao Pain a surprised look. What is it? What does it have to do with the virtual wooden tunnel? And he will also be stunned. When will the action start? Gui Xiao said, my shark muscles can't wait to taste the new chakra. No hurry. Tiandao Pain's eyes widened suddenly, which made everyone's hearts stunned. only to hear Tiandao Pain's solemn voice. The members of our Xiao organization have only unified their clothes now, but it is not enough. This organization for the realization of world peace, dress up differently. Quote. After he finished speaking, under the stunned gaze of others, Tiandao Pain took out a few small boxes with a dignified face. It's full of cosmetics. After my deliberation, the core members of the Xiao organization should be painted with nail polish. This way, even if we take off our clothes, outsiders can recognize the identity of our Xiao organization members. Tiandao Pain's voice was icy cold, exuding a powerful coercion. Quote. Quote. Quote question mark. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in silence, with question marks all over their faces. Ha ha. What kind of funny order is this? The leader of Xiao's organization, the official order issued is to apply nail polish to all members. Wow ha. Baiju couldn't help laughing. Heiju also twitched, and deep confusion was revealed in his empty eyes. What is this? Is this order serious? Shut up and laugh again and kill you. Tiandao Pain moved his eyes, and a cold murderous intention burst out. He closed his mouth immediately. Everyone was silent for a moment. Ghost Shark suddenly sighed. If you apply nail polish, it's not a big problem, although it still feels weird. I'm very close to the base, so I'll come here to carry out the task. Obito took a deep breath. I don't understand how applying this kind of thing improves combat effectiveness, but since the leader insists. Soon, Obito activated the dual divine powers, and found Ju and Shu respectively, and the three-person body appeared at the base of Akatsuki's organization. Soon, 6 people stood on the fingers of the outsider golem. The other 4 looked solemn, and took the exquisite makeup box from Tiandao. I can teach you if you don't know how to paint, I'm familiar with this. Xiaonan took the initiative. No one paid her any attention. Several men who were able to rival the tailed beast and the shadow of a village opened their vanity boxes in deathly silence. Very good, very delicate, this kind of oil is first class at first glance. Let's start quickly, we are the existence that brings peace to the world, we can't delay time because of such trivial things. Shu urged. Bastard, then why don't you start? Bloodshots appeared in Obito's wide-eyed writing wheel. Shu tilted his head. I'm so sorry, I don't have hands, so I can't paint this. If not, then make some hands. Oh, don't even think about it, Madara, you won't back down when things come to an end. Shu's eyes were extremely vicious. At this time, the ghost shark has already begun to paint. Obito gritted his teeth and began to paint himself. Since I became Madara, I have never suffered such grievances. Ju stared at it for a while, shrugged, and started directly. Heiju painted Baiju, and Baiju painted Heiju. Shish. For a time, the empty and dark void was filled with a group of men who were seriously dressing themselves up. After everyone's nails are shiny and shiny. Xiaonan pondered for a while. Everyone, I still have eyeshadow here. Shut up, Obito shouted. Honest man didn't do it anymore. Boss, when will we start taking action and achieve world peace? We can't be here every day to study how to apply nail polish and eyeshadow. Tiandao Pain watched Obito strictly implement his orders, and the tight string in his heart suddenly loosened. HMPH, it seems that these 2 people really came to assist me with sincerity. It's a pity that Heisalama was not allowed to submit, and was fooled by this undead. In that case, Tiandao Pain opened his arms. The core members of the Xiao organization are here, and now we will officially launch an attack on Yuyan village. Let the world feel pain. The crowd was relieved. The ghost shark was about to smash the vanity case, but Tiandao Pain suddenly turned his eyes and stopped immediately. I like the environment of the rain country very much, it is very suitable for my play. Tiandao Pain gave the order. Everyone should wear hats, and they must be responsible for collecting information and get the information of Yuyan troops. Shu, Madara, and Xiaonan attack Yuyan village from the north, northeast and east respectively. He slowly raised his head, and the other 5 panes who were sleeping, woke up one after another and walked out of the darkness. In the eyes of every individual, there are reincarnation eyes. And I attacked from several other directions, and our target is only one. Kill Hanzo, kill all the rebels, and let the rest welcome their gods. Tiandao Pain gave an order, and the members of the Shao organization began to act. Although the current 6 members are shooting together, they are essentially singles. Play a group. Non-existent. The leader himself is a guy who likes to be singled out. Even if the enemy is very difficult, the enemy will single out 6 of pain. In the land of rain, the rain poured down, and the never-ending rain crashed down, embellishing the country with the color of sadness. It was as if all the rain in the whole ninja world was concentrated here, crying heartily. This unfortunate place, in the previous ninja wars, existed as a battlefield and buffer zone for various major powers. Whenever a war breaks out, the land of rain will be attacked by ninjas from other villages. There are people everywhere, and food is scarce. This is a country that is in constant pain. Even if there is a top powerhouse like Hanzo, it is still powerless to change the status quo. And now, Yuyan village has been invaded. The members of Shao's organization are responsible for one direction, and they disperse in an instant to launch an attack. In place, Tiandao Pain directly began to summon the other 5. Hanzo is a very scary guy, be careful with everything. A trace of worry flashed in Xiao Nan's eyes. Don't worry, no matter how powerful Hanzo is, he can't be stronger than me. There was a terrifying pupil power in Tiandao Pain's eyes, and when he mentioned Hanzo, he thought of Yahiko's death. If at that time, he had already awakened and tried his best to develop the power of these eyes, Yahiko would not have been killed. The mistake has already happened, then I will save it with my own hands. Tiandao Pain said in a low voice. Take it as the first step in correcting this wrong world. Call. 6 figures rushed out and rushed towards Yuyan village from the due west. Quote. Xiaonan looked at Lu Dao's distant figure, his whole body turned into countless pieces of paper and disappeared in place. She is also responsible for the task of invading Yuyan village, but because she is the weakest, she does not have the ability to fight against Hanzo, so she can only be responsible for the investigation like Ju. Soon, Yuyan village ushered in a full-scale attack. But the ninjas in the village didn't know anything about it, and they carried out their tasks as usual. Under the strict rule of Hanzo, every rain ninja is a screw, strictly sticking to the position he should be in. Is there any problem on your side? A Yuran came over. Everything is normal, since both Iwa Shinobu and San Shinobi were defeated by Konoha, our life has been much better. Another ninja sighed. As long as the big country goes to war, the small country will be unlucky, and the most unlucky and the worst end is precisely their country of rain. The national strength is weak, the strength is weak, the force is small, and it is unable to resist. It can only passively retreat and allow several major powers to fight on their own territory. Hey, do you feel that something is wrong with Hanzo-sama? I haven't seen him for a long time. Over the past year, he has been reclusive and very strange, and he has also summoned a large number of elite ninjas to protect himself. The ninja who started talking said in a low voice. The others stared at each other and fell silent. Indeed, in the last year, Hanzo has behaved very strangely. It seems that since that time Lord Hanzo personally led the team to carry out the mission, only after he came back, he has become like this. More cautious than before, and will never show his face easily. Many people had doubts on their faces. What happened to that mission? Who else could kill so many elite ninjas in front of Hanzo, forcing Hanzo to return alone? It is doomed that no one can answer this question. Except for Hanzo, all the other Uranus who knew about it were dead. As they had guessed, Hanzo was indeed uneasy. This year, he has always been in this huge anxiety, suffering. Hanzo sits at the very center of the village and has a top-level defense system around him. He even arranged several stand-ins to make appearances for him in the few public occasions. He will definitely be back. Hanzo was extremely irritable. Reincarnation Eye. The legendary fairy Eye, that red-haired kid will definitely come to him for revenge. Bastard, you have these eyes, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I knew about these eyes, I wouldn't kill Yahiko at all. Hanzo gritted his teeth. Given the opportunity, a fool would kill the useless Yahiko. Even if it was killed, the owner of the fairy eyes had to be killed at that time. It's more likely that it's simply not necessary to go this far. Boom. An astonishing loud bang burst out. Then, in all directions of Yuyan village, amazing roars broke out one after another. What's going on? Hanzo stood up suddenly, with shock in his eyes. Is it Konoha, or Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobi? Hanzo's face was extremely ugly. Openly launched an attack on Yuyan village, even the 5 major countries have never done this. My lord, unknown enemies have invaded our village. Our ninjas can't stop them. There's a guy in the north who wears a face mask and doesn't seem to have a body. Northeast is also a masked man. Can't determine their origin, can't see the forehead. There are also a few guys in the west who are attacking us. Hanzo hurriedly asked, are there any redheads? No, Hanzo-sama. Is that so? Hanzo's restless heart calmed down a little. If it's that fairy eye, there's no need to wear a mask. Attack from multiple directions, just simply want to spread the force, or do you have the intention of destroying Yuyan village? Hanzo stood up and immediately issued an order to organize Yuran to form a line of defense. At the same time, he himself was dispatched. Kill a group of enemies as soon as possible, and find a way to determine the advantage. As long as it's not that red-haired kid, no matter who it is, I'll be sure to kill it. There was a gloomy look in Hanzo's eyes. Although he no longer has the kind of aggressiveness that he had during World War II, the strength of the demigod is still there. Since some guys don't know how to live or die, then kill them all. Hanzo arranged several of his stand-in ninjas one after another, and he himself left cautiously. Which one should I kill first? Hanzo thought for a moment and decided to kill the few enemies who acted alone first. He went first, to the north of the village. Chapter 134-Tree World. You are embarrassing me, Hanzo. Shu chose the northern part of Yuyan village. With one's own strength, he directly launched a strong attack. Along the way, he shuttled at an astonishing speed, with a white mask and red clouds in black, like a ghost. As for things like bucket hats, he threw them away from the beginning. Yuyan village, it's a pity to change the owner from now on. Under the pouring rain, Shu was beaten by countless rainwater. He looked up and looked into the distance, and saw the gate of Yuyan village. There are several ninjas, faithfully carrying out the task of guarding the gate. It's such a heavy rain. It's hard to see this level of rain all year round. It's like the sky is falling. Yeah, in this bad weather, we have to come to the door. It would be nice to be able to hide in the house and warm up some wine. Hey Tilda, I secretly brought a pot of wine, Tilda. What? It's against the village rules. If you find out, you're screwed. What are you afraid of? Is it possible that you will expose me? We just need to drink a little secretly, so we won't be discovered. Hey, wait, look there, is there something? Several ninjas looked startled, turned their heads together, and looked over. Immediately, his eyes widened. They saw a ghostly figure standing in the pouring rain, staring at them with its head tilted. That weird and stern mask has only endless blanks. What is that? Moved, he moved. Alert, it's an enemy, there's an enemy. PFF'd. This guy who didn't shout out a word, his chest has been penetrated by a thorn bar that stretched out far. Don't shout, or else the enemy will be attracted to me, and the rest of the guys will relax and only add to my burden. The virtual figure is constantly ups and downs, and erratically swings over. According to the time agreement, others should also start at this time. As we all know, it is impossible for members of Shou to play in a group. He seems to be as erratic and light as a balloon, but in fact, his movements are even more terrifyingly fast. At least, it almost scared the rain to death. Go ahead and kill him. Hurry up and inform Anbu-sama. HMPH, only one person dares to attack Yuyan village, courting death. The remaining few people shouted and took out their weapons. Although their hearts were full of fear, they still gritted their teeth and rushed towards the strange person in front of them. One of them, Yu Ninja, took out his kunai and slashed at the thorn bar, intending to put the poor companion down. Clang! The metal crash sounded, and the kunai was cut off on the spot. What kind of weapon is this, so hard? The name Yu-Ren was stunned. The next moment, the bar of thorns swung abruptly, extended with a bang, turned directly in a direction, and penetrated this person. Actually, as long as you lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, I'm not interested in killing you, but not only do you not lie down, but you actually resist. There's nothing you can do. The phantom swayed slightly. Swish swish. That thorn strip started to run wild in an instant, enough to penetrate all the terrifying plant strips, swaying wildly at a terrifying speed, and under the heavy rain, it quickly extended out. Puff puff. One after another sounded, it was the sound of the body being penetrated. The brave Yu Ninja was pierced through his chest, strung together like a candied hawse. Swish. The thorn strips swayed constantly in the air, and a lot of blood mixed with the rain fell. The several ninjas who were strung on it died one after another after making a shrill scream. Shu controlled the thorn bar and smashed it at will, and threw the corpse out of it. He is not at all interested in this form of body art, always strung with a pile of corpses, uninteresting. At this time, a large number of Yuren were alarmed and attacked with roars. In other directions, there was also a huge roar at this time, and other members of the Shao organization had already started. Well, it seems that the timing of my attack is just right, then I can kill a lot. If I don't work hard and are blamed by Nagato, it will be boring. Shu slowly raised his head and looked at the rain ninjas who were coming. The intruder on the north side is a masked man. Attack, no matter how strong this guy is, it's impossible to fight against hundreds of us. Numerous rain ninja looked at the slain companion angrily, and then shouted and attacked. Ninja, thousands of books like Rain and Dew. The art of psychic. A large number of thousand needles came suddenly, and even elite ninjas channeled ordinary sanshofish and sprayed venom in these thousand needles. Innumerable thousands of needles, as if denser than rain, all attacked the void. This guy is dead, no one can survive this attack. As long as he is injured, he will be invaded by toxins, and even if the toxins are weakened by rain, he will be affected. Many rain ninjas showed cruelty on their faces. But soon, their faces changed completely. I only saw that countless thousands of books were nailed to Shu's body, but it was accompanied by a tingling sound that made the scalp tingling. Those thousand needles can't even penetrate each other's coats and masks. The large number of thousands of books fell to the ground crookedly, and a large number of needles were broken. This terrifying scene shocked the rain ninjas. I can't even pierce my coat. If that's the case, then it's my turn. Shu shook his head and threw away the thousands of books on his head. Wooden, the tree world is coming. Rumble. Countless black trees suddenly appeared, rushing out from the ground in a state of madness, covering a large area in just an instant. Even a leaf on these black trees is far sharper than expected, and it can easily cut or even cut off a human body. Not to mention, the large number of black trees turned into a black forest covering an area of hundreds of square meters on the spot. And it is still expanding wildly at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the ninjas in Yuyan village were stunned and their minds roared. Is this Mu done? How could it be Mu done? This is the technique mastered by the legendary one. For an attack of this scale, run away, run away. Go and call Master Hanzo. Many people had deep fear on their faces. He turned around and started to flee in a hurry. But even so, it was already too late, the ground under their feet swelled up, and one bulge after another appeared. One after another, black grass and trees emerged one after another, and the moment they caught them, they were killed on the spot. With a slight roll, the body is shattered and tragically died on the spot. This bloody and dignified scene made these people feel the chill to the bones. In the roar and scream, they desperately used all their strength to protect themselves, and launched various ninjutsu. However, in the face of this level of attack, it is completely useless. These rainy ninjas desperately launched an attack, intending to cut off these trees to escape, but they could only cut off a thin branch with the most powerful ninjutsu. In the face of the black trees that kept rolling over, they could only be crushed into flesh in endless despair. In an instant, the north gate of Yuyan village was moved to the black jungle and crushed. Together with the huge wall that covered the entire northern part of Yuyan village, it was penetrated and defeated by the black forest that grew in large numbers. Boom! The northern part of Yuyan village fell, and a large number of ninjas died tragically. Some of the survivors who had recovered their lives sporadically, trembling all over their faces, fled desperately into the village, planning to find Hanzo to fight against this terrifying man. The white masked man at the north gate holds the wooden tunnel. The north has fallen, and hundreds of ninjas have been killed. Lord Hanzo, where is Lord Hanzo? Soon, there were screams from other directions, and a panicked Yuyan ninja ran in like crazy. To the northeast, there is a guy with a brown mask. I feel that he is not human, our attack is completely ineffective. Many people he met disappeared on the spot, this is an evil ghost. Having a guy who is half black and half white is also very troublesome. He made more than a dozen white things, and many of his companions were swallowed up. There was a man in the east gate who was carrying a big sword and killed a lot of people. It is suspected to be the S-class treasonous persimmon shark from Wuyin village. It is known as a tailless beast. On the west side, the fall was the fastest, and the power that erupted was no less than that of the north gate. Spicy Tien Sen, quote. A voice that did not contain any emotion came out loudly, and the entire western barrier was razed to the ground by this Shen Luo Tianzheng. Facing the village ruled by the enemy who killed Yahiko, Tiandao Pain at this moment is extremely fierce. Anyone who dares to stand in front of him will die. Human Dao, look for Hanzo's whereabouts. Tian Dao Pain ordered in a low voice. The six of them are obviously one person, and in principle there is absolutely no need for dialogue to communicate, but the leader of the organization Xiao is a very ceremonial man. Especially at the moment when Yuyan village was destroyed and a new rule was established, the strong impulse in his heart was even more irrepressible. Human Road nodded, rushed out immediately, and held down a rainy ninja who was not dead. Let me go, please let me go. Where is Hanzo? Lord Hanzo, he will never reveal his whereabouts to outsiders. It's impossible for me. Human Dao launched the reincarnation eye pupil technique, searching for memories related to Hanzo. Quote. No, Human Road said dryly. The guy whose memory was forcibly searched died tragically on the spot. Continue to search, no matter what, find that guy Hanzo. The reincarnation eye in Tiandao Pain's eyes is surging with an ominous color, brewing a fierce light. Others have made a lot of noise, but it's not enough. More rebels need to be killed, leaving those who are truly willing to obey his will. Whoa! Pieces of paper flew and gathered into Xiaonan. Xiaonandao, on the north side, there was the most false movement. He directly launched a large wooden ninjutsu, creating a forest full of death and corpses. Tiandao Pain nodded indifferently. I feel that there is a strong chakra fluctuation in the north gate, and the first Hokage is showing sincerity to me, which is very good. I was worried that he would make old mistakes and be soft-hearted, but now it seems that he's already made up his mind to help me with all his strength. In comparison, Madara almost made a point. What a dangerous guy. During this period of time, apart from holding the best-selling works written by Jiraiya that year, he went crazy to find the prototypes of the characters in the book to make 5 pains. He also took the time to collect some information about the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. According to the credible information he has, The first Hokage, in addition to being ruthless in his personality, is also quite soft-hearted. Considering his strength in sweeping the ninja world, this is an advantage. But not anymore. What Tiandao Pain hates most is soft-heartedness. Yahiko was like this at the beginning, sympathizing with every unfortunate person, even for strangers, with the greatest degree of kindness. So Yahiko died. Sora has the mind and temperament of the original Hokage, but does not have the power of the original Hokage. Xiaonan, you continue to collect information. If you find Hanzo, tell me immediately, and definitely don't do anything with him. Tiandao Pain said solemnly. Xiaonan glanced at him worriedly, nodded, and disappeared in the same place as countless pieces of paper. Tiandao Pain looked at the groups of Karigakushi ninjas who were rushing again, and the pupil power in his eyes became more and more terrifying. The anger and hatred allowed him to further develop the power of the Samsara Eye. Spicy Tien Sen, quote. A more powerful Shen Luo Tianzheng erupted, killing dozens of people in front of them on the spot. The horrific slaughter continued. The entire Yuran village was attacked in all directions, and it was completely incapable of organizing an effective counterattack. Any enemy they face is at least a shadow-level existence, and they also have skills far beyond ordinary people, and their lethality is extremely terrifying. A large number of Yuran were dying, and those who escaped by chance were so terrified that they lost the courage to continue fighting. They don't even know who the enemy is, let alone why these outrageous guys attack Yuyan village. All rain ninjas are crazy, eagerly hoping that the strongest ninja in their hearts, the patron saint of Yuyan village, demigod Hanzo, will forcefully kill all the invaders. And now, Hanzo-sama is also difficult to ride a tiger. He was aggressive, and according to his original plan, he wanted to kill a few intruders as soon as possible, stun the enemy, and then easily negotiate. Don't doubt, Hanzo is like this now. After recognizing this cruel reality and realizing that the ninja world is the plaything of the 5 major ninja villages, he completely lay flat. As long as you don't push him, Hanzo will no longer fight to the death for glory and faith as he did in World War II, or even when he was younger. With his spirit and energy completely lost, he just lay flat on the spot, guarding his own 1/3 of an acre, staring numbly at this bloody and cruel world of despair. Moreover, he is known as a demigod, and he does have the combat power that matches this title. Generally, no one is crazy enough to provoke him. The guy in the north is more tricky than I expected. Hanzo was standing on a water pipe on the wall of a tall building, looking ahead with an ugly expression. The large black forest, from scratch, seems to be a rolling torrent, crushing everything. A large amount of rain ninja was swallowed up. Why does Mudden appear in such a ghost place? And this Mudden ninjutsu, since it was launched, quickly created a large forest. Could it be that the legendary tree world is coming? This is the technique of the first Hokage. After the death of the first Hokage, no one can master the wood escape, let alone launch this level of wood escape. Hanzo sitting on wax. Instinctively, he looked in other directions. Well, that's right, one is fiercer than the other. Hanzo couldn't even think about it, when he had offended these dangerous guys. It can't be that reincarnation-eyed kid. In just over a year since Yahiko's death, how could the Shao organization win over so many powerful guys? Now if I go in other directions, it seems that I won't be able to please. The guy in front must be the illusory one who appeared in the past 2 years. Now that he has launched such a large-scale wooden ninjutsu, the chakra must have consumed a lot. But the risk is still too high, it is better for me to go in other directions. Hanzo gritted his teeth and turned to leave. But at this time, a fleeing Yuren, at the moment when he raised his head, amidst the thunder and lightning, he saw a man standing on the water pipe on the side of the high-rise building with a knife. At this moment, in the eyes of this panic-stricken ninja, Hanzo-sama's heroic appearance is so majestic, like a rock, to meet the coming storm. Storm is coming. In the pouring rain, the village collapsed, and it seemed like the end of the world. Hanzo-sama still stood calmly on a high place and looked down at everything calmly. The gust of wind howled, blowing Hanzo-sama's long hair, domineering. This kind of spirit, this kind of awareness. Worthy of being a demigod of the ninja world. The ninja burst into tears. Ah! It's Hanzo-sama. Hanzo-sama has appeared. What, is Hanzo-sama over there? Everyone, flee in that direction. With Hanzo-sama here, I can definitely kill these guys easily. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. A bunch of rainy ninjas, like headless flies, were in high spirits, only felt the courage to return, shouted loudly, and rushed to Hanzo's location. Quote. Hanzo lowered his head and glanced at the guy who was the first to roar. Your way is narrow. When I kill the enemy, I will be the first to take you back. Hanzo took a deep breath, looked at the rain ninjas who kept coming from all directions, snorted coldly, suppressed his anger, and jumped. He rushed directly to the dense forest in front of him. This black forest gave him a deep sense of unease. Intruder, why are you attacking my village? Hanzo yelled. The virtual figure slowly emerged from a lying tree trunk. Are you Hanzo? I finally found you. The leader ordered us to do this. I can only say that you were unlucky. Looking at the guy in front of him, he just didn't know whether this guy was Hanzo himself, or whether he was specially trained to be a fake ninja. Hanzo is very afraid of death. Leader, who is your leader? Hanzo had a bad premonition in his heart. But Shu has no interest in responding to a dead man's words. Take your life, Shu said in a low voice. A large number of chakra broke out, and the black forest began to expand again. Chapter 135 _ How dare you claim to be carrying rice? Wood done, the tree world is coming. The black forest, brewing with terrifying murderous intentions, has begun to expand frantically again at this moment. Countless big trees quickly drilled out from the ground, rose from the ground, and turned into towering trees in a very short time. Not only that, the many black trees grow horizontally, madly expanding the range of the tree world. This densely gushing forest, at this moment, in the whistling, killed all the demigods. It's really the tree world coming. Hanzo's eyelids twitched wildly. Can't go wrong. With this level of wooden ninjutsu, a large area of forest can be easily created. This kind of ability can only be achieved by the legendary arrival of the tree realm. Shu, who are you and why are you attacking my village? What is your relationship with Nagato? Hanzo couldn't help roaring. However, Shu obviously did not respond to his plans. This dangerous, seemingly bodiless masked man just tilted his head and seemed to be very interested in all his actions. The half-hidden figure quickly retreated, nimbly avoiding the giant trees that were suddenly grabbed. Boom! The scene was extremely ferocious. Within the field of vision, countless sturdy tree trunks, like giant hands, were layered on top of each other, and they rushed towards him at different speeds. Hanzo retreated one after another, which directly caused the Black Forest to invade into Yuyan village on a large scale. The countless tall buildings, along with the dense drainage pipes, were so fragile in front of this wildly expanding forest that seemed to be alive, and shattered at the slightest touch. My village. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Hanzo brandished his weapon. Taiju chain scythe 2-stage strike. Kaka. A crisp sound. With Hanzo's ability, combined with powerful chakra and taijutsu, he cut off several tree trunks in one go, but his weapon was also damaged. More trees came crashing down, but they were all cut off by Hanzo. Although he was old, he still showed strong physical skills and amazing combat experience. This hardness, is it really wood? After Hanzo's scalp exploded, he chopped up an open space, and quickly covered it. He realized that trying to cut off these trees with taijutsu was the worst decision. In the electric flint. Hanzo raised his head and glanced, and in the gaps where countless tree trunks moved and intertwined, he looked at Shu. Procrastinate any longer and the others will be attracted. The guy has to be killed ASAP. Hanzo looked up and saw that it was too far away. He gritted his teeth, made seals with his hands, and activated the psychic technique to summon his most powerful weapon. Giant pepper fish. Call. A behemoth suddenly appeared. Sanjiao fish, hide in the ground, the deeper the better. Sanjiao fish swallowed Hanzo in one bite, and burrowed into the ground. Soon, the giant Sanjiao fish rushed out again with scars all over his body and rushed towards Shu. Giant psychic beasts, this kind of thing is the most useless to me, you won't be unaware of this. Shu said. A large number of black trees entangled this giant psychic beast in an instant. Mu Dun is best at dealing with this kind of big guy. The mountain pepperfish neighed and used an outrageous force, tearing it frantically, but more black woods rushed forward. And those trees began to penetrate the body of this mountain pepperfish on the spot, bringing out a large amount of highly poisonous blood. The strong corrosive substance is one of the most poisonous toxins in the ninja world. It actually makes a sizzling sound when it attaches to the trees. Sanchoyu, poisonous mist, Hanzo shouted. The dying mountain pepperfish opened his mouth and shouted, and then with the last force, he sprayed out a terrifying poisonous mist. Poison of Sancho fish. The terrifying poisonous gas turned into thick smoke that could be seen by the naked eye, and it rushed towards Shu in a bang. After spewing this blow, the Sanjiao almost lost all of his strength and let out a whimper. Hanzo was heartbroken to death. One of the important factors that he can become the strongest in the minds of countless ninjas is relying on this extremely poisonous pepperfish. Now, in order to deal with this wooden ninja, Sanjiao is afraid that it will not be able to survive this level. Naturally, Hanzo's overall strength will also drop a lot. Die here, no matter who it is, even if you are resurrected from the Thousand Hands Hashirama, you will die in this level of poisonous gas. Bloodshot appeared in Hanzo's eyes. A large amount of poisonous gas spread out. Not to mention the super concentrated poisonous gas produced by the poisonous mist spray technique. The gas volatilized from the blood of the samphire fish was injured, and the gas was extremely poisonous that ordinary people could not bear. The poison gas began to spread. Even if there is a downpour, it can't really wipe out the terrifying poisonous mist that spreads. Part of the poison mixed into the water and flowed out. Many Yurin standing in the distance, originally hoped to see Hanzo kill the enemy, but they became the first wave of guys affected by the poisonous gas. No. No, hold your breath. Everyone, hold your breath. The water is also poisonous, but it penetrates the skin and escapes to the heights. Retreat, everyone immediately stay away from the battlefield, the farther the better. But it was too late, and the deadly ninja quickly fell down and died on the spot. More people took a deep breath, and after running a few steps, they also died on the spot. Many rainy ninjas fled with fear on their faces. They hoped that Hanzo-sama would take action, but unfortunately, Hanzo was no longer in the mood to care about their lives. It's all worth it as long as you can kill the enemy and kill this terrifying mudden ninja. Under Hanzo's expectant gaze. The super strong dense fog sprayed by the poisonous mist is extremely poisonous and sprayed towards Shu. The layers of trees were filled and crossed by this poisonous poison. Very good, this guy is too arrogant, as long as he is poisoned by me. Hanzo's eyes showed a trace of malice. Why didn't he immediately control a large number of trees to form a wall to stop his poisonous fog? Hey! Shu raised his head and looked at the violent poisonous mist that rushed towards his face. The poison of the Megatron ninja world, this kind of thing. The next moment, he was enveloped by the violent poisonous gas. At the moment of contact, the cells on his body began to die in a large area. It's amazing, this level of poison can actually kill a layer of my cells. Shu Lianlian nodded with admiration on his face. Soon, his body began to shrink, and a large number of cells died. Finally, with a click, his mask fell to the ground, as if dead. HMPH, is he dead? This guy is too arrogant, so I succeeded. Hanzo took a deep breath. A happy expression appeared on his face. He turned his head and glanced at his giant pepperfish, which had been penetrated by many big trees, and his body was messed up. Toxic blood and internal organs poured out continuously. Has lost its breath. My Sancho fish. Hanzo showed heartache in his eyes. It's a pity that your Tuatara died. A voice came, and Hanzo's face changed greatly. I saw Shu slowly growing out of a black trunk, looking intact. How come? Is it illusion or? Hanzo glanced at the original place, and found that the white mask dropped there had already disappeared quietly. Why aren't you dead yet? Hanzo's voice was cold. Shu tilted his head to look at him. It's very simple, because I can't die at all. Even if he was killed with only one cell left, he would be resurrected on the spot in minutes. All you need to do is put some random cells in this forest, and you can let the cells proliferate into a new body at any time. Quote. Anxiety flashed in Hanzo's eyes. He picked up the scythe, and suddenly slashed out with a sword. Swordsmanship flash. With a severe blow, the speed was extremely fast, and it hit Shu's body. Click. The violent impact occurred, and the black robe was cut in half, but Shu's figure just swayed, and after a short length, it floated up again. He stood there, as if unharmed. After breaking the black robe, there is no physical contact. This is similar to the hydration secret technique of the ghost lamp family, or... Hanzo's eyes were full of bloodshots. Swish. A large number of thorns suddenly melted out and grabbed Hanzo with a bang. Stab it. Dozens of thorns struck, and Hanzo hurriedly dodged, but a huge scar was still cut on his chest. A large amount of poisonous gas spread out, and it seriously damaged Hanzo's body in the first place. Damn. Hanzo took out the antidote and injected it into his body, and hurriedly backed away. Shu looked at him. It's really sad. This kind of poison, even my body can't bear it. Hanzo gritted his teeth. The scene of him being injured and retreating was seen by some people in the distance, and his face changed greatly. This, Hanzo-sama is actually injured. He's a demigod, and he was actually given to him by a guy who doesn't know his origin. Who is the enemy who can use Mudun to fight against the poison of Sancho fish? Many rainy ninjas only feel that their beliefs have collapsed. Hanzo-sama, shouldn't he be invincible? Shouldn't he be the strongest in the ninja world? But why get hurt? Myth busted. Looking around, there is only the endless black forest that seems to be drilled out of the pure land of the underworld. The breath of death is surging. Damn guy. Hanzo covered his chest, his eyes were bloodshot, and after a roar, he turned around and was about to retreat. He was really uneasy. The guy in front of him was so weird. It's useless, you can't escape. The entire Yuyan village has been surrounded by our organization. Ah, the leader has come. Chasing after him frivolously. Other members of Akatsuki's organization also attacked one after another, targeting Hanzo directly. These guys are all guys with amazing combat power, and they have killed countless rain ninjas along the way. In this village full of tall buildings and drains. No matter how Hanzo escaped, he was already locked on the target. Spicy Tensen. Quote. Boom. An astonishing shock wave hit him in an instant, and several buildings were bombarded. Hanzo, who was traveling fast, was hit in the front. Among the electric light and flint, he stepped on a few pieces of gravel and barely escaped the frontal attack of Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. A corpse was thrown in front of Hanzo. You've actually fallen to this level, and you've even specially cultivated stand-in ninjas. Tiandao Pain blasted out a straight line and fell from the sky. Then, the other 5 figures also appeared here. You are Akatsuki Yahiko. You should be dead, and these eyes. Hanzo's face changed greatly, and he looked at these guys in disbelief. 6 people, 6 pairs of reincarnation eyes. Boss, I used a lot of strength to stop this guy. Shu Wei floated over. Tiandao Pain glanced at him. Your type restrains him, and it's not a problem for you to deal with this kind of guy anyway, right? Quote. Dude, you have so much faith in me. Tiandao Pain glanced at Shu with the look of, I won't listen if you don't need to explain, I already know all your secrets. Zhu, Shu, you step back, I'll deal with this guy, I'll kill him with my own hands, and bring true peace to Yuyan village. Tiandao Pain ordered. At this time, more and more members of Akatsuki's organization killed through Yuyan village one after another, and came one after another, looking at the embarrassed Hanzo with interest. Is this the legendary demigod? It doesn't seem to be anything unusual, Baiju said in a yin and yang tone. Obito said indifferently, don't let your guard down, this guy's poisonous power shocks the world of ninjas, if you get involved, even you can't stop it. Whoa! The ghost shark split a wall, stood on the roof, and hung the shark muscle on his junior at will. Oh, it looks like there is a good show. The leader wants to do it himself. These core members of the Shao organization have absolutely no intention of intervening. They stood there with great interest, ready to watch the fun. What? Rush to help, besiege Hanzo. Don't be joking, if you want to go heads up, if you lose the match, you will be replaced. Anyway, it is impossible to cooperate. These guys. Hanzo turned back, distanced himself from Pen Ludao, and looked up at these people vigilantly. Invisibly, he has been surrounded by members of Akatsuki's organization. Although this kind of encirclement looks extremely loose, the real pressure is real. It turns out that you are all members of an organization, Shao organization. Hanzo's face was extremely ugly, he covered his shoulder with one hand, and at the same time kept taking out the antidote and injecting it into his body. Shaoji Yahiko, it turned out to be revenge, hee, if it was you, the old man would not be confused, but what is going on with your eyes, are you really Yahiko? Hanzo procrastinated, adjusting his body as much as possible. In this world, there is no Yahiko anymore. Tiandao Pain opened his hand, his eyes slowly widened, and the terrifying Samsara eyes exuded fierceness. I am Pain, God Pain, and will bring peace to this wrong world. Tiandao Pain looked down at Hanzo and said in a low voice, you claim to be a demigod, but you are still only in the category of mortals, trapped in the old shackles, unable to break free and see a new dawn. Under this endless dark cloud, people like you are the thickest haze in the world and need to be eradicated. Hanzo gritted his teeth. You're not Yahiko, but you have the eye of reincarnation. Where the hell are you? The other 5 Pain also stepped out and rushed towards Hanzo. Tiandao Pain raised his arm, and the powerful chakra began to gather, and spoke slowly in a voice full of endless majesty. I'm the Rice Bearer God. Chapter 136-Earth Blast. God. This is the first time Pain has declared his identity to the world in this manner. Claiming to be God, acting in the name of God, and using the power of God to erase the mistakes of this world and rewrite all the tragedies. Thinking about it carefully, these things can only be done by the legendary gods. He actually pretends to be a god, what an arrogant guy. Hanzo slowly raised his head and looked at the guy in front of him with an ugly face. What are the identities of these people in front of them, and why do they have reincarnation eyes? What is their relationship with Nagato? Hanzo, you are as humble as an ant, and you can be named a demigod in a filthy world, but it is only because of the ignorance of the world. In front of me, the true God, everything about you will vanish. Tiandao Pain said indifferently, being constantly invaded by your own toxins. Put on a new filter and fight with me. In front of the power of God, you will personally feel your weakness. ... Hanzo's eyes widened, feeling that he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. In anger, he took out the seal scroll on the spot and slapped it hard. Pain, you will regret it. Hanzo shouted angrily, summoned a new filter as quickly as possible, and installed it on himself. Ha ha ha, is this the leader, so confident that he insists on facing the prepared demigod? Baiju screamed strangely. Heiju calmly said, with his strength, even if the opponent is Hanzo when he was young, he is not afraid. What's more, Hanzo is old and no longer has the sharpness and courage of the year. Everyone spread out and watched carefully. In particular, the core members of the Akatsuki organization wanted to witness the power of the leader with their own eyes. Reincarnation Eye. What is the power of these eyes, and what kind of standard the 6 puppets created by Nagato are they want to know? The leader of Xiao's organization, if only relying on the name of a mortal eye, it is absolutely impossible to convince them. The Sengo jade in Obito's eyes also kept spinning, staring at the 6 panes. The Eye of Reincarnation uses the higher level of the eternal kaleidoscope. What kind of power is hidden? Obito thought silently. It is impossible to say that he has no idea about the Eye of Reincarnation. He even wanted his eyes to be promoted to the Eyes of Reincarnation, but this was doomed to be impossible, and he had no blood relatives. Nagato, I hope you can really control these eyes. If you can't do it, then your value is nothing more than that. It's really only worthy of being a container for nourishing the Eyes of Reincarnation. The 3-hook jade in Obito's eyes accelerated rotation. Tiandao Pain said indifferently, all retreat, now is the battle of the true gods to kill the false gods. The crowd hesitated and stepped back again. I'm talking about you, Shu, don't stand by my side. Tiandao Pain glared at him. The terrifying pupil strength made Doom come over, wishing he could stick to his body and buckle down the Eye of Reincarnation, and move for a while. Understood, worthy of being a leader, this kind of powerful power is admirable. He nodded nonchalantly, merged into the ground, and soon emerged from the distance. Tiandao Pain snorted coldly, and the pupil power in his eyes became more and more amazing. The next moment, the 6 pens moved. Turned into 6 sharp arrows, divided into 2 teams, and attacked Hanzo. There are 6 enemies, and I am at a numerical disadvantage. Hanzo quickly backed away, observed it for a moment, and then activated the psychic technique again, summoning several large Sancho fish to be cannon fodder. But soon, he realized that this was not the right decision. The art of psychic. A dog and a bird that are directly summoned by the animal road not seal. What makes Hanzo even more terrified is that these 2 large psychic beasts also have reincarnation eyes in their eyes. Can fairy eyes be wholesale? Boom. The battle between the psychic beasts started first. Several Sanchofish directly opened their mouths and spewed out a large amount of toxin. Although the toxin was several orders of magnitude weaker than that of the giant Sanchofish, it still had a miraculous effect on killing ordinary creatures. But they are not facing ordinary creatures. Call. The toxin covered the past, killing the cells in large quantities. But soon, with the expressionless face of the beast, the powerful pupil power burst out, accompanied by the surging chakra, which stimulated the proliferation of more cells. Hoo. The Cerberus began to swell and split into many dogs, which could not be killed no matter how they were killed. The big bird was also extremely difficult to deal with, and it caught a mountain pepperfish to the sky and fell to death. Asura rode. Shiradao Pain's body changed, his upper body bent, and he fired several chakra tracking missiles, which crashed into Hanzo. Hanzo waved his scythe, grabbed the chain in one hand, and threw it out abruptly, drawing a huge arc in the air, slashing at the missiles one after another. Boom. A violent explosion occurred. The moment Hanzo retracted his scythe, the human world had already attacked and grabbed him with one hand. This guy is very strange, there is no trace of ninjutsu. Hanzo's face darkened slightly, remembering the scene where Nagato summoned a strange giant statue and devoured a lot of souls. Immediately with a kick, it will kick the world away. At this moment, Human Dao suddenly raised his hand to block the blow, and even stepped forward and reached out to grab it. Boom. Hanzo was grabbed by the face, and soon, he felt a strange force begin to invade his brain. It turns out to be like this, the human world. This guy's ability is to search for memory. Whoa. Hanzo turned into a cloud of water and disappeared. Water body. At the back. Tiandao Pain spoke indifferently. Hanzo suddenly got out, his hands formed a seal, and he activated the already prepared technique. Fire escape detonating flame formation. At the foot of the human world, a violent explosion sounded, and the human world was immediately blown to pieces. I solved one first. It seems that your eyes are not very good, at least there are limits. Hanzo sneered, feeling the pressure all over his body suddenly loosen. He looked at the remaining 5 panes, staring at each other's 5 pairs of reincarnations. The woman can summon strange psychic beasts, the strong man can transform and fire chakra weapons, and Yahiko, who is headed by him, can create repulsion. If the one who was killed just now has the ability to manipulate the brain, then I can be sure. Everyone has at least one specific ability, which is very tricky. Hanzo pondered for a while, did not stop, and rushed to the other 5 panes again. The 6 figures turned into amazing afterimages and started a fierce confrontation. Hanzo kept retreating, not daring to get close to these guys, let alone being surrounded. Pain's ability made him extremely jealous. Finally, after hidden seal, after attracting Pain, another burst of flames was fired. Intense flames rose into the air and devoured everything. If that's the case, then, what? Hanzo's expression changed. He saw that all the explosions suddenly began to shrink and were absorbed by a Pain. Is this guy's ability to absorb ninjutsu? Hanzo looked around with an ugly face. Even if he killed 6 Pains, he would have to face attacks from other members of Akatsuki's organization. Why did these powerhouses join Akatsuki? Tiandao Pain said, the struggle of the ants is just the most trivial thing in the eyes of the gods. The realm of hell. Hell rode as a man with a weird smile on his face. He summoned the head of the king of hell, which ordinary people couldn't see at all, and threw the corpse of the human world into it. Hades chewed a few times, and spat out an intact human Tao. How is this possible? The last Pain's ability is resurrection. Hanzo's face changed and he felt a chill. Feel the pain, Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. The terrifying repulsion suddenly shot out, covering such a wide area that it lifted the ground up. Accompanied by instant dents and tears in the ground. Hanzo roared and summoned a Sanshou fish to block, but this time it was of no use at all. The Sanjiao fish that bore the brunt was crushed into flesh by this repulsive force on the spot, and its flesh splattered. Hanzo himself even flew out backwards, his entire body was severely impacted, his bones were damaged, and his internal organs were bleeding. When all the smoke is gone. I'll see. Taking Tiandao Pain's outstretched palm as the starting point, in front of Tiandao, a fan-shaped depression appeared, and everything was razed to the ground. This kind of powerful and unreasonable attack is enough to make people pale. Damn. Hanzo stood up in dismay, his body severely injured. Vientian Tianian. Tiandao Pain opened his hand, and at a distance of 100 meters, a strong suction force came out, pulling Hanzo back abruptly. It was repulsion just now, and now it's gravity again. Hanzo gritted his teeth and took off the filter on his mouth. Secret art body poison art. A large amount of poison gas was breathed out from Hanzo's mouth. This time, he even extracted the poison from the poison sac buried in his abdomen and spit it out. At this time, Hanzo is the most dangerous, even if it is just breathing, it is full of poisonous gas that is enough to kill ordinary people. You can't dodge at such a close distance. No matter what you are, you will die under my poison. Hanzo's eyes were bloodshot. Toxic strikes. Swish. Tiandao Pain just said indifferently, Hungry Ghost Road. Hungry Ghost Road suddenly appeared in front of Tiandao Pain and opened his hands. Just absorb it as before. Huh. Hungry Ghost Dao's hands began to be soaked with toxins and were destroyed on the spot. HMPH, it's not ordinary ninjutsu, but a real poison. Tiandao Pain looked indifferent. The Hungry Ghost realm can absorb almost all forms of ninjutsu, whether it is the flame of the fire or the water, there is no problem. However, the highly poisonous Sanshou fish that Hanzo extracted from the poison sac in his abdomen was not transformed from chakra. As a result, the Hungry Ghost was recruited and was poisoned on the spot. As expected of a guy called a demigod, He analyzed the characteristics of Pen's 6 paths so quickly. Many people showed moving expressions on their faces. Keiju was analyzing it quickly, as much as possible to grasp the information about the reincarnation eye pupil technique. The power of these eyes is quite impressive, although it is far from being able to exert the true power of Samsara eye, and Nagato must be hiding a whole card. Keiju thought. After all, these are not Nagato's own eyes, but Madara's. Call out. Hanzo's body was still sucked by Tiandao pain. You too will die from my poison. Hanzo stared with blood-red eyes. Naive. Tiandao pain calculated the time and suddenly changed the pupil technique. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The rapid transformation of suction and repulsion in a very short period of time, in an instant, severely damaged Hanzo. PFF'd. Hanzo spit out a large mouthful of blood, lying on the ground, his eyes are splitting. It looks like it's over. The myth of the demigod of the ninja world is about to end here. The ghost shark watched the battle seriously. Honestly, it's interesting. Hanzo's strength is indeed strong. Even if he loses his heart, his body is getting old, but his strength is strong enough. Especially the kind of poison that has no solution, even Hanzo himself can't bear it. He also poisoned the hungry ghost Dao Pain and killed the human Dao Pain. The identity of the leader is too mysterious. Is it really just Yahiko? Ghost Shark smiled lowly. During his time in the Land of Rain, he was also inquiring about information. Is this Yahiko really the original Yahiko? If not, it's fun. First of all, I was used up by Shu to consume a lot of strength, and then I have to face the leader. To a certain extent, these two people are not very afraid of Hanzo's poison. Obito observed everything with a writing wheel. Hanzo is worthy of the name of a demigod, strong, but unlucky. Because of Shu and Pain, one is a clone and the other is a puppet. Even if they are killed, they can recover in minutes, and they are not afraid of the poison of the pepperfish at all. If it was replaced by the ghost shark, it would be really uncomfortable. Hanzo casually sprayed poison into the rainwater, and the ghost shark would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with it. If you are hit by the poison, you will basically die. Even if you inject a special antidote in time, it depends on luck if you want to survive. The ghost shark directly sprayed out a water escape technique, which washed away the rainwater on the ground and washed away a large amount of highly toxic rainwater. Then everyone fell down, surrounded Hanzo in the middle, and looked down at the demigod of the shinobi world who fell to the ground. Boom! A thunder that ripped apart the sky appeared in a flash. It illuminated everything for a short time, but this tragic scene was permanently engraved. Lord Hanzo, lost. Impossible, how can a demigod lose? How can a demigod lose? Many rainy ninjas had a look of collapse on their faces. Is the decades-old myth of the Megatron ninja world coming to an end at this moment? Lord Hanzo. Many people knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, unable to believe this fact. Hanzo coughed violently, spit out a large amount of internal organs, and stumbled, trying to stand up. But unfortunately, he can't even stand up, and the bones in his body have long been broken. The countdown to death has entered. Shu said, Demigod Your Excellency, please feel at ease, the Shao organization will bring unprecedented peace to this filthy world. The virtual ninja looked at the demigod at the end of his life. Is Hanzo strong? Strong, really strong. This is a man who is clearly called the pinnacle of the ninja world. It is a pity that the loss of energy and old age has become an important driving force for this man to enter the abyss. Not to mention, being targeted by the young Nagato has already decided his end. Do you hear it? The whole Rain country is crying. These people are howling for you and giving you a sincere funeral. Tiandao Pain looked up at the sky. The heavy rain became less, but there was no sign of stopping. This is the sadness of this bad country, and even a glimpse of the sun is a luxury. He. Hanzo knelt down on the ground and buried his head in the rain. The blood mixed with the heavy rain and turned red. He suddenly laughed. What's so ridiculous, you rotten product of the old times? Tiandao Pain looked down at him. The new era, if it is only based on this kind of power, it is not impossible. But unfortunately, you have no future. Hanzo grabbed his abdomen with one hand, roared, and with the last strength, pulled out the poison sac. When he was a teenager, he dug out the poison sac of a dead, highly poisonous Serrano fish and transplanted it into his abdomen, completing the accumulation of primitive power. This poison sac helped him step by step to become a demigod of the Megatron ninja world. Snapped. Hanzo pulled out the broken poison sac and laughed wildly. This kind of poison, even I can't bear it, all of you are going to die. Since I'm already dead, let you, together with this village, be buried with me. The era of demigods has passed, but the era of young people has not yet arrived. The future can never belong to Akatsuki, and it can never belong to you, the so-called god. Hanzo roared, the luster in his eyes slowly dissipating. Everyone hurriedly looked back, but the poison in the poison sac had already spread. I will dilute this thing with a blast of water, Ghost Shark said in a deep voice. Tiandao Pain was silent for a moment and shook his head. He stepped back slowly, almost stepping on the edge of the spread of the poison, calmly. If this poison is allowed to spread, the entire Urine village will be abandoned and no longer suitable for human habitation. When Xiao Nan appeared, he thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Wait, do you want to use that technique? No. Always try. Tiandao raised a hand. In an instant, a heart-pounding fluctuation suddenly burst out. What, doesn't the leader have more powerful powers that he hasn't shown? The ghost shark was startled. In the face of this fluctuation, he felt a heavy pressure. And this burst of chakra is also outrageously strong. Heiju jumped in his heart and stared at Tiandao Pain. Is it impossible? It's the one who sealed the mother. Call. Tiandao Pain slammed his hands together, and the terrifying chakra gathered, under the control of looking at Tongli. A chakra ball was rubbed out. Hey, isn't this a tailed beast jade? The leader can't play so big, right? Baiju yelled. Heiju shouted. Shut up, this is obviously not a tailed beast jade. The next moment, the sphere suddenly lifted into the air and flew high into the air. Boom. The ball in the sky burst out with amazing suction, as if to absorb the entire world. The earth shook violently, as if the entire crust would be overturned, and there were terrifying cracks that made the scalp numb. Countless boulders were sucked up on the spot, and all of them converged on the chakra sphere in the sky. Ninja, Earth Blast Star. Chapter 137-Otsutsuki. A terrible roar erupted throughout the earth. Everything came to an end in this cataclysmic destruction. This power. With the last bit of strength, Hanzo raised his head and glanced, with deep confusion in his eyes. His whole body was sucked up, flew towards the chakra ball, and died completely. The poison-infested earth was stripped away by Tiandao Pain and flew into the air. This terrifying suction has an unmatched power. So that the members of the nearby Akatsuki organization were also affected by this suction. But Tiandao Pain has no intention of stopping. What a ruthless guy. Everyone resisted with their own means. Obito, Shu and Ju disappeared on the spot and stood in the distance. Xiaonan turned into countless pieces of paper and escaped from here. Only the ghost shark really had no choice, and was caught halfway after escaping. At that time, the shark muscle was continuously stabbed into the ground, and the barbs on the shark muscle were used to prevent himself from being sucked away. The ground was scraped up layer by layer, and he used psychics to summon the shark to gain weight, and then stab the shark muscle into the deeper ground again and again. Eventually, a huge rock sphere appeared in the sky. Standing still. What a terrible forbidden technique to create such a huge sphere. No, this is not an ordinary sphere, this is a small moon. Earthburst. Is it a forbidden technique to create planets? The members of the Xiao organization also looked at this scene with shock. Except for Heiju, they had never seen such a terrifying technique. Rubbing the moon with bare hands. Even if the moon is outrageously small, it is still not what they can imagine. Then there is no problem. Tiandao Pain looked up and slowly put his hand down, his voice cold. This is the first time he has launched the technique of Earth Blast. The effect is unexpectedly good, and the level of wear and tear on the body is also within an acceptable range. This moon is only used to peel off part of the earth, and it is far from having the power to seal the tailed beast. If you really encounter a powerful tailed beast in the future, you need to activate this technique. To make a bigger moon. Tiandao Pain repeatedly calculated, but couldn't help but looked up at the sky farther away. In the outer space of the earth, there is a real moon floating, which was created by the immortals of the Six Paths thousands of years ago. Compared with the Six Path immortals, the moon I made is far from enough. Tiandao Pain's voice was cold and seemed very dissatisfied. Ghost Shark took a deep breath and said with a low smile, "Please don't say that, it will put a lot of pressure on his people. The leader is a bit outrageous. A god, someone who possesses such power and obviously doesn't use all his strength. It's not unacceptable that he claims to be a god to rule over them." Of all the people, only Obito and Shu showed the most composure. Heiju is completely a dead face, without any emotional fluctuations. As expected of those two, in the face of this level of pupil technique, they can remain calm. It seems that I am still far behind. Ghost Shark thought silently. Yinyan Village, from now on, will be owned by our Shao organization, and now we will start to collect survivors. We will implement a closed policy for this country of rain, and it is strictly forbidden to communicate with the outside world. Tiandao Pain stared indifferently at the battered village. The age of demigods has passed, and the age of gods has come. The little moon floating in the sky is the proof of erasing the traces of old times. A purge begins. A large number of people were killed, blood and screams became a sonata that resounded in the night sky, and many people were lucky enough to survive and obey Pain. The entire Yuyan village, at this moment, has become the base of the Akatsuki organization. So, what's your next plan? Obito looked at the heavy rain outside. Tiandao Pain said indifferently, to recruit powerful members. The goal is the S-level rebellion in each village, and to strengthen the Shao organization. When the time is right, we will officially start the plan to capture the tail beast. Any target candidates? Sand Ninja Village rebelled against the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Taki Ninja Village rebelled against Ninja Koto. I heard that there is a guy named Beluhu in the Land of the Land. Konoha's A-level rebellion. He is very active, you can also observe it. Pain's voice was cold. Time is on my side. When enough power is accumulated, I will start to capture the tailed beast. It's really simple and rude. But then again, as long as there is enough power, the world will always be a lot simpler. Obito slowly put on the hood. From now on, I will change from light to dark, and new members who join in the future will no longer know my name Uchiha Madara. Tiandao Pain said, "What about Shu? Will Shu also follow you to the dark place?" "No, it has nothing to do with him at all, and the two of us don't get along as well as you think." "I know, you don't have to explain. After all, the transition from friend to foe to cooperation can really be troublesome." Tiandao Pain snorted coldly and sat on the bench. His icy eyes clearly carried a confidence that he already knew all the truth. Obito was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He felt that Nagato was getting more and more strange. Shu, or Zanyi, will trouble him. Do not make jokes. That guy is just one of his tools, the kind that he throws away when he's used up. Swish. Obito's figure disappeared. Outside, it was raining, and inside, Tiandao Pain sat quietly, overlooking everything outside. The entire Yuyan village was within his sight. What a beautiful village. The power to deter the world is rising from here. Tiandao Pain's voice was low. The news of the fall of Yuyan village, no matter how much it is concealed, still conveys some specious news. Akatsuki's organization used brutal means to bloody Yuyan village and dealt with the remaining survivors with the harshest means. This process itself inevitably leaked specious news. When other villages got this information, they didn't care. In their opinion, perhaps another rebellion broke out in the country of rain, which is often seen in this crying country. As long as Hanzo is there, those rebels can be easily killed. As usual, the major ninja villages sent some ninjas to investigate the information of the country of rain. But this time, they were surprised. What? All those who entered the country of rain have all lost their news. 4 generations of Hokage jumped in the heart, and immediately became serious. Not only that, according to the news from our spies in other villages, it seems that other villages have also encountered this kind of thing. The whole country of rain has begun to be closed to the outside world, and all unfamiliar faces are strictly investigated. Anbu Ninja One Knee Kneel Down, said. Minato pondered for a while, waved his hand, and the Anbu ninja retired. This kind of policy change is a bit strange. What is Hanzo planning? After thinking about it for a while, she put it on hold. It's not a big deal, and this sudden strength is not a strange thing. If Hanzo can cheer up, it can also deter other villages. Minato called Kakashi. Kakashi, are you still practicing hard? Minato looked at Kakashi gently. Kakashi, who was wearing an Anbu mask, nodded indifferently. I am getting farther and farther from the two of them. I have to work harder to catch up a little bit. Really trying. Watergate was silent. Konoha's 3 strongest geniuses, Kakashi has indeed fallen behind. But this is also something that can't be helped. The other 2 are hanging up, and Kakashi has nothing. If you want to become stronger, you can only rely on the swordsmanship taught by Baiya, to be like Konoha Baiya back then. Either if you don't make a shot, you will be killed with a single shot, and you will never return empty-handed. Kakashi, you will become who you want to be, but your personality will also need to change. Minato sighed and took out another document. Daimyo once again sent a document to Konoha, asking for the selection of the 12 guardians. Konoha can't be alone. Do you need me to go? Kakashi asked. No, but Lin seems very interested. In the next few years, maybe you won't be able to meet again, so be prepared. Kakashi nodded noncommittally. He didn't care about such a thing at all. Now, his mind is full of swordsmanship and tasks. Other than that, his life is gray. Kakashi doesn't care about Rin Nohara's choice at all. Minato finally settled on the candidates for the 12 guardians, Rin Nohara and Asuma Tsurugi. If there are these 2 people, I must be able to cross the line. We need to send the daimyo's hands away as soon as possible. Watergate signed his name on the document, which went into effect. Rin and Asuma will be the guardians of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, serving as the 12 guardians. Among them are the sons of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the subordinates brought by the 4 generations of Hokage, which must be enough to explain the name of the country of fire. Kakashi, there is a new task for you to do. Minato thought for a while, then said solemnly, my wife Kushina is pregnant and needs someone to protect her secretly. I hope you do it. Mission. Understood. I will protect Kushina-sama with my life. As soon as the word quest was mentioned, Kakashi was immediately shocked. As soon as you say this, I won't be sleepy. Minato looked at Kakashi like this and sighed. I hope Kakashi can feel the preciousness and beauty of life by performing this task. Not knowing what went wrong, Kakashi dashed towards the bad road. On the street, Kakashi, who had taken off his Anbu mask, put his hands in his pockets and walked indifferently. With a pair of eyes, looking numbly at the people coming and going, he always feels that he is out of tune with this world. At this time, there was a loud noise from the front, and then, a large number of people rushed over. Qian done the technique of throwing money. A childish shout came. Immediately afterwards, a large number of banknotes were flying, causing countless people to loot. Ha ha ha, even if it's Konoha village, it's just like that. The first ninja village also needs money. A fat boy akimbo laughed. Kakashi glanced. Is it the descendant of a certain noble? Kakashi walked in a straight line with no expression on his face, bumped past the villagers who were robbing money, and past the boy. From beginning to end, he didn't look at the banknotes everywhere. Huh, the little fat man glanced at Kakashi and frowned. Then follow along. Master. Shut up, there is nothing in this world that money can't do. When the money is in place, and the task is released, even the shinobi will rush to execute it. The little fat man's eyes gleamed. He pondered that this gray hair wearing a mask should be the legendary Hatake Kakashi, the famous Konoha genius. If such a person can be included in the 12 Guardians, my father will be very happy. The little fat man followed Kakashi and was soon lost. Damn, what about people? Hurry up and find me. Qian Dun Qian clone technique. The little fat man was furious, escaped a handful of money from his arms, and tossed it fiercely. A large number of guards rushed to grab the money like a vicious dog, and then quickly went to search for Kakashi's whereabouts. Qian Dun. It's really an interesting game. Kakashi avoided these guys and appeared at Zanyi's house. Pocket poured Kakashi a cup of tea. I heard that you joined Anbu recently, how do you feel? Zanyi looked at the increasingly gloomy Kakashi in front of him. This guy's state is much worse than at this time in the original book. It's becoming more and more like a task tool with no emotions, even more like a root than a ninja. There are gains, but the gains are not as big as I thought. Kakashi nodded indifferently and said solemnly, I have clearly felt that the speed of my progress is slowing down, getting slower and slower. Really? So, I want to ask you to help me gain more power. You said a few years ago that as long as I have a problem, I can come to you. Kakashi put a short knife on the table superior. Zanyi nodded. Being stronger is such a simple idea. But how Kakashi becomes stronger is a problem. To be able to reach the level of Shangnin at this age without hanging up is far beyond ordinary people. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, there are 3 ways: transplant the blood and follow the limit, master the magic, and capture the tailed beast chakra. Zanyi raised 3 fingers, and his voice was flat. Kakashi, don't think about immortality, it's a technique mastered by the 3 holy places. As for the boundary of blood and tailed beast chakra, I can help you find a way. Quote. He is very optimistic about Kakashi's future. It can be said that Kakashi is the only one in the entire Hokage series who is not open, but stands at a very high degree of existence. In The Legend of Kakashi, even if this guy loses Obito's shaker, he can't activate Kamui and Susanoo, but the strength he shows can almost be said to be the first echelon under Mingzuo. Whether it was using the original Earth Escape technique, covering and guarding a village for more than a day, or killing 50 special Junin without taking any damage, or fighting against the divine weapon, they all showed a strong and outrageous combat power. But that was Kakashi after 30 years old, not the current one, who was less than 14 years old. Blood and tail beast chakra. Kakashi lowered his head and fell into deep thought. It was the first time he heard the term, Shanshu, and he didn't understand it, but since Shueni said no, then Kakashi wouldn't be bothered anymore. Zanyi said, boundary of blood contingents, either develop acquired blood contingents with attributes fusion, or grab other people's ready-made blood contingents and transplant them into one's own body. As for the tailed beast chakra, it is more troublesome, it is almost impossible. Kakashi fell silent. No, it's not like that, it's possible to get the tailed beast chakra, although it's difficult. I received the task of the 4th generation to protect Kushina until she gave birth successfully. Kakashi said indifferently. Zanyi's expression changed, but he didn't answer immediately, just tapped the table with his index finger. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire room was deadly silent. No one knew what Zanyi was thinking, and no one knew what step Kakashi was going to do at this moment. Senior Kushina is the 9-tailed person Zuli. Once the 9-tailed run away, the consequences will be very troublesome. But if you really want the tailed beast chakra, Zanyi pondered. It's not impossible. Suddenly, he asked, I heard that the gang of daimyo still haven't given up. They want to find a powerful new generation in Konoha village to protect their safety. Kakashi nodded. That's right, their descendants are still showing off in the village, causing quite a stir. Understood. Wait a minute, Kakashi, strictly implement the mission of the fourth Hokage-sama. Zanyi slowly closed his eyes. Kakashi got up, took back the dagger, turned and walked out of the room. When he stepped into the big outrageous yard, he saw Tu and Yamato practicing against each other, but he didn't care. Wood done. The art of big trees. A big tree grew out of nothing and quickly grew. Kakashi's figure suddenly stopped, and his face changed slightly. Is this a wooden escape? The legendary wooden ninjutsu that only the first Hokage mastered. Ah, Kakashi-senpai, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you two to finish talking so quickly. Yamato panicked, but it was too late to cover up. Kakashi was silent for a while, and said coldly, you are Zanyi's disciples, I will not harm you, although I don't know what happened to your wooden dun, but I will not say it, don't worry. After suppressing his inner shock, he pushed open the door and left. After Kakashi is gone, Yamato walked into the room and looked at Zanyi with a puzzled face. Nissan, didn't you tell me that you can't expose new dun ninjutsu anyway? Why did you want him to see it on purpose? Orochimaru was temporarily killed, and Mudun's matter no longer needs to be deliberately concealed, and Zanyi drank the tea in the cup in one go. This is very interesting. What the hell do you do, Kakashi? The next few days were calm. No one came to find Yamato, and no one was monitoring Yamato. That's it, it looks like the choice has been made, which is good. Zanyi chuckled lightly. Finally, it took him several years to successfully pull Kakashi's will to his side little by little. It's useless even if Hokage shows up. Yue, Kai, Kakashi, the strongest people in this generation, all belong to Zanyi's palm. In a few years, when these people have grown up completely, the situation will be very different. Since that's the case, I'll be more concerned about the 12 guardians. I scolded my name before, but I didn't make that sissy flinch. Zanyi slowly got up. Looking at the scenery outside the window. The Shao organization is becoming more and more active. What about the shell tissue? Thousands of years ago, he took away a monk in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Aikishi. What are you doing now? There are also a few Otsutsuki who are frantically searching for the coordinates of the ninja world and wandering in the universe. Coupled with the Otsutsuki Hamura lineage on the moon, tisk tisk, this ninja world will only become more and more lively. Chapter 138 First Disciple Sasuke, Indra. The ninja world has had a rare moment of peace. Except for the occasional small conflicts on the borders of major countries, there are no major events worthy of attention. The changes that took place in the Land of Rain did not cause any waves, and they didn't even know that Hanzo had been killed. Kushina's belly is getting bigger and bigger. News came from the Uchiha family that the second son of the patriarch was born, and the mother and child were safe. During this time, in addition to performing some killing tasks as usual, Zanyi spent more time in the laboratory outside the village. Now it's time to make a second mini pull, a writing wheel. Zanyi pondered for a while. That's right, the second mini pull. Zanyi intends to inject the genes of the Uchiha family. The first mini pull was transplanted with intercolumnar cells. The second one, he couldn't get the spot cells, so he could only hit Sasuke. Get Sasuke's genes, get a little chakra trait of Indra. Zanyi set off. He went directly to the Uchiha family, nominally to see Kazu, but turned around and entered the door of Fuyu's house. I heard that the second son of the patriarch was born. This is my congratulations. Zanyi took out a sealed scroll and handed it to Fuyu. It's very kind. Fuyu took the gift with one hand, expressionless. Well, it really is an empty scroll. As expected of you, Zanyi. Is this Sasuke? It's the name of the father of the 3 generations of Hokage. He will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Zanyi looked at Sasuke in Itachi's arms and exclaimed, Itachi, you have to work hard. Maybe after more than 10 years, you will be left behind by your brother. Itachi respectfully said, Yes, Senior Schwenny, I will definitely remember the teachings of Senior Schwenny. The 8-year-old Itachi is holding his younger brother tightly, and he likes it very much. Fuyu's expression moved slightly. Regarding Sasuke's aptitude, he does not believe that it will surpass Itachi. Itachi is the most talented child he has ever seen, and even Shisui of the same age may not be comparable to Itachi. Sasuke, no matter how talented he is, he won't surpass Itachi. In that case, Master Schwenny, I have an unkind request. When Sasuke grows up, can I accept him as a disciple? If it is Lord Schwenny who teaches, Sasuke will definitely become a great ninja. Fuyu touched his chin and said, Apprenticeship, isn't this not a good thing, for things like teaching disciples? Senior Schwenny, Do and Yamato were taught by you. Everyone knows their level. In the entire ninja school, no one is better than them. Whether it is strength or theoretical knowledge. Itachi looked respectful, but hugged Sasuke and leaned in front of Zanyi. Please give Sasuke a chance. Itachi really admires Zanyi's ability. Tu and Yamato, plus him, have been regarded as the strongest 3 in another generation, and they are another batch of super rookies after Schwenny, Kakashi and Kakashi. The whole village has high hopes for the 3 of them. Every bit of progress shown by Tu and Yamato, their temperament, is what everyone observes and talks about. Itachi knew very well that he could be regarded as a genius because he was taught by his father and Shisui. What's more, he was born in the Uchiha clan, and has a bloodline bonus. Kato and Yamato are both descendants of refugees, and there is no such innate condition at all. Therefore, Itachi feels that even if he is at the same level as the 2 of them, he has essentially lost. Itachi looked at the thoughtful Schwenny with a look of anticipation, and felt uneasy in his heart. If Sasuke can be accepted as a disciple by Senior, maybe he can really surpass me. Itachi thought silently. After a long time, Zanyi nodded. Since this is the case, it is difficult to be kind. When Sasuke is 3 years old, I will officially accept him as a disciple. Fuyu's father and son were overjoyed. Compared to Itachi's pure joy, Fuyu thought more. After the 4th Hokage came to power, the pressure on the Uchiha family was much less. Now the only trouble is Danzo. Since the rise of Schwenny and Yue, the pressure on Danzo has also been reduced. Fuyu thought. He didn't expect Sasuke to surpass Itachi, because it was almost impossible. At this time, Zanyi had already stretched out his hand and carefully hugged Sasuke. For a time, several people were chatting with each other and seemed to be in a good mood. As time passed, Zanyi stayed and had a light meal. After he left the Uchiha family, he had already obtained Sasuke's hair, skin scraps and a trace of blood. It's finally over. It seems that Zanyi-san has got what he wanted. Yue stood at the door waiting patiently. It was not until Zanyi came out that a smile appeared on his face. HMPH, I really can't hide it from you, although I didn't intend to hide it deliberately. No one would have thought that I would be interested in a baby's genes. Zanyi smiled lightly. The 2 walked out of the Uchiha clan side by side. After a while, a commotion was heard ahead. A child who was throwing money everywhere was surrounded by the Konoha guard. Wait, I didn't do anything. Do you think my Konoha guard will believe your nonsense? You caused chaos in Konoha village. Even if you are a nobleman's child, don't even think about acting wild here. The vice captain of the garrison, Yatsushiro, had a fierce look in his eyes as he tightly grabbed a little fat man by the collar. Is it amazing to be rich? Let go of me, I'll give you a lot of money. Damn it, Qian done money clone technique. Help me teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The little fat man screamed, desperately taking out the money and throwing it out. But this time, those guards showed fear and did not dare to go forward. This is the Konoha guard. Fighting against these guys. Courting death. Wait a minute, this is a misunderstanding. A gray-haired man walked slowly and said solemnly, "Everyone in Konoha, this kid is a descendant of the Geoman family. It's quite stubborn, please forgive me." Yatsushiro's eyes narrowed. "You are Kazuma, one of the 12 guardians. The ninja army directly belonging to the daimyo, and the son of the third generation also joined. HMPH, for the sake of him being a child, let him go this time, don't do it again." Yatsushiro snorted coldly, and turned around to take someone away. "Ah, Lord Kazu." Yatsushiro saw Kazu, but under Kazu's gesture, he just nodded and left. Zanyi and Yue were standing in the crowd watching. Zanyi-sang is very interested in this guy. Kazu was a little surprised. "Well, this guy is very valuable to Kakashi." Zanyi didn't say much. "Kazuma, this guy, but a very important guy, specializing in collecting nine-tailed chakra, sealing it into his son's body, and manipulating his son to attack Konoha." After Zanyi returned to the laboratory alone, immediately started working on building the second mini-pull. According to the previous experience, G-cells are refined, cultivated, propagated, and implanted with Sasuke's genes. The failure rate of this experiment is beyond imagination. Snapped. Failed again. Zanyi frowned slightly. This is the 37th failure. To make G-cells phagocytose Sasuke cells successfully. Is it because of Indra Chakra, or is it? There was a hint of doubt in Zanyi's eyes, and he kept reducing the number of Sasuke cells. In the end, in the 47th experiment, when almost all the Sasuke cells were used up, it finally succeeded. Reason why it is said to be reluctant is that thanks to the reliable and powerful assimilation ability of G cells, the Sasuke cells are phagocytosed. Soon, a mini-pull with a slightly different mini-pull between the pillars stood in place. Very good. A smile appeared on Zanyi's face. According to his established thinking, there is no problem with this discovery. Theoretically, this mini-pull can also open the writing wheel. As long as this step can be done, many problems will no longer be problems. Zanyi was thoughtful. Then, he began to inscribe the psychic formula on this mini-la, and inlaid a mask on mini-la's head. According to the order of 9 faces Su-Pohei, the second one should be the word white. Zanyi engraved white characters on the mask on the mini-pulling head of the shaking wheel. Afterwards, he slapped the ground and summoned the first mini-pull. The blue character Psychic Beast and the white character Psychic Beast, these two mini-la stood in front of Zanyi. Two psychic beasts, and in principle, they are the reincarnation of Asura and the reincarnation of Indra. Zanyi was satisfied. To be able to achieve this level is already quite good, and it can be regarded as a means of improving combat power. Zanyi made a coffin engraved with the word, white, and pulled the second mini into it. Nine-faced Su-Pohei, Zanyi already has plans for the next 6 psychic beasts. Just a matter of time. This is the time to expect and maximize this forbidden technique. Zanyi chuckled lightly, packed up the experimental equipment, and walked out of the laboratory slowly. Back to Konoha. Zanyi continued to live a simple and unpretentious life, and the greatest joy was to point out Do and Yamato's practice, so that the two of them were far away from their peers. If it is said, Yamato's main energy is used to improve strength. Nado, while stabilizing his strength, paid more attention to learning theoretical knowledge. So, in theory, if you want to transplant blood, you must first resolve the conflict of the genetic system, unless it is to transplant some kind of organ, such as Shanyan. 2 is facing a strange granulation in front of him, trying his best to observe. Combine what's in your head and try to find as much relevant and available knowledge as possible. This is the granulation of the technique of Gaijera. When Bei Liuhu started to take action on Zanyi and wanted to integrate with Zanyi, a part of the granulation was taken away by Zanyi, and it has been preserved to this day. Zanyi can't use it directly, but it's a good thing that can be used to fuse the bloodline boundary. The young Do, with theoretical knowledge far beyond that of his peers but still not enough, was enthusiastically analyzing the mystery of this granulation. Pocket, embarked on a path that made Zan Yi feel gratified. You will become an existence in the ninja world of Megatron, Do. I have a disciple today. I will introduce you to him in a few years, and you will definitely like him. Zan Yi touched Do's head. Chapter 139_Pain is pleased with Konoha F2 Feet S dungeon. Nohara Rin was very happy about her becoming a guardian. It's just being a guardian. How happy are you? Besides, it's estimated that we won't be able to meet for many years. With a cigarette in his mouth, Asma looked at Lin with a puzzled look. Is it necessary? HMPH, if it wasn't for the old man's conflict of ideas, he wouldn't have joined this guardian. Asma, for you, the name is also Jade, right? Are you not happy that you can find another piece of jade? Nohara Rin said with a smile. Asma snorted coldly. Things like jade. I will find the truth with my own hands. Joining the 12 guardians and leaving the Konoha village ruled by Naruto will surely help him understand the meaning of jade. Soon, the other 2 guardians also came, looking at each other with scrutiny. Hima said, since everyone is together, let's get to know each other. For many years in the future, we are all partners. If we want to protect the safety of Daimyo, the entire ninja world will know our existence. Kazuma looked at these people with a calm expression. Asma sneered. So, after you came to Konoha for so long, there were only 4 people in the end. 8 people left. Not all guardians can only be recruited from Konoha. There are also many elite ninjas in other parts of the country of fire. A bald man said. Which one are you? Dalu, monk of the Temple of Fire. Dalu put his hands together. Kazuma directly ignored the dispute and said calmly, on Konoha's side, the 2 of you have been introduced to join the Guardians, but I'm not going to give up yet. I'll stay in Konoha and see if I can recruit others. Quote. In any case, Konoha is the largest ninja village in the ninja world, and there are many talents. If only Lin and Asma were recruited, they could not count as completing the mission. Dalu, Lin, Asma, the 3 of you can leave for the capital of the country of fire, and the daimyo will meet you. Hima said. What about you? I'm going to stay in Konoha and wait for an opportunity. He said calmly to the horse. The other 3 didn't say much. This guy Kazuma is not from Konoha, and he is deeply trusted by the name, so there is no problem in saying that. The 4 disbanded. Lin came to the memorial tablet for the first time. Obito, I'm going to the capital of the country of fire. From now on, my task is to protect the daimyo. I don't know when the next time I will go back to Konoha. We won't be able to meet for a long time. Lin put a bunch of flowers on the memorial tablet and spoke in a gentle voice. After she leaves. Obito's figure slowly emerged from the ground, staring at Lin's distant figure. The 12 Guardians. Why did Lin join this kind of team? Obito's 3-goose jade writing wheel eyes glowed red. After a long time, he sneered, but forget it, this false and wrong world. Lin, Kakashi, Zan Yi, it doesn't matter. As long as the plan can be successful, everything will be reborn. Obito's expression is indifferent. Now, it seems that only Lin is sincere towards him. Others, Zan Yi was hiding a lot of things from him from beginning to end, and Kakashi was a completely cold machine, full of power and tasks. But even Lin has to leave him. Guardian of the Fire Nation, hee, what a ridiculous thing. When a whole new world is established, the real Lin will be resurrected in my hands. Obito clenched his fists fiercely, looked at Lin's disappearing back, and made up his mind. There are some things that must be done, and the fetters of the past will be cut off with your own hands. A thing like Konoha, huh? Obito's voice was cold. So, have you made up your mind? Zan Yi walked out of the forest slowly and looked at this guy with a smile. If you want, I'll kill Nohara Lin now. Trust me, she won't feel pain if I do it. HMPH, no need, an ant is not enough to affect the operation of this world. Obito raised his head slowly, not surprised at the appearance of Zanyi, but if you can kill important people, then naturally can affect the world. Quote. Zanyi looked at him, like. For example, the nine-tailed Manzuri. So you're eyeing the nine tails. I think about it, the order of the outsider golem swallowing the tailed beasts should be in the order of how many tails there are. Even if you get the nine tails, what can you do? Zanyi wrote. If the nine tails can be captured in advance, even if Nagato knows about it, he will definitely agree to it. But you will lose Nagato's trust. Once trust is lost, it will be a big trouble. Maybe, you won't even have a chance to regain the Samsara Eye, because even if he dies, he will use the last strength destroys those eyes. Zanyi said lightly. This time, Obito fell into a brief silence. Also, there are 4 generations, Kushina, Ai and Kazu, and Danzo is half of the top fighting forces in Konoha village. It's not a problem to hold down at least one shadow rank. Even if Sanrin is gone, it will still be powerful. Shweni said. So, if you insist on attacking Jushinai, I can't help you as Shweni, at most I will send Shu to follow you in action. After a long time. Obito nodded. I understand what to do, I don't need you to teach me. Finally, he glanced at the direction in which Lin was gone. Since Lin is no longer in Konoha, then he will no longer have any nostalgia for this village. This ghost place made him heartbroken. Swish. He turned into a vortex and disappeared in place. Zanyi stood in front of Obito's memorial monument for a long time, and those who didn't know thought he was cherishing the memory of his deceased companion. But in fact, Zanyi almost laughed. Lin's departure makes you no longer have any scruples. This is really ironic. The 4th generation sent Lin to the 12 Guardians for approval, and to some extent pushed Konoha into the pit, even if he is heartless. Zanyi shook his head. He would have liked to see this happen. The reason is very simple, because there are too many things he needs, and he needs to fish in troubled waters to get them. If nothing else, 9-tailed chakras are part of it, as well as the vital Asura chakras. Sasuke can attack at any time, but as Naruto, the crown prince of Konoha, as long as the 4 generations of the couple are still alive, Zanyi will never be able to attack. Any move close to Naruto can easily arouse suspicion. If you want to play tricks on Indra and Ashura's chakra, or even do what I imagined, the only chance is the 9 Tails Rebellion. Zanyi didn't care if the 4th generation couple died or not, but he had to get the reincarnation of 9-tailed chakra and Asura's chakra no matter what. When I gather all the chakras of the tailed beast, I don't know what it will look like. Zanyi chuckled. Turn away. That night, Kakashi protected Kushina for a day. Kushina was watering the flowers, and Kakashi was squatting under the windowsill. Kushina went to the toilet, and Kakashi was lying on the roof. Truly a very conscientious bodyguard. Kakashi will leave silently when Minato comes back at night. There is still no chance today. Kakashi returned home, thoughtful. Tail Beast Chakra. He has to rely on the Tailed Beast Chakra to catch up with Shweni and Yue. But in the face of the 9-tailed Manzuli, Kakashi has always been entangled, struggling, and has no chance to attack. Do you really want to do this? What exactly does Zanyi want me to do? Kakashi felt confused. Although Kakashi was shocked, he kept the news in his heart and didn't tell anyone. Is it very painful, Kakashi? Why don't I help you make a decision? A voice suddenly came from Kakashi's room. Kakashi's face changed greatly, and he was about to launch Rachel, but the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, the pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels controlled Kakashi's thinking and will. Kakashi stood dumbfounded. Kakashi. The expression behind the mask with soil is extremely dignified. This guy, once regarded as his mortal enemy, is the #1 competitor he wants to defeat. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. Tell me, when is Uzumaki Kushina's due date? Obito voice is icy cold. October 10th. Kakashi replied blankly. Obito snorted coldly, ignored Kakashi, and turned to leave. A few hours later, Kakashi returned to normal and opened his eyes in surprise. Did I fall asleep just now? No, how could I suddenly fall asleep? Kakashi felt a deep unease in his heart. However, to no avail. Obito had already obtained the information he wanted. In the land of rain, Shao organizes an assembly. 6 figures appeared on 6 fingers. Human Zuli is the most vulnerable when giving birth. We only need to move our hands to get what we want. Obito explained his plan. 9 tails. Let's strike on the 9 tails now. This conflicts with the leader's plan. The ghost shark looked at Obito, and then at Pain, who said nothing. Xiaonan frowned and said, Nagato's immortal eyes can control the outsider golems. Only starting from the end is the most correct order. If you act rashly, even if you succeed, it will expose the existence of our Shao organization and serve us well. The follow-up plan adds to the difficulty. Quote, it won't be exposed, we won't act in the name of the Akatsuki organization. If we can get the strongest 9 tails first, then many problems will no longer be problems. Moreover, my purpose this time is not 9 tails. Obito slowly raised his head. I plan to control the 4th Hokage, just like controlling the 4th Water Shadow. This is a very simple matter, just use the kaleidoscope to control him. For this, I will prepare use chains as a weapon and capture him alive. This is the real purpose of bringing the soil. Controlling the 9 tails, controlling Konoha village, weakening Konoha village. As long as the 4 generations of Hokage can be controlled, all these goals can be achieved. The crowd was silent. Time and space ninjutsu versus time and space ninjutsu. Indeed, if you use a kaleidoscope to write the wheel eye, it is indeed possible to control the Namikaze Minato. Even Yakura of the 3-tailed Manzuri was controlled, not to mention Minato Namikaze without the help of the tailed beast. Pain, make a decision. No matter how bad it is, it can weaken the power of Konoha and alienate the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha. Kazu has the same eyes as me. As long as the alienation succeeds, it will be very convenient for us to follow up. Obito stared at Tiandao Pain. With an expressionless face, Tiandao Pain glanced at Obito, and immediately looked at Shu. What do you think? If you attack Konoha, you can accept it, but I don't mind doing it. Tiandao Pain's voice was cold. Of course, I will not have an opinion, although I am not optimistic that this operation will be successful. Shu replied. It's fine if you don't object, then you can act. Just, you two, absolutely do not allow failure. Tiandao Pain's voice was low. Humph, there are Chisho Hasuma and Uchiha Madara shot. It is impossible to fail. Konoha F2 group under Konoha dungeon. How can Philonchi face lose? What's more, as long as he has fairy eyes, it is enough to suppress everything. Then, now that I've decided to do it, I'll get involved too. I just didn't expect that the one who would do it to Konoha village was. Hee. The ghost shark looked at Obito for a while, and then at Shu for a while, feeling again and again. Really good fortune. Obito really can't stand these idiots. 1 or 2 are inexplicable, idiots. Tiandao Pain shook his head and said, no, this time, from Madara and Shu to Konoha, Guisha and Xiaonan will stay and continue to carry out the task of clearing and destroying the enemies who have sneaked into the country of rain, and cannot let outsiders sneak in. Is that so? I thought I could see something interesting. The ghost shark was a little regretful. Xiaonan frowned slightly, but in the end said nothing. Nagato has changed too much, becoming more and more ruthless and assertive, trying to make himself a ruthless version of Yahiko. 2. Obito nodded. Well, it's enough for this guy to help him share the pressure. Anyway, virtual is equivalent to Shweni. Rounding up, Obito is absolutely stable. Soon, several figures disappeared. Tiandao Pain also started to act. You two take good care of Yuyan village, don't let anything happen until I come back. Tiandao Pain said coldly. Ghost Shark said in surprise. Could it be that you want to? I'll go to Konoha in person, although it's not yet the time to formally capture the tailed beast. Tiandao Pain dropped these words and left. More importantly, he has to exist as a backup, staring at these two guys. After this battle, the news that the two of them are still alive is no longer a secret. Let me use these eyes to see how far you two, as the founders of Konoha village, can you achieve. How far should I trust you? Tiandao Pain's eyes slowly widened, exuding a terrifying luster in the darkness. He never thought about the possibility of these two overturning. However, even if the car does not roll over, but it is necessary to take the opportunity to drive, it will not work. As the leader, Tiandao Pain must strictly stop this kind of behavior. If you control the fourth Hokage and rule Konoha village again after decades in this way. Tiandao Pain sneered. Nothing could cover the eyes of his god. Chapter 140 _ The Sea of Trees is born. Time passed, and quietly, the whole Konoha atmosphere became more and more tense. Although many ordinary people did not notice it, the real high-level people have long been waiting for it. Kushina's due date is getting closer. The entire Konoha senior management was extremely nervous, and made careful preparations as much as possible. Don't worry, Minato, there will be no problem. We have already arranged a lot of enchantments around the delivery room. Coupled with Konoha's strength, no one will destroy it at this time. 3 Hokage comforted. He even arranged for his wife, Lake Biwa, to deliver the baby to Kushina. Minato is responsible for guarding in the delivery room, and the 3 generations of Hokage take people to guard outside the enchantment. He really didn't believe that anyone could break through this level of defense. The only thing to worry about is whether the Nine Tails will take the opportunity to break through the seal and escape. Understood, Your Excellency. 3 generations, I'll leave it to you this time. Minato looked solemn. Minato repeatedly scrutinized all the links, including all those who knew Kushina's due date. Indeed, no loopholes were found. Minato's slightly anxious heart slowly fell silent. That afternoon, the ninja school. Zanyi came to pick up his pocket and Yamato from school. Hey, isn't this Uncle Chuangong, who came to pick up Iruka? Zanyi looked at one person in surprise. Ueno Chuangong also looked at Zanyi in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here, I haven't seen you for a while. Several people left the ninja school and came to a barbecue restaurant. The expression on Zanyi's face was extremely normal from beginning to end, without showing any clues. Even though today is October 10th. Iruka is almost ready to graduate, she's already in the 5th grade, or do you want to wait until the 6th grade? Zanyi looked at the somewhat restrained young man in front of him with interest. Iruka. The life mentor who has a great influence on Naruto, can even be said to be an important spiritual pillar for Naruto not to go black. Now, just a little kid. Iruka, I often hear Uncle Kawamiya mention your name, but I haven't seen each other all the time. I'll invite you to eat whatever you want. Zanyi smiled. Aside, Tu and Yamato were already scrambling to start sketching on the menu. Iruka was still very cautious, looking at the 3 people in front of him carefully, feeling extremely nervous. Shiranui Shueni, the strongest rookie in Konoha's history, one of the heroes of the 3 battles, this series of names was enough to make the young Iruka tremble, not even daring to look at Shueni. Not to mention Do and Yamato, they are geniuses in the school. Even if they are only 1st graders, they have already beaten up seniors. Compared to Zanyi, who was far away, Do and Yamato were the people Iruka envied immensely. He was just a little transparent in school, with poor strength and popularity, and he was barely able to talk about his grades in first-hand theoretical courses. He aspires to be a star student. When Shueni and Chuangong were talking loudly, Tu pushed some roasted meat to Iruka. Iruka, right, I've heard of your name, the senior of Class A in the 5th grade. He pushed his glasses and said gently. Hey, have you heard of me? Iruka was extremely surprised. Yamato squeezed a piece into his mouth and said vaguely, "Of course, he has the names and identities of everyone in the school in his head." This, so powerful. Baruka looked at the pocket much smaller than himself with admiration. With this guy with high emotional intelligence, he was never worried about the cold field, and the three quickly became familiar with each other. Looking at the state of the three of them, Zanyi smiled slightly and looked at Chuangong. "So, Uncle Chuangong and your wife are already Shangnan." Chuangong tried his best to hold back his pride, but he couldn't hold back his complacency. "That's right, even though it's only Jonin, it can't compare to you, but it's finally an important force in the village." That's it. Thinking about when I became a Jonin at the age of 12, I really miss it. Zanyi smiled. Chuangong's old face really collapsed. Both parties were satisfied with this meal. After Zanyi settled the bill, the group walked out of the barbecue shop. "Uncle Chuangong, are you interested in carrying out a patrol mission with me?" Zanyi suddenly asked. Chuangong was slightly startled. "Patrol mission?" "That's right, Hokage-sama just released a mission today, and asked me to patrol along Konoha village. It would be boring if I was alone. You are a join-in now. If you are interested, you can come with me." "Well, that's it. Well, then we'll partner with you. Ordinary people rarely have this opportunity." Kawamura laughed. Zanyi also nodded with a smile, and returned home with Do and Yamato. "Yamato, rest early, I will take you to practice tomorrow morning." Zanyi glanced at the clock and said lightly. Tu and Yamato were a little puzzled, but returned to the room obediently. Zanyi pondered for a while, and left two clones in place, just in case. Turned around and left, and began to perform the task that the fourth Hokage arranged for him. Today is the 10th of October. That night, Konoha made complete preparations and began to deliver kushina. In the delivery room, screams came out. Minato and Lake Biwa were sweating profusely, and they used sealing techniques from time to time to try their best to suppress the riots of the Nine Tails. "Kawaii, be quiet," Minato shouted. "Hoo, be quiet, damn it, who do you think you are, the first Hokage?" Ninetails let out a crazy roar, desperately trying to break through the seal and rushed out. "It will destroy everything. Bastard Konoha, I was first sealed in Uzumaki Mito's body, and then I was sealed in Kushina's body. How long are you guys going to seal me up?" The Ninetails were extremely violent, repeatedly hitting the seal, and the result was that a large black mark was constantly protruding on Kushina's stomach. What Minato can do is to constantly suppress it with sealing techniques. The strength of several people was wasted in this level of confrontation. Outside the barrier, the three generations of Hokage, along with Kaharu, Mito Minyan, and Chu Dao Kaifeng, waited in a serious line. It stands to reason that such a lineup will not be a problem. But the problem is that there are more dangerous guys who have been waiting for this moment. Outside the village. If the two figures appeared like ghosts, they stared at this luxurious village indifferently. "Konoha village, it will be destroyed from now on." The Sengoyu in Obito's eyes stared at him. "Shu, you go to deal with other people, don't get in my way. I will strip off the Nine Tails with my own hands and capture the fourth Hokage alive." "Floating, this thing is definitely floating." Hearing this, he just shook his head. It is not difficult for Obito, who has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, to take away Kushina and strip off the Nine Tails. But the problem is, to deal with the fourth Hokage, you have to capture it alive. What kind of self-confidence, Obito can say such a thing? Really, but considering your time and space pupil technique, maybe you can see a big show. Shu nodded slightly, then I will hold the other guys and try not to hinder you. Obito turned his head to look at him. You can't let go of water, and fight with your body as a virtual pause. I was discovered by you, I know, I will work harder. Quote. Obito glared at him fiercely, and after a long while, he snorted coldly, and his figure became vacant, and he directly crossed the barrier in front of him and entered it. Shu stood there and stared for a long time before starting to act. It will be very troublesome to hold back Konoha's top combat power. Shu shook his head. Even if the 4 generations of Hokage are handed over to Obito, in principle, Shu will have to deal with Xuanyi, Yue, Sandai and Jiwei. It's very troublesome. At this time, inside the enchantment, Lake Biwa was holding the newborn Naruto with a look of relief. The strange appearance of Obito killed Lake Biwa and other medical ninjas in an instant. Lord Bawako, damn, who is it? Minato's expression changed. Hurry back. Just as he saw, Obito had already held Naruto, who had just been born, in his hand. 4th Hokage, if you don't want this child to die, then give me the 9 tails Manzuli. Obito looked straight at Minato. Unexpectedly, I have come this far, Mr. Watergate. Minato didn't move, holding kunai in one hand and protecting Kushina in the other, looking at each other vigilantly, trying to keep his composure. Who are you? You can actually avoid the 3 generations of Hokage outside and enter here through the barrier. Few people in Konoha know how to open this barrier, Minato said solemnly. But Obito didn't give him a chance anymore. He put a detonating talisman on Naruto and threw it high. Minato, Kushina shouted wearily. Minato sighed and rushed over immediately, took Naruto and teleported the detonating talisman away. It became. The next moment, Obito appeared next to Kushina, pressed it on Kushina's body, sucked Kushina away, and he disappeared with him. This series of things happened in a very short period of time. Damn guy, who is the other party, and the target is the 9 tails. Minato carefully placed Naruto on the crib, stared at him for a second, and then directly launched the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, trying to track Kushina's whereabouts. Whoa! Minato flew out of the barrier first. Watergate, did you succeed? The 3rd generation frowned. No, Lord Sandai, it failed. Kushina was kidnapped by a mysterious enemy. I'm going to save her now. Please stay alert, I'm worried that he is not the only enemy. After saying that, Minato left in an instant. 3 generations of Hokage's face sank, and he immediately issued the order of martial law in the whole village. If that's the case, it's too bad. Who is it that can avoid our sight and enter the barrier directly? The 3rd Hokage's face was ashen, and when he thought of the scene where the 9 tails were released and the village was destroyed, the 3rd Hokage's scalp felt numb for a while. Soon, the whole village became restless, and many ninjas ran around repeatedly, searching for all suspicious traces. In this regard, some people who didn't know Kushina's birth at all were also alarmed and looked at everything in front of them with a bewildered expression. What's the matter? Fuyu looked suspiciously at the Anbu ninjas who were constantly shuttling outside. On the other side, Kazu also stood by the window, opened the writing wheel, and stared at the scene in front of her. Did something happen? Instinctively, Kazu planned to find Zanyi overnight. But soon, the entire Uchiha family received an order from the 3 generations of Hokage. No one can leave their position. This made many Uchiha clansmen even more confused. It seems that something major has happened, otherwise why would such an order be issued? Kazui remained calm, pondered for a moment, and waited patiently. If Zanyi needed him to do anything, he would definitely give her an order. Time flies. After waiting for a while, the action finally started. The time is almost up. The 9-tailed chakra can be captured after a while, but Asura chakra, I will get it no matter what. Shu began to move quickly, shuttled in Konoha village, avoided a famous ninja, and kept approaching the target. At this time, Naruto should still be staying in the crib in the barrier, with no one to guard. After all, no one is interested in a baby, even if it's 4 generations. Obito also came for the 9 tails and the 4th Hokage, and he was not interested in Naruto at all. This is the virtual best chance. After we have captured Naruto's genes and chakra, we should find a way to make some noise, so that the guy with the soil will not force him afterward. Void erratic moving in the ground. But all of a sudden, his figure suddenly froze, and he saw a large number of parasites burrowing into the ground, forcing him to stop and emerge. "Ah, you are." Shu looked up at him. Sure enough, it seems that there is more than one guy sneaking into Konoha. Oil Girl G slightly raised a finger, and a bad bug was crawling. "Interesting, how did you find me?" Shu asked. The bugs raised by the Oil Girl family are never just bad bugs. As long as we want, we can control many kinds of bugs. Nuji looked at him blankly. As long as a bug sees you, I can get the news. It's the same way. It seems that the Oil Girl family has really cheered up, and they dare to nourish their hearts and raise many bugs that are completely incompetent. Looking at the person in front of him. For a while, I didn't know how to complain. Nuji frowned slightly. It seems that you know our family very well. Of course I understand, but forget it, it doesn't matter. Since you are blocking my way, then I can only solve you and move on. False head tilted. The Oil Girl Jawei stopped speaking, and directly stimulated a large number of parasites, which turned into clumps of worms, and rushed towards Shu with a howling. Boom boom boom. One after another worm jade hit Shu's body one after another, and a large number of insects slammed on Shu's body, biting at his clothes and mask. Huh, Nuji changed slightly. The information that the worm passed on to him made the Oil Girl Jawei shudder. Hard wood. Not waiting for the Oil Girl Jawei to react. The next moment, there are countless thorns, suddenly drilled out from the virtual body surface, and will defeat a large number of insects in the rapid swing. Sending bad insects, it's really a troublesome thing. Mudden, the tree sea is born. As Nujiwei's face changed drastically, a small forest suddenly appeared from nothing.